All right, friends. I think everything's up and running. Let me double check. We should have both the YouTube streams up. There we go. Should have our TikTok stream up and running. And we should be off to the races here. In 1 second, let me double check. All the streams are live. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Horizontal stream is up, y'all. I'm on it right now. Welcome in. TikTok stream is up. Welcome in. Good to see you, Haley and GMO and Glitter. Good to see your friends. And let me double check our guest box over here, or our stream on the vertical stream is up and running. We're good to go there. And friends, we've got a guest right away. Someone's really eager to get into the guest box and crash out. And you know what? I'm not going to stop them. If they want to come in and crash out, we'll just do it right away, right? We'll start the stream with a crash out. It makes for a good time at least. Welcome back, Jesus Warrior.
What's up?
Jesus Warrior, I already know you're at least 18, so I'm not going to ask you that. And I'm not going to ask you what your religion is, because I already know what your religion is. So we don't have to do any of that nonsense. But my claim tonight, I think, is pretty crisp, which is the Jewish people had Jesus crucified, and I think they were justified in doing so. Do you agree or disagree with that claim?
What do you mean?
Do you agree or
Yeah,
disagree with the claim that the Jewish people were right to crucify Jesus?
I disagree.
Sure. Why?
They don't know what they're doing.
That's a claim. Can you validate that?
Okay, let's see. Let's ask you some question. Jews, who
So
they believe
so
in?
you're not gonna validate that then.
I said I disagree.
Right? On what grounds?
That they are mentally to unalive the creator himself.
Were they meant to, or did they accidentally do it?
Well, they set him up to let him get it.
Yeah, why? Why did they do that?
Maybe they were jealous of him having power that they couldn't have.
Or maybe he broke some laws that he wasn't supposed to break.
No, he didn't broke no law.
Oh,
Jesus is the
really?
most perfect one
You
ever
don't
lived.
think so? How come he is accused of breaking laws even in the New Testament?
He didn't break the laws, bro. He fulfilled them.
No, he broke Roman laws. So are you aware that the Romans had laws outside of the Jewish law?
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
aware of it.
And in Acts 17, what are the Christians accused of?
You tell me.
Having another king other than the actual Roman king. What about that? As it turns out, that's like a capital offense. You can't do that. You can't elect a king inside of a Roman province while there's actually a king.
Well,
So,
human normally look. Hold on. No, human normally look for earthly king. You know
well, did he say he was a king?
who? Jesus
Jesus.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yes. He's
Okay.
kings
So,
of kings and Lord of lords.
well, it sounds like you broke Roman law then. Sounds like it was time to
No,
hang him up.
human law. Hold up. Human law, right? Doesn't comply.
I'm sorry. Do you not follow human laws?
Nope.
Oh shit! So you just break if you don't like the law, you just break it. So you ignore
No.
the part of the Bible where it says that
Listen.
you should follow the laws.
No, no, the human law
So
were
just to
made
be
up
sure,
to,
you don't think you should follow laws then.
I follow God's law, not human law.
He says to follow the New Testament says to follow the law of land.
There, somebody could add that to follow the law of the land in it, right? Did
Is
Jesus
it
ever tell you to
true?
follow that? Is it what?
Is it true that you should follow the law of land?
Nope.
Oh, so Paul was wrong when he said that then.
Somebody could say whatever they want.
Yeah, but was Paul wrong when he said to do this? He
If
says
I
that
see,
in
no,
fact, what he says specifically is let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those authorities that exist have
okay,
been
go again.
instituted by God.
Hold
Therefore,
on.
whoever resists authority
What?
resists what God
Hold
has
up.
appointed, and those who resist will incur
Yo,
judgment.
you're
So it
running off track, didn't you?
sounds to me like Jesus
Didn't
was
said,
incurring
hold
judgment
on,
that
hold up,
was
hold on,
built into
hold
the
on.
law.
So why you always do this, bro? When I wanna say something, you keep speaking. Why?
I think you're confused, Jesus, where I don't stop speaking just because you start talking over me. Like, you talking over me is never going to stop me from saying what I have to say. So if you
Didn't
want
the
to have a
scripture
real
say, hold up,
conversation, you could just try
bro?
talking
We
when I'm
are having
done.
a conversation, but you're just running up your
Had
mouth.
you've never had a conversation in your life.
So didn't you read in the scripture the laws of God? Why
Yeah,
why you put
I'm
it as
aware. Well, he broke those two. He broke Deuteronomy verse 4, 1 and 2.
yeah?
Want to
Cause
see that
when he
one?
came, listen, he fulfilled the laws them differently. You
No, he didn't.
remember when they brought the woman? Hold on, hold on.
Yeah,
You remember when they
yeah,
brought the woman?
just don't address
Hold
it.
on, bro.
Yeah, you wanted me to tell
Hold
you the
on,
law that he broke, and then I gave it to you, and then you just ignored
man.
it because you're a child.
Listen,
So I'll just put it
I'm
on
not
the
ignorant.
screen
Listen, you're not listening.
since you weren't prepared to actually address the thing that you asked me
Hey,
to
listen,
name.
my brother.
So
Listen,
I'll
I
just
was
put this
ex.
up on the screen right now so you can see it. This is Deuteronomy 4 verses 1 and 2, and let me put it on the vertical stream as well. There we go. And listen, you'll never guess, but in Deuteronomy 4, it says,
New Revised
"You must
Standard
neither
Bible. Come
add
on, bro.
anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you."
Okay,
So
you said again
when Jesus
of God,
changed the
not
commands of
man,
Moses,
not the
what that
law, the
means
law
is
of
that he
land, bro.
violated
Not
this
the law
particular
of land,
command right here.
not the law of land.
I
The
said the
law
law of
of
Moses.
God,
Think
the
you're
law of
confused. This is
God,
the law of
not
Moses.
land.
This is the
You
law of
said
Moses.
you
I
have
think
to
you're
follow the
confused about
law of
what the law of
land.
Moses is.
Yeah.
So
Listen,
he
you see
broke
how
the law
you're
of
running it?
Moses
It's
and the law of
the law
man.
of
Are
God.
you gonna maybe if you actually listen to what I said, you can address it. He broke the
No,
law of
you
man.
know,
He broke the law of the Romans, and he broke the law of the Jews.
I didn't the Bible said do not lean on your own understanding,
Oh,
and
don't
you're
give it.
doing that every
That's what you're
single
doing.
day.
That's
Every
what you're
single day
doing.
you're
That's what
look,
you're doing right
you're
now.
using
The
your
difference
carnal
between your
mind.
understanding and my understanding
Yeah,
is I have some and you don't have any. You have so little understanding
you have what?
that you're
What do
like
you
not
have?
even capable of
What
reading
you
a
have?
text. Like you don't even know how words work. It's really
You're just trying
embarrassing.
to be Satan, bro. You're
Imagine
trying to
crashing
break
out
the
on
laws
every
and break
live
it.
stream ever. Imagine having no actual ability to interact, that you just jump around from atheist live stream to atheist live
Yeah,
stream,
so
crashing
you're
out
still running.
and crying in the comments. And imagine like living your life just angry that atheists exist. When I was a Christian, I didn't spend any time worrying about atheists.
No,
It's
I'm not angry.
crazy
Listen, I'm
the
not.
amount of time
Listen.
that you spend awake at night worrying about what atheists are up to. I bet when you go to bed at night, you check under your bed for atheists,
Oh,
don't you? Do you
you
go to
mean
bed with a
eat shit?
flashlight?
Do you mean atheists that eat shit? Yeah, I know.
Eat shiv? I'm sorry. Did you mean to
Shit,
say shiv or did you mean shit?
shit.
You should
Atheist means eat
learn
shit,
how to
and
enunciate
that's what
before you
you're
try to
doing.
insult people, because now it just looks silly on your part.
Hey, scribble the word. Hold on, scribble the word atheist around and see what you get. You get eat shit, bro, and that's what you're gonna be.
Unfortunately,
Eating shit with your tongue.
that's not what that says. I don't know if you've ever bothered to write the word backwards,
Scribble the
but
word atheist
I
around.
could
You
do
want me
it
to do
for
it? Hold on.
you.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. I'm
I'll
gonna
do it
show you
for
the
you
word.
since I know words. You're not good with words. Trust me. You're not the
Yeah,
person that needs to be
exactly.
doing words. In fact, if you did less
Look,
words,
look, look,
things would
look.
go a lot better for
Atheist
you.
means eat shit. Look, look. When
So
you scribble the word
I'm gonna
atheist
write
around, you get
atheist
eat shit.
backwards on a piece of paper for you. In fact, I've got something special for you because I know you need a little bit of help. I'll do it in a big bold
Help?
crayon. I've got a big crayon just for you, Jesus warrior.
Go
So
ahead. Let's see what you're gonna do.
Atheist. That's how you spell that. Now, as it turns out, if you just flip that backwards, it doesn't spell eat shit. I think you're confused.
Okay, let me show you how
It
it
would
take
be
eat shit. Hold on, hold on, hold
siesta.
on.
It literally, if you pronounce this backwards, it is literally siesta. It means take a fucking break in Spanish, which is what I'm gonna do with you because you're an
Hey,
absolute fucking
listen,
clown.
yo.
All right, we got a siesta from Jesus Warrior. Did anyone get converted during that mess? Anyone? Did we lose anyone? No, nobody converted to Christianity because of that crash out. Are you telling me that atheist spelled backwards didn't convince you that Jesus was real? Oh shit. I thought that was a powerful argument, to be fair. I nearly converted midstream. Oh, we got one convert? Holy shit. Well, he's doing the Lord's work, that's for sure. All right. Well, shit. It looks like we're off to a good start. I don't even know what to write down for notes on that clown. I'm just going to say, uh, comes in hot. Uh, and let's see. Gives clown arguments and cries. But you know, what are you gonna do? It's a shame that Jesus Warrior even exists because he's not entertaining enough to even clip. Like if you like, you know, one of the things you want to do with some of these crash outs is you kind of want to clip them and let people see how silly Christians are. But like he's so ridiculous, you can't even clip his videos. Like they're so nonsensical. Like he can't even participate in dialogue enough to, you know, enough to figure it out. Friends, I've got 4 super chats, and we got another guest loaded up. It looks like Uza Scotty is waiting to get in, so let me grab those super chats. We'll get Uza Scotty here. Lazy Man, or is it Lazy Man? Thank you for the super chat. Friend says, "Hey Justin, just curious, are you working towards getting affiliated on Twitch? I don't even know what that means. I'd love to be able to drop you a sub there. Have a great weekend." Well, I don't know what it means to be affiliated on Twitch, but I am streaming on Twitch. In fact, if you just look up deconstruction zone Twitch, you will find me live at this very minute. I'm currently live on Twitch. When I stream, I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I don't know how many followers I have on Twitch. I think I'm still under 1,000 followers. I don't fully know like what the metrics are, what you need to do on Twitch to actually grow. I assume kind of the thing that you want to do on Twitch to grow is actually like play a game. It's a gaming format, which I'm not doing. I mean, fucking with Theus is a bit of a game, but it's not quite the type of games that people are actually looking for. I actually don't know how many people are following my channel. Like it's weird that like they hide that number somewhere. I don't know where the number is hidden. But like if I just go to my homepage, and click on my profile and go to channel, maybe it's there. 799 followers. So I'd still need 200 y'all to get over 1,000 on Twitch. If you have Twitch, follow me up there. Deconstruction Zone, y'all. Links in all my profiles. And Nocturnal Finn says, "Don't forget that Jesus was also a Jew. Christians hate this fact." I know they really don't want Jesus to be a Jew. That's for sure. They hate the Judaizer Jesus as well. The Judaizer Jesus is like too Jewish for Christians. They want to feel like they're part of the Jews, like they're grafted in, but the Matthew Jesus is way too Jewish. How somebody says, "I believe this guy interrupts while talking to himself." You know what? I've never seen him not interrupt somebody. Of all the people on TikTok doing apologetics, I've never seen anybody crash out as much and interrupt and overtalk as much and cry like a baby as much as Jesus Warrior. imagine calling yourself Jesus Warrior and spending all of your free time crashing out on atheist live streams. It's crazy to me. I don't know what battle he thinks he's fighting, but he's fighting his own demons apparently. And Survivor Series, thank you for the super chat, friend, says in the Mishnah it stated that a base din that executed someone once in 70 years is considered a base din of death. Shows how guilty Jesus was. Seth. Oh, you must be the Seth, like the Seth that calls in, who's a practicing Jew. Interesting. Okay, let me read this again. The Mishnah says that a based in that executed someone once in 70 years is considered based in of death. Oh, interesting. So basically, we're saying like the legal structure that allows people to be executed, like put to death, capital punishment, was so rare that if you had one in 70 years, it would have been considered like a bloody leadership. So Jesus must have been like super guilty. I don't know the truthfulness of that. I haven't read enough of the Talmud to know if there's alternative views to that. I do have some passages that I've taken from the Talmud that seem to indicate both. That they were in fact ready to execute people as needed, however many they needed to. But then also there's passages where it's like they're creating new rules and new loopholes to like prevent people from getting executed. So it seems like, just like in a lot of ancient texts, it seems like it seems like there's like multiple voices, and you kind of pick and choose which ones you want to listen to. Also, when you say based in, am I understanding you correctly that that's a typo? You mean bait in for like house, like the house of law? I'm assuming that's what you meant. I don't know if maybe bait is spelled differently in some regions, but we would have put a T on the end of it. But I mean, nevertheless, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that, friend. And House 70 says, Jesus Warrior, 'tis but a flesh. Could you fucking imagine? That's exactly an analog for Jesus Warrior. He got both of his arms hacked off, and he's like, come and fight me, you coward. I'll bite your legs off. Oh, fuck. I gotta add that to the soundboard. That the Black Knight fight scene from from Monty Python. We'll have to wait and see on that. Speaking of Bait Din, someone who's currently been, what's the word I'm looking for, punished by the TikTok penal system. Dalton is here on his backup account because he said some things that the Trump admin didn't like, and now he's got his account blocked. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, bud. So in Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, when they see a tav that doesn't have a dagesh, instead of pronouncing it like a th, in biblical Hebrew, they pronounce it as an s.
Oh, I don't know anything about Ashkenazi Hebrew. Thanks for the information there. Yeah, because in biblical Hebrew, you would pronounce it th, like what you're saying. In modern Hebrew, like it's at least the class that I was taking, they never soften it. They don't even put a dagesh in it. It's just a hard T every time. I didn't realize that Ashkenazi had their own method.
Yeah, so like in biblical Hebrew you would say Bereshith. In modern Hebrew you would say Bereshit, and amongst the Ashkenazi it's Bereshis.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. I did not realize that their dialect was that different.
Yeah.
So they just softened it extra.
Yeah, and they also pronounce the kamats as more of an O sound than an A sound in a lot of instances, which is why you'll see like Orthodox Jews sometimes refer to the Mashiach as the Moshiach, Moshi.
That makes a lot of sense. It also makes a little bit of sense. I've seen some variant pronunciations as well of different words. I assume it comes down to dialect. You've probably heard like Rabbi Tovia say Terah instead of Torah.
the Toira.
Yeah.
This is the Toira, and that's
Yeah.
because he's from up
From
north.
New York.
That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, buddy, I've got a guest waiting to get in. Hang out with me for a bit, and we'll. Oh, they're. Oh, yeah, they're connected. We'll do a little bit of tag team here. Rojo, are you okay over there? Are you in a windstorm?
I don't think so.
Oh, there's a lot of background noise. Is something happening?
Not that I do hear another voice. Do you have something going on in the background there?
I don't.
Are you talking
Interesting.
about me?
Dalton, do you? Dalton's microphone's muted. No, it's on your end, Rojo. That's some it's loud stuff too.
Is it Rojo or Rojo? Like the
Oh,
Spanish
could be.
word.
Yeah, it could be Rojo. Yeah. What was it? Is that
But
Spanish for
no
red?
biggie.
I forget.
No,
Anyways,
it's just this play on my initials.
Ooh, baby in the YouTube and the TikTok comment section says the whole world owes Shitler an apology. No, they fucking do not.
wait, who said that? Ooh, baby.
baby.
Yeah, ooh, baby. You're gonna get fucking banned in about 5 seconds here. Give me a second. Yeah, you're blocked now. What a piece of shit. All right. Is it Rojo or Rojo? How do you want me to
Rojo.
pronounce it? Rojo.
Rojo's fine.
Awesome.
Yep.
Okay. Rojo, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And my claim for the night is that the Jews are actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
Depends on what the end is. I mean, when it comes to, I believe in God, and I believe that the Jews were the first chosen people of God. And I believe instrumentally the Christ had to be crucified for the sins of the world.
Oh, so they were right to crucify him then.
They were still going to be condemned and judged for it,
But
but they were
to.
the hands of God and the Romans.
Wait, but did God predestine it?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
So
It
they didn't have a
says that he
choice
was
in it?
crucified before, he was slain before the foundation of the world, Revelation says.
Yeah, it also says it in Ephesians chapter 1, but that doesn't actually get to my question. My question is, if God preordained it, then it just means that you agree with me. The Jews actually were right to crucify Jesus. They didn't have the option not to.
Well, they were not virtuous for doing it.
Why not?
For damn sure.
Well, they didn't have the option.
Yeah, they did. We have free will and God predestines. Both are true.
No, that can't both be true.
Yeah, they can be.
Either
They can be. They can be.
Well, they can't be.
No,
Either
it's
it was
the
predestined.
proof that it can be is that.
Well, maybe you're just confused about what the word predestined means. So, if God predestined
there's not a choice in the world that God does not foresee.
I'm not asking about foreseeing. I'm talking about predestined.
Oh, correct.
So
correct.
If God
it cannot not happen.
predestined something to happen, it can't not happen, which means the Jews didn't have the choice to not crucify Jesus, which means that it was on God. God predestined it.
Yeah, but everyone has free moral agency, and
nope, wrong again. Where'd you go, Rojo? We can't hear you. You swapped away from the app.
Why so many people believe in free will when it's not in the Bible?
I know, that's another one, right? Imagine saying that the Jewish people didn't have the option to not crucify him, then also saying, well, they're guilty for crucifying him, even though they had no other option. That's all they could do.
I bet they had to invent free will in order to make God look like less of an asshole.
That's the only reason, yeah.
I lost you.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. I think your connection's just kind of shitty. So, Mike, it's really loud.
At what point did you hear me?
Almost nothing. Can you get some Wi-Fi? Because your connection is so loud, like it's going to give me an aneurysm.
My connection is loud?
Yeah, it's bad. It's a really bad connection. It sounds like you're in a hurricane.
Headphones. You may change headphones.
Mm-hmm.
Any better?
Nope. I think it's your connection. Yeah, when you teacup, it goes away. All right, we got to move on. Sorry, buddy. I don't want my ears violently attacked by your connection for the next 45 minutes. All right, well, let's go automatic in here. Maybe we'll get a conversation. Holy shit. We have 2 people up. No real conversation yet. Welcome in, Automatic. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I'm over 18 and I'm believing Jesus.
Sure. My claim tonight is pretty simple, which is that the Jews were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
Um, I think this is how I see it. I believe that God knew and he still
Whoa.
sent him anyways.
Yeah, but I need a yes or no to my question. Do you agree or disagree with my claim?
That the J people were right for doing it.
No, the Jewish people were right to crucify Jesus is my claim.
I'm gonna say more likely God was right that they were gonna crucify Jesus.
I didn't say God was right. I said the Jews were right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm gonna say it's kind of a half. So I don't want to say yes. I said no, but I see it a little bit differently than you do. All I could say is that
Well,
I believe.
you don't know how I see it. How
God,
could you possibly know you see it differently?
So Automatic. The Sanhedrin is a court, and they made a ruling. Was that ruling just according to the law of Moses or unjust?
according to the law of Moses, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but according to
Okay.
the law of Moses.
All right. All right. The reason why I came up is for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The Jews were right or wrong, right? So, like I said, how I see it is that I think God knew that they were going to crucify him, so he still sent him anyways. It's like sending sheep among wolves.
Yeah, but the question that is at hand is whether or not the Jews had a good reason to crucify this guy.
No, they couldn't find a good reason for him. They just made up lies
Well,
about him.
what they accuse him with?
For claiming to be the Son of Man, Daniel chapter 7.
Well, yeah, he did do that. He claimed to be the Messiah. He also claimed to be at least semi-divine, right?
Well, he was trying to make himself equal, claiming God as his father and making him equal with God.
Yeah, that seems like some blasphemy nonsense. So,
Well, I know there's. Yeah,
what do you know about the punishment in Deuteronomy 18 for being a false Messiah? It's in Deuteronomy 13 as well.
Yeah, I heard that they will be punished, right, for being a false prophet, right?
Yeah, was Jesus a false prophet?
That's the thing. I think they wrongly accused him of being a false prophet. That's why he got resurrected.
Why? No, he didn't resurrect. Although, even if he did resurrect, that's actually just proof that he was the false prophet. The false prophet can do miracles, according to Deuteronomy 13.
Well, God is the only. Hold on, let me say something real quick. Only God could resurrect the dead, right? And God would not resurrect a false prophet.
Oh, he would. He said he would. In Deuteronomy 13, he says that he's going to send false prophets to do omens and portents. It says, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, and let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you, to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. So Jesus showed up and enticed them to worship somebody who wasn't Yahweh, because Jesus is not Yahweh, and even did some modification to the law of Moses. Also, I would say it's a little bit like slight modification. And so I don't see why the Jews wouldn't treat this guy like the false prophet from Deuteronomy 13, whether he rose from the dead or not. If the guy claims to be the Messiah, but he didn't do a single thing the Messiah was supposed to do, sounds like he's just a false prophet.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of people call him all these sorts of names. You're not the only one. The J people that reject him as the Messiah, of course, right?
Well, why do you think they rejected him?
It's because, it says in our scripture that they're envious of him too, as well.
Well, I'm not.
And
I don't believe in the New Testament. I don't believe your New Testament says true things. But nevertheless, I don't think they're envious.
well,
I
kind
think
of.
they thought that he was guilty of capital punishment-worthy crimes, namely being a
Well,
false
I know.
prophet, blaspheming God,
Well,
perhaps even breaking Sabbath law.
yeah. I know that. I know when Pontius Pilate heard that Jesus was the Son of God, for some reason Pontius Pilate was in fear.
Listen, the Bible
I don't know
says
if you
that. I
read
have
that
no
part.
reason. I've read every word of the Bible. I have no reason to believe that Pontius Pilate was afraid of Jesus. So again,
No, he was in
this
fear
doesn't
when he found
actually.
out Jesus
This
was the
doesn't.
Son of God.
That never happened. So this doesn't actually address the point. The point is that there is a legal reason for Jesus to have been crucified, and that the Jews had the legal right to do what they did, and they were right to do what they did according to their own law code.
Here, automatic. What is the penalty for breaking the Sabbath according to the law of God?
Um, I think it's unalivement. I'm not sure, or
Correct.
stoning. One of the.
And
I'm not sure.
correct.
But
And
go
did
ahead. Go ahead.
Jesus break the Sabbath?
Yeah, but he made it seem like I forgot how it went, but he said something about like isn't it good to heal someone in the Sabbath? You know what I mean? Something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Well,
But the
there's
author
You
of
know what I
Mark
mean?
says that he broke the Sabbath.
yeah. Mark says he
Yeah.
broke the
Well.
Sabbath, and
Yeah.
Jesus
The thing
Jesus
about
admits to it in Mark 2. In Mark 2, he I mean, it's questionable. I think there's a debate on whether or not he actually did break Sabbath law, but Mark describes him as suggesting that he
yeah.
did.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Jesus, that's why he was so different from the other prophets, is that he was bringing something new, a new living way, a new covenant.
He broke the
Uh,
law, though.
it was something different.
I think
Automatic.
you're
What
missing the point, Automatic. Go ahead, Dalton.
what does Deuteronomy 4:2 say? Automatic.
Oh, he don't
I
know
don't
that
have my
well.
Bible with me,
You shall
but go
not
ahead.
add to or take away from all the words of this law. So if Jesus added to the law, that would be breaking the law and thus sin and thus deserving of death.
Well, according to Jeremiah 31:31, that
Oh, you're not gonna
the
like
J
Jeremiah.
people, yeah, they broke the old law, right? So he's
Who
going
did?
to make a new one.
No, it doesn't say new
The
law.
J,
No, it doesn't say
not a
anything
new
about a
one,
new
but
law.
it says new covenant, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the new covenant is not a different law. It's the same law. In fact, this is pretty well spelled out in the rest of the book of Jeremiah and in
And
Isaiah and also
yeah,
in Zechariah, right? But that Jeremiah 31 obviously didn't come true because Jeremiah 31 says that when the new covenant is realized, that all the
hmm
Jews, every one of them is going to know Yahweh, right? It says, no longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me,
yeah,
from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord. So the
yes.
fact that the Jews don't all know and worship Yahweh is a good indicator that this new covenant hasn't arrived. And also the new covenant, which includes the circumcision of the heart, that couldn't have happened
Yes.
yet either, because Deuteronomy 30 says that when the circumcision of the heart happens, you're going to follow all of the laws that are in Moses' dictation.
Yeah, it talks about like I was gonna say, that part of the verse is that God will pour out His Spirit upon all flesh, right? We believe that's the baptism of the Holy Spirit, that
So
that
you're just
helper,
so you're just
that
not going to
the
address anything I
circumcised.
said. Automatically,
Well,
can
there's
you
more to there's
can
more
you
to it.
can
You
you
know what I mean? That's just
reiterate anything I just told you, or were you just waiting for me to stop talking?
well, you said a lot.
Can you
Your voice said
reiterate
something,
even
and you
one
said,
thing that I just said before you said a bunch of nonsense unrelated to the topic?
well, you
I
mentioned the
was listening,
circumcision of the
automatic.
heart.
Yeah, I bet
Yeah, go
Dalton
ahead.
can. Dalton, what point was I making there?
That according
Uh,
to the Torah, when the circumcision of the heart occurs, that God will cause them to walk according to all of his commandments, which that's not happening at this
Yeah,
time.
exactly. That's my point, Automatic. I was hoping you were going to respond to that rather than like running around to a new point like you're concussed.
Well, yeah. The other thing too about that is that God's going to teach man, all man. No man will teach you, right? So we all have it, and a lot of people's going to disobey it
Have what? What
or
are you talking
obey it.
about? Obey what?
The spirit of God.
We're not talking about the spirit. We're talking about the law.
Well, that's it. All combines to each other about this new covenant of
Buddy,
the Jeremiah 31.
you're entirely lost. Jeremiah
The
31
circumcision of the heart too,
includes the
as well.
old covenant of Moses. That's why it says, "Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live." So when this happens, when God circumcises the hearts of the people, they're going to love God with all their hearts. Now, what are they going to do next? It says, "Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today." So what that means is that all of the people who love the Lord with all their heart, all their soul, when God circumcises their hearts, they're going to be following the law of Moses. It's not going away. There's no new law happening.
I didn't say nothing about a new law. I'm talking about this
You did.
spirit that's going to be in our
No
hearts.
one,
The
no one,
circumcision
no
of our
one's
hearts.
talking about spirits.
No, it says in the Bible that that's the Holy Spirit that will be in our hearts.
I know
circumcising our
nobody
heart.
cares. We're not talking about Holy Spirits.
Well,
We're
that's
talking
what
about,
we believe.
we're
is
talking about
that
the. I
he's
know
gonna.
automatic. Just take a fucking breath. We all know what you believe. We're trying to talk about a very specific topic. If you can't track the conversation, it's going to be
It
very
would
boring.
answer. It would answer your question.
It doesn't answer my question. You don't even know what my question is. So try again. All right. What we're trying to figure out now is not whether there's a spirit living inside of you. We're trying to figure out that when the new covenant period commences, will you still have to follow the law of Moses? Yes or no?
Yes, I said I don't deny that.
Okay. Well, then what that means is that Jesus was a lawbreaker and that his followers were wrong because they wanted to get rid of the law of Moses. Paul especially.
No, it talks about that. Love thy neighbor, right? It sums up all the laws, right?
Automatic. Would you just respond to the
hold
words?
on. Would you stop interrupting me,
I'm
bro?
gonna fucking interrupt you because you can't stay on point. So I'm gonna
I
help
see
you.
it's not fair.
I'm gonna help you understand how conversations work.
Guys,
So the way conversations work
gaslight.
is you say something and then I respond
gaslight.
directly to what you say, and then I say
Say it.
something and I need you to respond to the
Gaslighter.
words that I say, rather than
Gaslighter.
just pivoting to a new topic.
Narcissist.
Dalton,
Narcissist.
are you capable of having a conversation? I
Narcissist.
don't actually think that you are, because you don't respond to anything that's coming out of either of our mouths. You just keep pivoting to nonsensical talking points that are unrelated.
There's more.
And it's really fucking boring for the audience and for myself, which is why now you're fighting the mute button,
Denying.
because all I need you to do is actually pay
Denying
attention
it.
to the conversation rather than pivot.
Denying.
Are you capable of having a conversation?
You're denying it.
Are you capable of having a conversation?
Did the disciples follow the law of Jesus?
According to the New Testament, it seems that this is the case. In fact, Paul had a confrontation with Peter over following the law. So Paul did not want to follow the law. Peter did want to follow the law, although Peter didn't want to follow the dietary laws, which is why in Acts chapter 10, he gets the vision of the sheet, and God basically forces him or explains to him through a dream that you can eat the unclean meat. Although it's not even clear that Peter's interpretation of that agrees with the Pauline interpretation of that. Nevertheless, the point that we're trying to make, and the point that I need you to respond to, so listen very carefully, okay, this is the point, which is, if the law was going to be followed during the Messianic period, that means anyone who breaks the law is guilty of breaking the law. You do grasp that, right?
So that means that we deserve unalivement because we broke the law. You too as well.
I didn't say that at all. You want to pay attention to my question?
No, but
I said
you want to talk about it.
I said
you want to talk about it.
So my question was very simple, and you didn't
deserve
answer
to die.
There it is. There it is. There is the Christian love. Imagine like being part of a religion.
We all deserve to die.
You can speak for yourself. I don't know what's going wrong in your life that you feel like that is the case, but I don't have that problem. So the point is, not every crime is deserving of execution. Only crimes, according to the law of Moses, that warrant capital punishment deserves execution. I never said that if you break any law of Moses, you should be executed. You weren't listening to anything I said because you're a child who doesn't have the capability of listening. I'm just going to let him fight the mute button for a while now.
You're a narcissist.
Imagine shouting over people and yelling through the mute button about other people being narcissists. You deserve to die.
Yeah. These people
Y'all
have no
deserve-
house training. It's crazy.
Y'all
Also, his whole
Yeah, I know.
Holy Spirit thing doesn't work either, because according to
gonna-
Ezekiel chapter 36,
gonna-
when it says God would give us His Spirit so that we would walk according to the laws.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Otto doesn't actually keep the laws means that he doesn't have the Holy Spirit.
It's the helper. Helper.
It doesn't sound like
helper.
the Holy Spirit's helping you very much. Where's your Holy
Isn't one of
Spirit?
Isn't one of the fruits of the
know
Holy
me.
Spirit self-control?
You're not a
I
better.
don't think that
better
the Holy Spirit's giving this guy any self-control.
better-
That's why he's up here fighting with
Not
the
a better
mute button rather than having an actual conversation. Okay, how
I
long?
want to hear the truth.
Dalton, how long do you think we should keep this clown on for? I mean, it's kind of comical at first, but eventually
Not
it
the
gets
Holy
kinda boring.
Spirit, right?
There's no
Yeah,
Holy
at this
Spirit.
point.
Blaspheme the Holy Spirit.
We don't have
Spirit-
the Holy
Holy Spirit's just
Blaspheme
as
it.
dumb as you are,
I dare
motherfucker.
you to blaspheme.
The Holy
I dare you
Spirit's
to blaspheme
just
the
as
Holy
dumb
Spirit.
as your brain.
I dare you to blaspheme the Holy
I
Spirit.
just did. Were you
I dare
listening?
you.
I just did.
No. I dare you to blaspheme the Holy Spirit.
I
fuck
just
the
did. Fuck the Holy
No, I want to hear
Spirit.
from the whole.
Fuck
Okay,
the Holy
goodbye.
Spirit
Good night.
and the horse that the Holy Spirit rode in on.
Good night. You're dead.
Bye. Oh, all right.
I have a friend who works with preschool kids, and I'm pretty sure they're far more mature than that fella.
Yeah, like what? We got 2 crash outs in a row already. But the first one, I don't know if the first one's worth clipping. The second one, maybe clip. I'll put a note in here to clip. This should be fun, at least for a couple minutes. I don't know how long it was up, maybe 10 minutes. But friends, we've got another guest waiting to get in, so give me a minute. I'm just going to grab a couple super chats, and then we're going to get Giuliano. Hold on, let me read this tiny text. Giuliano? Maybe, if I'm reading it correctly. Birdkeeper, good to see you, my friend. Says, here's a $5. Last call converted me, so I guess I'll watch Apologist now. We'll miss you guys. Hope you and Duncan are doing well. Rock hard for Duncan, gay for justice. I'm sorry we're going to lose you, Birdkeeper, after that powerful argument in favor of Jesus. We'll be here waiting for you when you get back. And Shirley Temple says, hi, Justin. Hi, Dalton. Isn't it weird that Ashkenazi has the word "oh" right in it? Well, yeah.
It's it's well, I don't think there's any etymological linking to the two. Just
No.
similar sounds.
Yeah, it's one of those unfortunate coincidences.
I believe it's because that region was called Ashkenaz at one point.
Right.
And you add the suffix "e" at the end, like Yehudi
For a
means
people
of
group.
Ashkenaz. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So it's like the Canaanites would, as a people, would be the Canaanee. It's not important.
Exactly,
Steve Wright
yeah.
says, my new prog rock band, Pontius Pilate and the Nail Driven 5. Fucking amazing. For Christians that failed the brain salad surgery, yes. And there's a lot of them. Birdkeeper, back again. I thought you deconverted. It says, do you think Jesus took off after resurrecting like Homer Simpson in that movie when he was flipping everyone off, sinking into the sinkhole? I got to be honest. I don't know how Jesus left the earth, but if I was Jesus, I'd be giving birds to all my haters. The fact that he didn't do that, I think, is just evidence that he didn't exist. And Bab says free will and an omniscient God are mutually exclusive. I think it depends. If the God is the creator of all things and it's omniscient, then yes. But if it's just omniscient and not the creator of all things, then I suspect it's not that big of a problem. But people who accept both are seriously deficient in brain cells. I know I'm surprised by the amount of people that can't grasp the fact that the God of the Bible has no free will in mind for anyone. Travis says, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, as much as I hate Calvinists for having like the most horrendous view of God, it's biblically accurate, sadly.
Yeah, that's the troubling part. Like, you can hate the Calvinist theology all you want, but it's in the text. Like, unless you get rid of Paul, you're never going to get rid of Calvinism. It's just right there. They're just being honest, with the text. Travi says Yahweh really be sending his best tonight. I know, and unfortunately, they're all allergic to logic and iron chariots. Spacer Rat says, fuck the Holy Spirit and the Holy Spirit horse that rode in on. Someone else got me too. I was wondering if anyone else was going to complete that. I'm so used to hearing that line. It was one of my mother's favorite lines growing up. She was a She's a fun woman. Damien says this caller must cling to Jesus because only a make-believe being could love him. I know. They say some people like only a mother could love. This is not one of those people. Only an imaginary entity can love this fella. That's what I'm putting my money on. Hank says Christians know neither the law nor the lore, and the babbling illiterates who pretend they do are embarrassing as fuck. I agree. When I was a Christian, I would have been crazy embarrassed by these callers. But let me grab one more super chat, and then we're going to get Giuliano in here. Furtive Patach, good to see your friend, says the threats and tantrums sure are convincing me of the power of Christ to transform lives. Isn't that crazy? The Bible does say that Christians are going to be new creatures. And First John even says they're not even going to sin anymore. But yet they get up here and they crash out and they cry and they do all kinds of stuff, you know? What are you going to do? Argenti, you cannot light up on stream. I'm going to bring you in here in a second, but you got to put your cigarette out, my friend. There's YouTube and TikTok terms of service, and smoking on stream is against the TikTok terms of service. So, but you know, as soon as we're done, you're welcome to toke up. It's not a big deal.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Sorry, I probably mispronounced your name. Can you give me the right pronunciation
No,
of
you
your
got
name?
it actually, Giuliano
Okay.
Argenti.
Okay, Giuliano
so
is
yeah,
a great name.
I mean, they're depending on what time in my life, yeah, I guess so. But your question, I guess originally, right? The Jews were right to crucify Jesus. Prove me wrong. Like when you say right to crucify him, I mean, like they, assuming there's no objective morality, right? You're dealing with a time and place, right?
I don't know what
Jesus
that
would have been,
means. Can you
as
help me
in,
understand what you mean by objective morality?
okay, sure. So, like, as in, like you could, like the argument that slavery being immoral was not, even relevant during the early, days of the United States, given it, do you understand what I'm saying? Like
No.
a heretic. Okay, so like Jesus would have been regarded, right, as a heretic, a false prophet, like that kind of thing, punished with like, his he engaged in a lifestyle that would have been, for the time punishable by crucifixion, right?
Yeah, who set up those laws?
Well, I mean, it would. I mean, if I remember correctly, I mean, he was criticized by, or he was crucified by the Romans.
Right,
No,
but who created the laws that he broke?
You tell me. Actually,
His daddy, God did. God created those laws.
sure. Oh, you believe that?
Well, no, that's just an internal critique, right? So if the New Testament and the Bible has any validity to it, then the
I don't
laws.
think it does. I'm
Well,
not.
are you a Christian?
I was raised Catholic. At this point, but I think I've at this point in my life reinterpreted the both the Old and New Testament. I think that the Old Testament, the way I see it, right, like God would have shared certain qualities with human beings. So like God at some point created humanity, right? And then after a certain point wanted to understand his creation, and that's how Jesus came to be, so we could walk among.
I don't know
But that's
what any of that means. Did God give laws to Moses?
I don't know. I don't know if I believe necessarily that Jesus was the Son of God. I think that he existed and that he was crucified at a time when, the kind of shit he got up to was would get you crucified, right?
Yes, because he broke the law that was given by his God. You understand that, right?
Sure, but like Now, like, are we gonna talk about like what's? Because can we prove that his God existed, or can we? I mean, because we can prove that's
Well,
the civilization of
I'm
the
not sure I
Arabs.
know what you're asking. I mean, I'm an atheist. I don't think any of these people. I don't think Jesus
Oh, okay, you're an
rose from
atheist.
the
Okay, so
dead. I don't
I would
think
say
that
no.
God exists. Everything I'm talking right now is just an internal critique based on the religious
Oh,
worldview of
okay,
the
okay,
Christian.
all right. Yeah, see, I didn't exactly know. I would say I stopped short of being an atheist. I guess I would say I'm agnostic only because I can't categorically dismiss something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But you know,
but did you want to engage in the talking point on the board?
yeah, sure, sure. The Jews were
Okay.
right to crucify Jesus. I would say, I mean, when you say right, I mean, yeah, they would have had to have been.
Oh, well, then I guess we agree. All right. Well, there's nothing to debate about.
Mm. Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
Like, just so how do you're an atheist, as in you believe in the total, like you're very sure that there's no,
Yeah.
like, there's,
Yeah. There's no evidence for a Sky Daddy, so there's no good reason to believe in it. Once evidence emerges, I'll be more than happy to change my position.
sure,
I
sure,
will
I'd say
say
the same.
I
Go.
will say though, I am beginning to believe in the existence of the Most High, but that has nothing to do with the God concept. But anyways,
So, are you like a Dawkins, Richard Dawkins type atheist, or like where
I'm not.
you're okay? I was no, because it's like I mean, how you just phrase that, like once evidence emerges, you'll be more than happy to. It's like I guess I would say the same thing, but like I also can't, you know, definitively disprove the existence of something. So, you know, agnosticism, I guess, would be the I don't know. The phrasing of things is spotty.
Yeah. Well,
Purely.
listen, we are looking for people that disagree with us, and as fun as you are to talk to, you don't disagree with us. But sometimes we do conversation Q&As with people that
I would love
actually
to.
do agree with us. So
I,
come back another time and chat with us.
I would love to have argued with that dude that was on here before, because I mean,
He's a fucking
yeah,
clown, I know.
I don't even understand what he was trying to say. He was like,
Yeah. He doesn't even know
I'm
what he's
not.
trying to say. He was concussed.
I mean, what? Okay, so can I ask you one more thing before I dip? What, like, I mean, because obviously you put, you know, the Jews were ready to crucify Jesus. That's a pretty, you know, that's an incendiary type of thing to have there.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, are you like what's the most intelligent argument against that, do you think?
I mean, if I was going to argue against my own prompt, what would I say?
Sure.
If I was going to argue against my own prompt, I would just say that the Jews, there's not a good argument against it. Jesus clearly just broke the laws that required capital punishment. I'm not sure. Like the best you can do is say that the laws of Moses weren't really given by God, I guess, and therefore he was only breaking man's laws. I don't know how you get around it.
Mm. Right, right. So yeah, just to clarify, man, I think Jesus was just somebody who, you know, like was able to, you know, he's a cult leader of his day who was,
Yeah.
you know, punished for religious heresy. But all right, yeah, I'm glad we agree. I mean,
Yeah.
it's an unpopular opinion, dude. Anyway, thanks for letting me on, bro.
Well, good to hear from you, buddy. Take care of yourself. I bet that guy's a lot of fun.
yeah.
We had a guest pop into the guest box and then pop right out. They might have been in there by accident.
I hope you're happy. I grew back the stash.
I am.
You've been asking for
When you
so
turned your
long.
camera on, by the way, I was like, fucking the old Dalton's back. Also, I have a really important question while we're waiting for the Holy Spirit to give some Christians the courage to come up. Did you used to run a channel where you talked about Noahide Judaism?
Yes, long time ago.
I fucking remember that channel from before you were the Bible guy.
No way.
And I remember when you deconverted from that and you started the Dino guy.
Dino guy?
Was it not you that started the Dino guy after that? There's a guy that did Noahide Judaism live streams, like Ask a Noahide Jew live streams. And then he and I started dialoguing back and forth, and he deconverted, and then he just started getting interested in like paleontology, and he goes, I think I'm going to pivot to science, and then he changed his name to the Dino Guy, and then I never saw him again. He just disappeared.
Oh no, that wouldn't be me. But I did used to do Noahide lives on TikTok.
I was curious about that because I got to be honest, he looked just like you if you were like 5 years younger. Like
that'd be
a
crazy.
1-to-1 twin,
crazy.
like you got a doppelganger. And so
no.
when I saw the Bible guy pop up on my feed, I was like, that's got to be the same guy. And so I immediately that's why I think the first time I saw you live, I joined up on the panel. I just assumed you were the same guy.
That's so funny. That someone literally just sent me a freaking picture saying that I have a twin in like the Netherlands who's part of some sort of like band, but look at this shit. Wait a minute.
Holy fuck. Buddy. They nailed it.
I'm not quite fond of it, but you know.
Well, shit. Listen, we got Peter in the guest box. Let me grab Peter, and we'll get some what I can only imagine is fruitful discussion going. Welcome in, Peter.
Hello.
Peter, are you at least 18?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18, buddy?
Yeah.
Awesome. And
Can
do
you
you
hear me?
believe it? Yeah, I can hear you. Do you believe in Jesus?
Oh, okay. Yes, I do.
Okay. The claim for tonight is that the Jews were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
By what standard do you mean they were right?
The standard of the law that was given to them by God.
Well, that's a matter of interpreting the law.
Sure.
If to a Christian, they were misinterpreting the law, so they weren't right. If you're looking at the Jewish point of view, then by their interpretation, they were right. Because all laws have to be interpreted.
Okay, so what's the punishment for breaking the Sabbath?
What's the punishment?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that punishment applies to God?
I think if the punishment doesn't apply to God, he's a hypocrite, but also God can't die, so it's irrelevant. You can't punish God with capital punishment if God can't die.
So the fact that, I mean, the whole point of Christianity is that Jesus is allegedly sinless, which means that there was a possibility that he could have sinned. So if God can't like break his own law, then like Jesus being sinless is like a meaningless statement.
God set up different laws. Not all laws were.
What do you mean by different?
The same kind of them. Well, not all laws were the same kind. There were moral laws, ceremonial laws, such and such.
Yeah, show me that in the Hebrew Bible, buddy. Where do people hear this from? Like, I was a Christian for 20 years and I've never heard this talking point. Where is it coming from?
You know that like no one was teaching this concept of the tripartite law until Thomas Aquinas in the medieval period, right, bud?
You know that people get more advanced, with more people learning it and more people studying it. Also, this is not Jesus himself says that things that were previously unclean are clean for Gentiles.
Well, Jesus didn't say that. That's Acts chapter 9 and 10. That's what God says to Peter.
And it's unclear whether or not that's meant to be taken literally or if it's just a symbol for the Gentiles are permitted to come into the fold now.
Yep, exactly.
I think you might be thinking of Matthew chapter 15 and Mark chapter 7, where Jesus talks about the ritualistic cleansing, washing of the hands. But that's not a law in the law of Moses. Jesus was in contention with a new tradition that had arisen in his time.
I mixed it up there. But the matter is that... What was that? Was that my phone or someone else's?
Sounds like your phone vibrated.
Oh.
That was mine. My bad. I forgot to put it on silent. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But that's what I'm trying to ask. Like, They were right. Like God gave the law. God can't break his law because he is the law.
Oh, that's not how that works. So if you break the law that you created, you just broke the law. The fact that you created the law doesn't mean that you can't break it. Also, a person can't be the law. That's not how laws work. A law is a system of commands. Human beings aren't commands.
God is all of being.
He's certainly not.
Yes, he is.
That's called pantheism, and no, he's not.
He created everything.
If God is all of being, that means I am God, and he's gone. The Lord took him.
As many buzz phrases as he can get out before heading out, right?
Oh boy. Well, we certainly are having a time here tonight with these guests. Thanks for being here, friends. We're going to get some robust conversation going. I'm sure of it. Jeremy says Jesus was such a bad carpenter that the first piece of wood he touched, he got nailed on. Hell yeah! Classic. Fucking classic. I loved it. And Caroline says, no better way to start the weekend with homemade pizza and Christian pretzels. I admire your patience and I love your show. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it. And you do need a little bit of patience up in here to make it work. Dylan, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, happy Friday. My coffee is tasting a lot more grounded since I got my Filbo Tears cup. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah. Thanks for getting one of the cups. And friends, in my merch shop that's attached to my YouTube, I haven't attached it to TikTok yet. I've got an awesome Phil Bros Tears mug. Do hope you'll check it out. And all the money that I make from the merch, I donate to charity. I don't actually keep it. Texas Panletter, my friend, good to see you, and thank you for the super chat. Says, shout out to my girl. Hell yeah. I know what's up. I know what's going on. About 5,040 minutes to go. Long weekend ahead of us. Glad to have Doug's blessing. You absolutely do have Doug's blessing and the prophet of Doug as well. Texas, I'm happy for you. Please do let me know how things go for you. I'm definitely rooting for you both. All right, I'm going to grab Jay, Zion D, and then John from the queue, and we'll hopefully get some conversations rolling. Welcome in, Jazandi. Are you at least 18?
I'm 56.
Okay. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. My claim for the night is pretty simple, which is that the Jewish people were actually correct to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree with that?
To pay for all our sins? Yes, but it was actually the white Roman governor, a descendant of Javan, Pontius Pilate.
I have no idea what his skin color had to do with that. Imagine getting into a live stream and like immediately crashing out on racist talking points. These people really they've got problems. Like it really is a weird it's a weird like problematic thing. And also Javan is a region. I don't know if you knew this. Javan is a region, typically referred to the region of Greece and Italy, where the Roman people and the Grecian people all come from. And you might not know this, but not everybody from the Mediterranean looks white like me. So we're aware. Whiteness is not even a category that's really well defined, as are other nonsensical racist character types. So, anyways, I'd be curious to have like a real conversation. Unless like you just want to get kicked for shouting like racist things on my live stream, do you want to refocus on the actual topic?
The white Roman governor handed.
So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give you the opportunity to talk. If you bring up somebody's skin color one more time, I'll just drop you. How about that? Are you capable of having a conversation without bringing up skin color?
I'm capable of having a conversation if you're capable to understand that the Lord predestined.
Okay, so we'll just move on to an actual adult. So I'll just say, in my notes, racist clown got removed. Do not clip. I'll tell you what, the Lord is sending his best tonight. We've had basically nothing but crash outs. It might be a full moon. I don't know. It could be a full moon. Nevertheless, we'll get John up in here and maybe we'll get some discussion going. How you doing, John?
I'm doing good.
Good to hear, John. Are you at least 18?
About to turn 50.
Oh, hell, congratulations. Do you
Yeah.
believe in Jesus?
Not anymore.
Oh, well, fuck. Do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
Well, that's one reason why I called in.
Well, I'm going
I
to need
think
yes or no.
he was done wrong.
Okay, in which way?
Well, because he did say that he did call them, you're listening to your father, the devil.
You said you're not a Christian, right?
No, I gave up religion.
I didn't ask you about your religion. Do you believe Jesus is the Messiah?
Not anymore.
Do you believe that the God of the Hebrew Bible is God?
No, he's a demigod.
For fuck's sake. Okay, so you're not a Christian. All right, that's all you had to say. So you're not a Christian. You don't believe in the Bible God. And what do you actually believe about Jesus?
Well, after what I've been reading about the Bible, it's all a fairy tale.
Well, then it sounds like you have no claim to say you agree or disagree with me on. If you don't believe that the Bible is true and you don't believe that the Jewish people crucified Jesus for reasons that were given both in the Bible and in the Talmud, then it just sounds to me like you don't really have an argument. Like you can't tell me if it was right or not right to crucify him. So you just kind of you cut the legs out of your own stool there, guy.
I apologize for that. I've been listening to a lot of stuff, and the first time I watched your show was a while back, but I never got into it. And another guy conferred me to your show, which his name was Skepticus.
Oh, I know Skepticus. Great guy.
He is. I've talked to him 3 times already on live chats. I like him. Yeah, I like his content. I guess in one way, if you want to say that I give up religion, I guess I could say I could have gone atheist, I guess. Like y'all. Because all of this right here just don't make a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. Well, listen, we're just looking for people to debate us tonight, and it sounds like you probably agree with us. But we'll do a Q&A sometime soon, and you're welcome to come up and chat, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, cheers, buddy.
I do have one question.
All right, let's move on to the next guest. I think it's going to be Nick, and then we'll see who's going to be available after Nick. Welcome in, Nick. Are you at least 18?
Oh, yeah, 28.
Fantastic. And do you believe in Jesus?
I believe that Jesus was God's messenger, yes.
But do you believe Jesus was the Messiah?
As in messenger, yes.
I didn't say
God,
messenger,
no.
I said Messiah.
But Messiah just means messenger.
That's not what that means. Messiah means anointed. Messenger is a different word in Hebrew. Yeah.
But yeah, I do believe he was anointed. I do believe he was selected by God.
Okay. So my claim is that the Jews were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
I'd say I agree.
Oh,
because
well,
as Jesus told them, everything that they do is only by the will of God.
Okay, so I guess my board says prove me wrong, but if you came to agree with me, that means you're not going to prove me wrong.
Well, I think your idea is that he wasn't crucified because God adorned it or did.
Yeah. No, my claim is that he was crucified because he was a blasphemer, a false prophet, and led the Jewish people astray from the one true God.
I think he is the only reason people believe that there is a God.
Oh, I disagree at all.
People believed in God before Jesus was even in his father's sack.
Well, yeah, but they forgot about him, just as we have today.
No, they didn't. I don't know if you knew this. The Romans all believed in gods. Like they didn't stop believing in gods 5 minutes before they killed Jesus.
The Jewish people were believing. Well, the Jewish people. Well, first and foremost, the Jewish people were always believing in one God, and some Greeks believed in the prime mover as the one true deity.
And they called him what? Elohim?
The Greeks? No, they called him
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Jews.
Ha'on, the one, or Hotheos, the God. The Jewish people called him Elohim.
Well, they lost the plot from that Moses had brought them.
How?
Yeah.
Because they started worshiping other gods. I mean, if you look through
Name
the Bible,
one.
the Israelites lose their way many times.
Oh, I mean,
Moses
yeah.
brings
In the
them-
Old Testament, you mean? Yeah. We're not asking about that.
And today, the
But
modern Jewish movement is completely atheist.
No, it's not.
Well,
It
know,
is.
like around half of the worldwide Jewish population are atheists. Ones that live in
And why is that?
the one that live in
Because they have
Israel
lost their
have
way.
a much no, it's because the God doesn't exist. The ones that live in Israel actually have a much higher rate of belief in God. So it kind of depends on which population you're gonna ask. Nevertheless,
I've met plenty. I've met
buddy.
plenty of rabbis who like believed in one God. They were not atheists.
Yeah, and those are probably pretty good people.
Yeah, that's crazy. Only good people believe in God. I didn't realize all the mass murderers and serial killers that believed in God were good people. So the point is pretty clear, which is that there was a law given to Moses by God, and Jesus broke it, and that entailed capital punishment. That's kind of the crux
Jesus
of
brought
what's
it back.
happened
He
here.
revived it.
No, he didn't revive it. He directly broke the law.
The physical law, not God's law. He
The
brought
law
God's law
the
back
law
to
that
the
came
people.
from Moses is the law that you have to follow. You want me
And
to
he
read you
said,
you want me to
so
read you
every time
the
a prophet
Bible
has
and
come-
just to tell you what it says? I mean, it's okay if you haven't read it. We've read it though.
every time that a prophet comes, it's when humanity reaches a new level of information and insight.
Well,
And
that's certainly not true, but also that doesn't address
It
the
is
claim.
absolutely true.
The claim is that the law of Moses is the law that God wants people to follow. Let me ask you a question.
was.
When is the
until people deserved more.
When is the circumcision of the heart supposed to happen according to the Hebrew Bible?
I don't know.
Well, it's theoretically like the last thing God does. So the circumcision of the heart is going to be like the last thing, and it's going to cause people, like Jeremiah 31, Ezekiel 36, it's going to cause people to follow God and to love him with all their mind, heart, and soul, right? So Deuteronomy 36 says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, the New Testament says that happens when you believe in Jesus. So the New Testament covenant period, according to Christians, is accompanied by this circumcision of the heart. But listen to what it actually says. If you go to verse 8, it says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So these laws aren't going away. God says, when I circumcised your hearts and the heart of your descendants, you're going to follow this law code that Moses is speaking this very day. So you can't just go around breaking it. Muslim?
Ever until the end?
Are you lost? Why would you think I'm Muslim?
No, I asked Nick, is Nick Muslim?
Oh, I thought Nick said that. I thought Nick was asking me if I was Muslim.
No. Is Nick Muslim?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
In that I have completely submitted my will to God.
Jesus fuck.
Because you guys submit your will to other men.
All the wrong people just keep coming to your live. It's like they can't read.
It's like insane people tonight. Like what is happening? Nick, what are you doing here?
But I was raised Christian.
Nick, are you out of your mind? We're having a debate We're having a debate right now about whether or not the Jewish people were within their right to execute a lawbreaker according to their own law. That's where we're at right now. Are you willing to engage in that?
Breaking laws, they just claimed he did. They claimed, he healed somebody on the Sabbath.
I didn't say anything about healing on the Sabbath. So maybe if you want to listen to actually what I say rather than what somebody else says, we can have a conversation. So do you believe that the laws of the Hebrew Bible were given by God to Moses?
Yes, until humanity was earned
and that's not what it doesn't say until. It says forever. In the Hebrew Bible, it doesn't say the law is going away. I just read you the passage from Deuteronomy 30 that clearly states that in the final days, when God circumcises the hearts of the people, they're going to follow this law. So you can't say it's temporary.
Well, has that happened yet?
It doesn't matter if it has or happened. It's going to happen in the end times. Whenever the end arrives, that's when it's going to happen. So what that means is that this law is eternal, which is why God tells you it's eternal. He says to follow this law forever.
So every time the Jews have previously lost their way, the whole world witnesses it, essentially. Everyone's focused on them.
I have no idea how this addresses anything I just said.
I'm going to tie it back together. So
they never
have,
they don't listen to anything.
They are punished.
It's like talking to children. It's like talking to 5-year-olds.
And their punishment becomes the lesson of what we're not
How does this address what I said about the law being eternal?
So they have lost their way again.
How does this address what I said about the law being eternal?
I don't think that law is eternal. I think that most of the 10 Commandments are eternal.
No, the law given through Moses is eternal. God says so. It says, be careful to obey all these words. This is God speaking through Moses. All these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. It didn't say temporary. It says forever.
Yeah.
So you want to try again?
I command you.
Okay, so how long is the law of Moses in effect for?
Until the next prophet came.
No, he didn't say that. He said forever. All right, we'll read it again. Sorry, I know words.
If that were true, the law of Moses would have disappeared as soon as Joshua showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, because your interpretation is stupid. So what's the word forever mean? What's the word forever mean?
So if God is speaking through other people,
what's the word forever mean?
Forever.
Okay, does it mean temporary?
No.
Okay, so what that means is when God says that you must follow these commands forever, he means forever, not for temporary. Do you grasp that?
Yes, but I think the words continue.
I know they continue forever. No, they do stop. That's the final law given. That's why in Deuteronomy he says, "Do not add anything to this law or take anything away from it." Deuteronomy 4:2, and also shows up in Deuteronomy 12.
So then, why do they start talking about Noah and King David and King Solomon?
Noah came before Moses.
Well, who stops talking about them? Jewish people today still talk about Noah and David. I think you're so lost in the sauce,
especially Solomon. I mean, they follow the seal of Solomon, so.
Oh boy,
the seal of Solomon.
They use it as their national
flag symbol.
That's what the six-pointed star is.
That's the Star of David.
No, it's not. It's the
Star
of David.
It's the Star of David. It comes from the Book of Numbers. It has nothing to do with Solomon.
There's nothing about a six-pointed star.
Hey, Dalton, I need you to take this. I apologize. I'm getting a repeated phone call, and it seems to be important.
No problem, bud. I don't understand why this keeps happening. That a lie which is obviously intended for a Christian to call in as the opposition, and for some reason Muslims keep calling in who have there's no reason for you to be here. It makes no sense.
So I revere Jesus. I grew up learning about Jesus. I grew up in church. So when it comes to
who do you
Jesus
think
has said, the way
who
he
do you
lived,
think who do you think the intended audience of this prompt is for?
Probably people who believe Jesus is God.
Christians. And are you that?
Yes and no.
No, you're not.
Yes, in that I believe in the Bible.
No, you don't believe in the Bible. Was Jesus crucified? Was Jesus crucified?
As far as we know.
Well, the Quran says he wasn't.
And maybe he wasn't. I can't say. But his message reigns true today.
The Bible says that Jesus was crucified. The Quran says he definitely was not. You actually, either you believe the Bible or you believe the Quran, but you're not believing both, bud. You are severely confused, and I still don't understand why you are here.
Yeah, this is why people in the comments are saying, "Oh no, not Nick." Nick, listen, you're totally concussed and lost. We're not gonna. We don't need to drag this conversation out any further.
I think guys are Zionist losers. So
I think we're just gonna cut you. We're atheists, you dumb motherfucker. Okay.
Oh, great! Now we're gonna have more Dalton and Justin are secretly Jewish.
I know I'll never understand why people want to like they're convinced that we're Jews. It's crazy to me. Okay. We got a lot of we got so many crash outs that aren't real conversations tonight. We just might do like a mega clip for the entire live of just crash outs. It'd just be like the crash out supercut of April 2024 or April 24th, 2026. Fucking A. All right. Well, we're just going to keep on moving. Cameron, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hi again. Learned so much last night. Are we doing that duo again in the future? What's up, Dalton? I do. Yeah, I definitely plan on doing another duo with Jaren. I'd love to get actually Jaren and his book partner, Matt, on here and see if we can get some dialogue with the three of them. But yeah, thanks for being here, buddy. And Gretchen, good to see you. Says 2 stoners sat on the floor. Giuliano. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, that seems to be the case. You know what? He was nice. He was nice. And Birdkeeper says, I think it's only fair since we can't seem to get Deacon's name right. I might start calling him Jason now. Gay for Dalton and gay for Justin. Thank you, Birdkeeper. You know what? I did like the name Dalkin. That to me was a fun one. And thank you for the additional super chat. Says also to clarify, I watched 3 minutes of Christian streamers and came back, left the religion twice. Rough times. Listen, you watch any of those Christian streams, not only are they silly, but you're going to be literally bored to tears. Also, speaking of the Bible guy, buddy, we get a double up here. It says, who is good at exercising patience? A physical therapist. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, that was pretty good. He must have got a phone call. He ran on us. Or he just came up to get his joke. Motherfucker. John Klein says, imagine if they had drowned and quartered Christ instead. His resurrection would have been 4 times better. True. If they really wanted to impress, they should have had him drawn and quartered and then resurrected. Boy, that'd be badass. Okay. Listen, that's a really good point. I think Dalton came back. I think his connection just got a little fuzzy on us. We'll get Dalton back in the box. Welcome back, buddy. Dalton? Buddy? He might have accidentally requested. He might not know he's up here. All right, let's get in.
Sorry, I'm just taking care of something right now for some reason. My phone. I'm here. I'm just going to be taking a second to do something.
No worry. I'm going to bring in Ortho Bro. And we'll hopefully keep the conversation rolling. Welcome in Ortho Bro Kurt.
So what's up, man? I'm hoping to be a little bit more refreshing, less of a crash out. But so are you basically making the claim that they were right in their sense of why he was crucified, according to the actual book itself, or what the Jews were thinking at that time? Because in the book of Isaiah, almost every prophecy related to the coming Messiah or the Messianic age, he is the fulfillment of the prophecy and the law. It wasn't abolished, and so that's kind of, I feel like, where the issue kind of underlies. Is I'm not actually understanding where your objection is.
Well, that's where the false prophet claim comes in. That he actually didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one.
He didn't fill a single prophecy?
Nope. The closest he'll get is being the false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13.
Deuteronomy 13. I'll have to look into that. But I mean, you were bringing up Isaiah, mm-hmm. and Isaiah 53. I'm sure you're already familiar with these verses talking about, he was bruised for our iniquities and this, mm-hmm. that, and the other. You also see that he claims to be the angel of the Lord that spoke with Abraham and ate with Abraham.
I'm not sure he claimed to be the angel of the Lord. Now, that is something that the New Testament authors seem to understand, but I don't think Jesus himself identified as the angel of the Lord. He did identify himself as maybe semi-divine in Matthew 22 when he incorrectly uses Psalm 110 as a prophecy about himself.
Yeah. So the scripture that I was referring to, are you familiar with the passage where Abraham sat with the angel of the Lord
Genesis
on the
18.
top?
Yep.
Right. And so, actually, and later in scripture, I'm wanting to say, I'm wanting to say maybe Leviticus or Ezekiel. I'm sorry. He actually says that no one has seen the Father, and anyone that would see the Father would die. And so, with him being the angel of the Lord, what's going on? Sorry,
You're
I don't want
mixing two quotes together. One of them comes from Exodus 33, says no one can see the face of God and live, and one of them comes from John chapter 3. Or John, shit, might be John. I'll grab it for you. It might be 6. But Jesus says in the book of John that nobody has seen God.
Yeah, it's actually the prologue, John 1:16. No one has seen the Father except for the only Son.
Well, that's John. John the Baptist said that, and then Jesus reiterated it later in the book of John, but I forget which chapter Jesus reiterates it in. I'll grab it for you though. Sorry, we didn't mean to cut you off, Ortho. We were just trying to get the right verse.
You're good. I don't want to filibuster. I mean, it's kind of rough getting up here off the start. I mean, I was a little confused with prompt. But
I will say the disparity between Genesis 18 and John chapter 1 is simply because as the Jewish people came into contact with Hellenistic thought, God became more transcendent, and therefore, while the Jewish people did in fact believe that God had physical form and interacted with people, that evolving idea came to believe that God was too transcendent, and thus they came up with these mediator figures who were supposed to interact with human beings.
Yeah, and just to clarify, not to interrupt, the verse we were looking for is John 6:46, where Jesus reiterates the same thing that John the Baptist says in 1:18. Anyways, so it sounded like you were just mixing up two different quotes, which is fine. That happens sometimes. I do it myself.
Yeah, I'm terrible about it. My ADHD got me going all over. But I guess really I understand it's a little off prompt. I can go through the verses and
let's do that. So Dalton and I are actually pretty familiar with the Hebrew Bible, and it's both of our contention is that Jesus didn't fulfill anything in there, and certainly not Isaiah 53. I mean, not even close to fulfilling Isaiah 53.
Yeah. Okay. So I could actually give a couple examples. I kind of use this whenever I'm talking to Protestants about iconography. But are you familiar with that you are, I'm sure, but the staff, the bronze staff serpent?
Yeah, in Numbers.
Yes, that is actually a type of Christ.
Why would we think that?
So here's the problem with typology. So I actually have a video on my channel about typology debunked, and the fact of the matter is that typology isn't really prophecy. It's people seeing patterns and recognizing those patterns, and then applying them to later instances. This happens not all the time, not only within Christian theology, but even in secular works, like in the Harry Potter series. There's a whole fan theory that the trials and tribulations that the kids endure at the end of the Philosopher's Stone predict the next 6 books, and they go into much detail about the similarities. The author never intended that, but people are pattern seekers, and the author of the Gospel of John is aware of the imagery of the bronze serpent and just puts Jesus as being that thing, but there's no it's not a prophecy, it's just pattern seeking.
Yeah, 100%, and I can see how it might seem that way, but it's kind of difficult to kind of argue with atheists, if I believe, kind of about these, because I would say from the Orthodox perspective, we have the church that was built through the succession of the traditions passed down both orally and written. That's why we don't stick to the sola scriptura. So the traditions of the distinctions, right? That's how we know that there's a Trinity without the word Trinity being in the Bible. There's distinctions within Scripture, both Old and New Testament, talking about energeia, and that's why I brought up kind of the iconography.
But
so the icon,
you understand that if Jesus is a false prophet, the succession and the authority from the disciples down through the church is meaningless, right?
Well, it's not meaningless whenever the succession of the traditions of the fulfillment of that
Right.
so-called prophecy. So, okay, so we can both agree that a book in itself is not alive. The word that is alive and manifested itself was the second person of the Godhead. And so what I'm trying to say of the traditions that were passed down is they used the scriptures of that time, the Old Testament, because we know we did not have a full canon until I'm wanting to say 300 AD. But the traditions as well as the scriptures were preserved through the church or through God's people, which was Israel at the time. And then when Jesus came back, which you see many times where Israel had rebelled, repentance, or I guess you could say like the wrath was poured up upon mankind. And I mean, you can look at the flood and stuff like that, but the scriptures and the traditions of the interpretations and doctrines
So,
bro.
I think Dalton and I are going to agree that none of this is
Yeah.
meaningful, right? Unless you already determine or prove that Jesus is the Messiah and that he's not a liar, then any succession that comes from Jesus is now meaningless. It's like, for example, I could tell you, listen, the prophet Joseph Smith is obviously right because of the authority given to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the succession that came from Joseph Smith. But if Joseph Smith is just a liar and a fraud, well, the succession of people that came after him is meaningless.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying. The difference, I guess you could say, is like, I mean, it is they are the new Israel. Jesus was the new Israel, and you could see.
What does that even mean?
Well, was the new Israel. I mean, it
What does
talked about.
that What does that mean? Israel's a nation. Is Jesus a
It's
nation or a person?
correct, but you could also see, and I kind of, it's very difficult because normally whenever I'm debating like either Jews or atheists, it's completely different paradigms, and so it's like I I don't know. I'm kind of struggling a little bit. I'm not trying to filibuster or anything like that, but
I think you're doing your best. Listen, let's start here. The authority means nothing to us. Now, if Jesus did fulfill prophecies, that would be interesting. If you can show us some prophecies that Jesus fulfilled that are like messianic in nature and they're not like weird out of context quotations, then that would be super interesting. I'll warn you though, if you go to Isaiah 53, both of us are way more familiar with that than you are, and we're going to burn about a half hour. And after that, you're going to be disappointed that it doesn't conclude in Jesus.
Actually, Justin, real quick, did Derek give you a copy of his slideshow in Isaiah 53?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna send it to you later. It's really good. You'll like
Perfect.
it. It's
Thanks,
good
buddy.
for this kind of stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, like if you can prove that Jesus was the Messiah, then that's the beginning of the conversation. And by prophecies, we don't mean typology. We mean predictions made by prophets of the future, like predictions of the future about the future King of Israel.
okay, I can understand that. Okay. So I mean, Genesis, what would be y'all's refutation of the kind of interpretation of the heel? The woman will bear a seed, and it will stomp the head of a serpent. What is y'all's?
I think the interpretation is pretty simple, which is that this is just talking about humankind and serpents. So if you look at it, it says, the serpent tricked me, and I ate, and the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go and eat dust, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. This is what snakes do. Satan doesn't crawl on his belly. Satan's not living he's not eating the dust of the earth. This is a punishment given to snakes, meaning whoever this is just snakes. Also, the other thing is offspring here. Zerah in Hebrew is a collective noun. It's not referring to a singular individual. What are you going to say, Dalton?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and just oh no, I wasn't about to say anything, but I guess just to add on to what Justin is saying, seed here. A lot of people like to say women don't have seed, therefore this is a reference to a virgin birth, but that's not true. We read in Genesis 16:10 that Hagar has seed. Seed just simply means offspring.
So I follow the Septuagint, not the Hebraic and, translation, mainly because of
Wait, the Hebraic translation? What are you talking about?
the Hebraic translation. So the Bible that
Translation of
Protestants
what?
of the Bible,
The Bible
the
was written in Hebrew. The Hebrew Bible is written in Hebrew.
they have elements of Hebrew, but the
No.
apostles and actually there's there is a significant.
The Septuagint is the translation. The Hebrew is the original.
But it's the are you saying Torah? Because I have the Torah right here. But
The Torah is the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible is the Old Testament in its original Hebrew. The Septuagint, which is the Greek, it would be a translation of the Hebrew text.
Okay.
So the Hebrew comes first and then the Septuagint after.
Okay. As
Also,
far as
the serpent. I mean, the devil doesn't have a child, which is the other problem.
well, sons by nature, like the fallen. I guess you could say the fallen state of man.
Wait, so is offspring singular or plural then?
Offspring is plural.
Okay, so that means what that means is this isn't about Jesus then, because it says between your offspring and her offspring, which means if both of these are plural, then Jesus isn't the offspring.
How would that deny Jesus being the offspring? I'm sorry, I'm not
because Jesus is a singular, right? So, for example, if you're going to interpret the word offspring here as being singular, well, that means she only has a singular offspring and he only has a singular offspring, which means the devil would only have one child. But if this is actually a collective noun, which it is, meaning offspring, all of your offspring, then that means that her offspring, isn't referring to a singular individual named Jesus, it's referring to all humankind.
Right. Well, Jesus. So I'm again getting a little confused on the. I'm just now trying to read through the Old Testament again, but whenever you see the genealogy of Jesus, the offspring is plural for. I'm guessing both. I wouldn't see why there would only be a singularity between the one.
So offspring typically is a collective noun, meaning all of your offspring. Now, in Greek, you can have a singular or a plural. Like you can have sperma or like spermatos or spermatu, depending on how you want to conjugate it. And you can have singular and plural in Greek. The problem is that the Hebrew Bible was written in Hebrew, and in Hebrew it's a collective noun. Now, as it turns out, in the Greek edition, it's actually in the singular. So what that means is that if you're saying this singular seed must refer to Jesus, then that means that there's only one singular seed also of the devil. So it's either singular or plural for both of them. You can't make one of them singular and one of them plural.
So, in reality, Genesis 3:15 is what's called an etiology. It's a story that's meant to explain to you the origin of certain phenomenon in the world. In this case, it's all it is explaining to you why it is that humans and snakes are hostile towards one another. And that's all that this is about.
Okay, I can see that. That makes sense. I'm still like I'm in the middle of becoming a catechumen, so I'm trying to leave the whole Protestant what I interpret right off the bat. I could see how that prophecy might not necessarily be just that talking about the seed being Christ, but for Jewish tradition, I'm sorry, for the tradition passed down from the messianic age and unto the apostles. I mean, you had a seed of Moses in the New Testament that isn't in the Old Testament. And so we see how there's a tradition that wasn't taught in Scripture.
The seed of Moses actually, I would argue it is present in the book of Numbers. Moses he sits down to legislate over the children of Israel, and then his father-in-law suggested that he should actually delegate that. So that's the origin of the seed of Moses idea.
Yeah, I would say for like I'm not sure how how firm y'all are on having to see the exact same thing in the Bible or not. I was trying to like kind of hint to the idea of that. I know I've talked to somebody else before, and they were basically
Yeah. Hey, Kurt.
Your audio keeps
your audio cut out for
bud.
just a second. Is your microphone securely plugged in?
I'm using my phone currently.
Oh, interesting. Maybe it's just having trouble picking you up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say this, bud. The presence of certain ideas within the New Testament that aren't in the Old Testament, like for example, Hanukkah is mentioned, but it's not found in the typical Old Testament. It's just because Jesus and the authors of the New Testament were a product of their time. So if they talk about Jewish traditions that were present in their time, but not found in the Hebrew Bible, that's because they were just a product of the Judaism of their time.
I mean, at face value, I can see how you might come to that conclusion, but I mean, literally everything that the Jews were doing from the Old Testament unto the New were essentially taught through tradition and by whether it be the scripture or the interpretations from the quote unquote seed of Moses. And it wasn't. I don't see how. I'm sorry, I'm getting really tripped up. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done something.
Don't worry. Take your time. There's no rush. You don't have to like think up of an answer on the spot. Like we're not. You're not.
You're a
in,
good
like,
guest.
A hot seat or anything like that. There's no fire under your feet. So we'll kind of recenter, right? So Genesis 3:15 seems to be out. That certainly couldn't be talking about Jesus. Anything else we should look at?
I mean, I can refer to tradition up and down or scripture up and down. I feel like I'm not used to these kind of. I'm not saying y'all are switching the goalpost, but it's like very difficult to. I know it's not. Is it a debate or is it more so just like a conversation? Because like
it could be a little bit of both.
Okay.
The only person that loses in one of these debates are the people that are not willing to learn. That's the only loser.
Oh, dude, I'm taking notes. Like I have people I'm going to be talking to after this for the points that y'all brought up, and I'm interested in. I can't really see the name.
Oh, the guy below you is the Bible guy. Goes by the name Dalkin, and I'm Justin.
Okay, nice to meet you guys. I don't know if any of you guys have like a channel or I'm sorry if he has a channel or not. He was saying he made a video over the typology.
Mm-hmm. My channel is called The Bible Guy. I have just type in The Bible Guy and you can find my video on typology debunked. I don't have a lot of videos up, so it should be quite easy for you to find on the channel.
And the general idea, like why typology to us is like ridiculous, is because it's just like he said, is pattern seeking. I've gone into the Hebrew Bible and I've picked out like 25 or 30 different verses that talk about the rock behind me on my bookcase, right? You can pull anything out of the Hebrew Bible as long as you're willing to do like a good word search and play some bananagrams. And I've got a whole list of prophecies that are about me, as long as we're taking some sort of typological fulfillment. So, for example, Psalm 147:15 is a prophecy about me. It says his words run swiftly. Obviously, that's about me. I'm a fast talker. Also, I would say, let's see now. Isaiah 66:4. When I spoke, they did not listen. Listen, almost everybody I talked to today wouldn't hear me. See how easy it is to fulfill prophecy if we just kind of get to ignore the original context?
And then on top of that, when you watch the videos, half of it will be about the pattern seeking recognition. The other half of it will be that we have good reason to believe that at least certain stories about Jesus in the Gospels, like the authors were aware of these types in the Old Testament, and then they changed facts about Jesus's life to suit those types. So, and I give an example in the video. So when you watch it, you'll see what I mean.
I'll definitely look into that. I'm sure y'all will be doing this again, so I might be able to come a little bit more grounds to kind of go from. But if y'all, I might ask y'all a couple more questions, basically regarding y'all's standpoint on what I need to look into in order to, I guess, refute or have a conversation about next time. But would y'all at all be ever kind of taking a full, like, y'all's position in theology, or I don't know if y'all are agnostic or just atheist? Would y'all be able to, have y'all done videos in the past where y'all do these talks where you basically just try to refute God? Or...
Yeah, we do that quite a bit, actually. I mean, I probably more than Dalton do the atheist debates where I just talk about complete atheism. I think Dalton is much more interested in doing the ex-Christian or the Christian debates. But yeah, I mean, I do the God is not real debate all the time. Probably at least half of the time I'm live.
Okay, I'll definitely have to join on one of those. I'm a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more experience on refuting kind of that type of standpoint. But the last guy that, I don't know if y'all are familiar with him, he kind of older gentleman, gray beard. He basically just gets on and calls every person that joins his call a retard, and I'm not.
Oh yeah, yeah, we've seen that.
I couldn't even have a conversation with him. I mean, I brought up so many. As soon as it went into metaphysics, he just dipped, and so I was just like, I don't know. But
if you want to talk metaphysics, you want to go to allegedly Ian's live stream, and he loves philosophy.
Cool. Okay. Does he usually join with you guys, or?
Actually, every Sunday, on Sunday mornings, I stream with Ian and a physicist named Dr. Blitz. The name of the channel that we stream on is called The Unapologetic Show.
I think I've actually seen that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Ian's very fond of metaphysics, so he's your guy there.
Does he have a belief, or is he?
He's an atheist.
He's an atheist as well. Okay. Okay, cool. I'll probably be tuning in then if y'all do that this Sunday.
Yeah, I'd love to see you, bud.
But I guess a couple other questions. I mean, you guys kind of gave me some of the main points, but y'all say y'all don't agree with the typology, and y'all kind of wouldn't go that route. So I don't know that. I mean,
you wouldn't accept it for Joseph Smith, right? If you look at the prophecies that Joseph Smith fulfilled, they're just typologies too.
Well, yeah, I would say that my immediate, I guess, refutation of that whole sect or cult, if you will, is mainly because they don't have a tradition that was passed down from the
well, according to the Book of Mormon, they actually do have a tradition that predates the disciples.
There's an old joke that Jewish people will understand is, why did God invent Mormons? So that Christians would understand how Jews feel.
Yeah, I can understand that. I guess the basis would start with, or that I would start with them, would start with the distinctions of God, you know, with the energies, the essence, and stuff like that, and that would kind of refute their theology, if you will. But that's kind of why
I agree with you that you could attack the religion that way. I'm just talking specifically about the usage of typologies, because we would say the same stuff. We would say that the logical problems of the Trinity is a non-starter, and therefore it doesn't matter, right? But the point is, if we're just going to say typology is something that anyone can use, well, then there's no reason why Joseph Smith couldn't have fulfilled prophecies, no reason why I couldn't have fulfilled prophecies. Typologies, there's just people that are willing to go in and find a pattern and then apply it to themselves. That's all.
I can see that, and I'm also studying a little bit into like fallacies and stuff like that, because I mean you can do like globalizing and straw man and stuff like that, but honestly, I mean, I don't have much more questions. I'm sorry for taking up so much time. I mean, it was a learning.
It's okay. We like nice people. I realize a lot of people come up here to crash out, but we actually do enjoy a good, calm conversation too.
Absolutely. Well, I'll probably, if you're streaming this Sunday, I'll definitely tune in, and hopefully we can have a better discussion. And then how often do you guys do a prompt similar to this or this prompt?
I do it at minimum once or twice a week. Or this exact prompt? No, this is actually this only the second time I ran this exact prompt.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. I generally have a prompt where it's like a pick your own adventure. I have seven different prompts that people get to pick from, and one of those prompts is Jesus the Messiah, Son of God. So whenever I get back to doing lives, if you find me, you can have the conversation with me as well.
Well, I appreciate you guys and your patience, kind of helping me get a starting point for next time. But yeah,
right. Well, best of luck on your journey, buddy. If you want to come talk, you know where to find us.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good one.
Cheers, man.
It's funny. Messias in the comment section says the authority at that time were not truly appointed by God, but Jesus would have disagreed with you. He says in Matthew 23 that the scribes and the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses, and therefore you should do whatever they do. So you're just going against the word of Jesus at that point, bud.
They hate the words of Jesus. Friends, we're going to grab just a couple of super chats, and then we're going to get Tony in the guest box, and then after that, we're going to get Tan Brown, and we'll keep this discussions rolling. Caroline, thank you for the additional super chat, friends. Says, do you guys watch hockey? I kind of used to when I was younger, but not. I wouldn't say avidly. Our team finally made it to the playoffs this year. Love from Montreal. Oh, well, hell, congratulations. That's kind of a big deal. Where I come from, we don't even have a hockey team anymore. And the last one that we did have was like what do you call it? Like a AAA, or it's like a B league, or you know what I'm talking about, Dalton? What do you call it? But not like an almost professional hockey league.
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know much about sports ball, but or sports puck in this against. Yeah, puck ball. I'm actually got to head out, but Rav is in your request box, so you can have an actual Jewish guy on the board to help make your points a lot more clearer.
That's a lot of fun.
I'll talk to you later, bud.
All right, see you, buddy. Take care of yourself. W. Dalkin, fantastic. All right, Brian. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Says with a name like Ortho Bro, his introduction should include calling Jay Dyer and/or Jim Bob nasty names and disavowing them. Fair point. If when we convert him to atheism, we're gonna need him to disavow those lunatics on the ortho right. Steve Wright says, drawn and quartered, then resurrected, and then walk on water. That'll show him. If he did all that, that would be impressive. But just getting hung up for a couple hours on a cross, we don't even know if he actually died up there. It's not impressive. MB says, okay, gang, this title is wild for real. Listen, that was the goal here, was to invoke a little bit of ire. And MB followed up, says, why they all look like Joe Bartoliozzi. Did I say that? Bartolozzi. There we go. I don't know why that happens. It's got to be some weird, like, genetic coding that makes that thing happen. It's almost like we've talked about in the past, like dumb guy voice. Like, I don't know what causes it. It just was one of those things where it seems like you can predict it the minute you hear somebody. And Basic Share says, I'm over here feeling like a teenager, only 53% of a week left, and I'm happy for you as well, Based. I'm excited, actually. Listen, I would never ask anyone to kiss and tell, but I'm excited for your friends, and I'd love to hear perhaps deets one day. Astronova says, Kurt, if you're still here, books. Oh, good books. Behave by Robert Sapolsky. Subliminal, How Your Unconscious Mind Rules Your Behavior by Leonard Meladino. and Alpha God by Hector A. Garcia. Well, I actually haven't read those books, but I am familiar with Robert. I've watched his lectures at least, and I can say he's a super good teacher. So let me grab Kavod Zone, and then we're going to get Tony in here. Welcome in, Bert.
Hey, good to see you. Long time.
It's been a minute since I had the good rabbi with me. We're doing a topic you might like tonight.
I think it's so funny. There's so many different ways you can go with this, and I hope that somebody's brought up my I'm still waiting for my thank you note.
You know what?
Right? I mean, like the whole thing depends on this happening, and so like if they want to blame the Jews, really they should be thanking the Jews.
Exactly. Yeah, it had to happen.
Yeah.
That the first caller kind of mentioned that, but then they ran away. We didn't actually get a follow up on it. But Tony, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And the claim on the board is pretty simple tonight: is that the Jews were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree in a sense of what right means. So, like, what is your implication with right?
That
like,
they
you said correct earlier.
I would say right and correct are roughly synonymous here, meaning they actually didn't do anything necessarily wrong when they crucified Jesus.
According to their law?
According to the law given by God.
Right, according to how they interpret the law.
No, according to the actual words of the law.
Okay, so what do you mean by that?
I'm not talking about interpretations. I'm talking about the exact meaning of the words.
Yeah, exact meaning of the law.
Yeah.
That was given to Moses on Mount Sinai. I'm glad that the rabbi's in here, honestly, because I appreciate
sure.
The Jewish side of it is going to be a good perspective.
Sure. So, Tony, what do you think should happen to false prophets according to the law given to Moses?
According to the law, false prophets are going to be stoned, right? So that would mean that the Jewish people thought that Jesus was a false prophet, right? And that's what you're be too, correct?
Well, yeah, it's just demonstrably true that he was.
Well, I mean, I know you were going over with the previous guest about like what prophecies he fulfilled, right?
And, well, he didn't just not fulfill prophecies. He also lied about other prophecies. He lied about the text of the Hebrew Bible, and he failed his own second coming prediction, which to me makes him pretty easily a false prophet.
I don't think he failed the second coming prediction because it's not understood timing wise correctly
that is.
By most people.
No, it definitely is. Yeah, I can just explain it to you.
I could explain it to you too.
I bet you could. In Matthew 10:23 and in Matthew 16:27 through 28 and in Matthew 24:27 through 29, I'm sorry, 34, he clearly tells you he's coming back within the lifetime of his followers still being alive. Maybe not all of them alive, but before all of them have clearly passed away, which is what Paul believed. It's what Peter believed. It's what the rest of the New Testament teaches for good reason. It just happened to not come true. Do you want to go through those verses and explain why these are not Jesus lying about his second coming?
So Matthew 10:13.
23. Did I say 13? I typed it too.
I'm just looking at what you have up there.
Yeah, Matthew 10:23 is what we're not. So when he sends his disciples to go preach to the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And you would rightly recognize that the Son of Man is referring to Daniel chapter 7, when somebody comes and meets Yahweh in the clouds and receives the kingdom and sets up an earthly dominion, right?
Right. So he's saying like when he's talking specifically to the apostles, right?
He's talking to the disciples. So, and he says that before you even finish going through these towns, I'm coming back.
It doesn't say before you finish. He says you won't be able to go through all of the towns, right?
Yeah, before you finish going through all of these towns, I'll come back. That's why he says you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes.
Right. To the apostles.
Yeah.
So then that would be a claim. Did they go through all the towns of Israel?
Well, according to the text,
show that
according to the text, we're not told.
Right. So we don't know whether they were or they weren't. So we can't say that he didn't.
They're dead now, so it's a meaningless time constraint.
Well, it's how you're looking at the time. I'm saying that the time is God doesn't speak.
If Jesus knew all of his disciples would die, having not gone through all the towns, this would be the most meaningless statement ever.
Not necessarily, because he's not. I get what you're saying, and it really depends on what he means in the other things, like not one of your generation is going to die before the Son of Man comes back, right?
But we're not talking about that passage yet. We're talking about this one. This one says
but they're linked.
That his disciples. Well, we know they're linked, but we're going to do one at a time. He says, "For truly I tell you, meaning the disciples, will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes." If he actually meant to say that you're actually going to be dead for 2,000 years before the Son of Man comes, he probably should have said it. But what he said was deeply confusing. If you think that all the disciples are going to be dead when he comes back, because he says, "Listen, you guys won't even be finished going through these towns before the Son of Man comes."
Well, he did say it. He just didn't say it directly.
He didn't say it at all.
And that's I know you're the previous person who was talking about typologies, and I know how you guys look at typologies just from what you were saying. But like, there's certain things in the Bible that point to Christ's plan.
Oh, not a single thing.
That when you take all those data points and you put them together, just like you would do with any kind of scientific thing, like if you're trying to look at the age of the Earth, right? You're going to look at all these different data points, and you're going to determine it.
There's not a single data point that points towards Jesus, so it's not really a cumulative case. It's an accumulation of zeros.
But there are data points in the Bible.
There's not a single one.
You can look at what those things are saying.
So there's not a single one, and I'm more than happy to go over that when we're done with Jesus' failed prediction. So Jesus says that he's coming back before the disciples have finished going through the towns. He didn't say that you're all going to die. He could have just said that. He didn't say that. He said, "Listen, before you finish the tasks that I gave you to finish, I'll be back." That would be a nonsensical statement if he actually meant to say, you're not going to finish going through all the towns. You're actually just going to die, and then thousands of years later, I'll come back. That's a nonsensical statement.
Disciples that they were going to suffer and die.
So what?
So like it's not like. I think there's a lot of like the premise of it is like
what does suffering have to do with going through the villages?
What's that?
What does suffering have to do with going through the villages?
Well, what you're saying is like it's a useless statement if he's saying like you're all going to die before you go through all the towns, right? But it's not in the essence of like why is he saying?
No,
is he saying it because
this isn't about death.
He doesn't want to tell his disciples that
this isn't about death. Die? This is about coming back.
Right.
According to this passage, when is he coming back?
According to this passage?
Yeah.
Well, if he's pointing to the Son of Man, which is a connection to Daniel, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you got to look at what Daniel says.
I know what Daniel says. I'm asking about this passage. According to this passage, when is the Son of Man coming?
It doesn't directly say in this passage, but it
does.
A type.
Certainly not a type. It's a cope, maybe.
No, you're saying that.
What's that?
They're not all gonna
hey,
go
Rob,
through...
your mic's really low right now. I can barely hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You're saying that
I just want to say,
go through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, right? So, like,
hey, Tony, I was trying to hear what the rabbi has to say. Can you give me a second?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is it true that pretzels are Christian food? Because it seems like that he keeps getting himself twisted up in all of this.
I'm not getting twisted up, Rabbi. I mean, you guys are taking my words and twisting it to meet your objectives, but it's not necessarily. I'm trying to lay it out as this is neither something that says that it has to be precise to be fulfilled or imprecise, because it's just saying that you're not going to go through the towns.
Why would they be
you're not going to finish.
Right.
He says you're not going to finish going through the towns, which implies that Jesus is coming back prior to them finishing the task that he left them with.
It doesn't make any sense to talk about something thousands of years in the future. The role of the prophet is always a mirror held up to the society at the time, and they're trying to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comforted. The whole notion of prophecy applying hundreds of years into the future is really anathema to the role of the prophet. It just doesn't make any sense. And
Not
so, like,
necessarily.
for
Rabbi,
you to have an hold on a second. For you to hold on a second. For you to have an eschatology where you have to keep moving the goalposts every time something doesn't happen, it means that the prophecy A has not been fulfilled, and B is like, what are you waiting for then? Then effectively you're waiting for the same thing that the Jewish people are waiting for, which means that your Messiah hasn't actually ever come.
So let me ask you, what age are we in right now, Rabbi?
2026.
No, what age?
The age of Aquarius.
No, that's it.
What are we talking about?
So we got what? Age of Toru, age of Torah, and the age of
Toru. What language are you trying to speak right now?
It's Hebrew.
Toru? What do you think Toru means?
What is the age of Toru?
What do you think Toru means?
They instructed? I don't know. It's not a real word.
It is a real word.
Do you know what Torah means?
I know what Torah means.
What's Toru mean? What do you think Toru means?
Books of the Bible, right? It's what was given to Moses on.
What do you think the word Toru means?
Toru is like the age of desolation.
The age of desolation?
Yes. So like.
Hey, Rabbi, what's the Hebrew word for desolation?
This is a rabbinical.
Actually, I can't remember.
I can just look it up real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because it occurs in the beginning of Daniel 9. If you go to Daniel 9, you'll get probably the most recent word for desolation that would be relevant to the conversation. It's going to be at the end of like verse 2, and the word. What's that?
Shemama.
That's one. The word that's used in Daniel for desolation is karava.
Just Google age of Torah.
The age of Torah is all times.
Not Torah.
The age of Taurus, maybe.
So, how rabbinically they
the age of Toru is based on a character named Toru from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Not that. Because I googled it too, and it's not that. It's definitely not that.
Why don't you just say what you're trying to say and like leave the Hebrew? Well, okay, but nobody has any idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, to be sure, Rabbi Bert knows Hebrew. He's a rabbi. I know like basic Hebrew. I went to school and learned it. I don't know anything about Toru.
Rabbi, do you know who Rabbi Wolbe is?
Rabbi who?
Wolbe.
Wolpe? David Wolpe?
Wolpe. He runs a.
It's Wolpe. It's WOLPE. WOLPE. Yeah.
He runs an organization in Texas called the Torch.
Oh, then it's a different person. Different person.
So he
I don't know who that is.
He did a podcast series on Torah called Torah 101, right? Went through the 13 principles of faith, right? And then the 12th principle is Messiah, right? Mashiach.
Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Rabbi Bert, and just assume that at some point during one of these airings, they conjugated Torah into Toru as a verb.
Tense. Yeah.
Meaning they taught, and he doesn't know that.
No, this is what
that's not even how it would be translated. It would be like because Torah is Yud Resh Hey is the root. So he will instruct. I don't even know how you would do that.
Well, that would be the imperfect, right? The imperfect would be Yitru.
Yitru, okay, yeah.
Or Titru. Fuck, now actually I have to look at my verb paradigms. Nevertheless, the reality is the word you're trying to iterate here would have been a third masculine plural form of the verb Torah, meaning to teach. But it's not like a word in itself. It's a conjugation of the root word Torah.
So we'll just say the age of desolation is what they call it. So we're going back to like what we were trying to get at, like the prediction of timing, right?
I don't know what you're getting at.
So you have the age of desolation, you have the age of Torah, and then you have the age of Messiah, right? And
I have
this
no
is
idea what
how
you're talking about.
I know. I'm trying to enlighten you.
Can you quote your source?
Chabad does it. I gave
of course,
Rabbi Wolbe,
Chabad. Okay.
I gave Rabbi Wolbe with the Torah 101.
Is Menachem Mendel Schneerson the Messiah? Is he the Rebbe?
No, I don't believe that. It's like I get like that's their position, but just because they have that position doesn't mean that they're misinterpreting everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
so the age nonsense isn't really meaningful to us. We're really just asking you to figure out how Matthew 10:23 means thousands of years from the date cutoff given.
Because it's built into the greater understanding of what the whole Bible is trying to tell you. You're trying to take one piece
of the Hebrew Bible,
and explain the whole Bible on this one verse, and you can't do that.
Of the Hebrew Bible.
Well, the whole of the Bible.
Well, no, we're looking at this book from a Hebrew standpoint. If you're a Hebrew in the first century and you read this nonsense, what does it mean as you as a Hebrew, not somebody thousands of years later?
Right. So if he's speaking to Jews in that time frame, right? And he's trying to say, hey, you're not going to finish going through the whole of Israel. You, as in those people at that time frame, before the Son of Man comes, then we have to go, okay, well, was that fulfilled or wasn't fulfilled? You're saying that because we don't inherently know if it was fulfilled, then it's...
No, it wasn't.
Well, we don't know.
Well, it would be unfulfilled even in your interpretation because it assumes that the disciples are going to be there to witness it, right? It says you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. So he's assuming that like, hey, y'all, before y'all in front of me can accomplish this task, I'll be back. It would be meaningless to tell them, actually, you won't accomplish it because you'll be dead. Like he could have just said that. He didn't say that. Also,
that's subjective.
Well, it's not
a subjective position.
That's not a subjective position. I mean, every position we're going to take on this passage is subjective because every reading comes from a brain, and all brains are creating subjective propositions. So calling it that's not metaphysics necessarily, but the reality is, everything you're going to say is subjective, and everything I'm going to say is subjective. Trying to like just weirdly shout out subjective because you don't like what the passage says doesn't actually help your position. But the reason why the majority of scholars would recognize this as a second coming prediction during their lifetime is because that's just plainly what the text says at the face value, and it agrees with the other texts that say he's coming back within their lifetime. And I know you think you have an apologetic for those other texts, and I know that you don't. I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, I promise.
I guarantee you're not, but I do.
I guarantee you I am.
Well, let's go through it.
Okay, Matthew 16 is the next one. This is going to get even worse for you. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So we can start out really easy. You already agree with me that coming in the kingdom is a reference to Daniel 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what happens in Daniel 7?
The Son of Man comes on the clouds.
And then what?
I mean, I can bring it up, but I don't have that baked into my memory.
Then he sets up an earthly dominion, and all the nations of the earth are going to serve him. So that's what happens in Daniel 7, which means when he says coming, you're going to see the Son of Man coming with the angels. That means he's coming from the clouds with the angels from Yahweh to the earth to set up his kingdom on the earth. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, the text says that this is going to happen before some of those people standing there have tasted death.
Yeah, what does death mean?
It means to die. It means a physical death, and it certainly doesn't mean the spiritual death or the second death, because that actually happens after the judgment, according to Revelation.
Yeah, I mean, that happens after the 1,000 years, if you're talking about when the Bema Seat judgment and all that happens. So
it can't be talking about spiritual death.
It's talking about... I'm sorry, Rabbi, what did you say?
Hasn't it been 2,000 years?
It had
No,
not been
he's
2,000 years
referring
since
to the
the law.
1,000-year reign in Revelation 20.
Yeah, but that's like all millennialism. They think that the 1,000 years started at the destruction of the temple. That's not how it works.
Well, it sounds like your dating's going to be a little bit problematic then, because that means you missed it. But this passage here is pretty simple. He's talking about these people still being alive.
Right, and he's saying some of you are not going to taste death, right?
No. And how many is some?
I mean, what are we going to say? More than one?
Some's always going to be more than one. In fact, Greek is very specific. They have a way to say one and a way to say some. And so what we find in this passage is specifically the word you would expect to mean more than one.
All right, so that goes back to, all right, is it a physical death or is it a spiritual death?
It's physical.
Is it that the interpretation of your position, or is that like the interpretation of just scholarly understanding?
That's the interpretation of the Bible. The Bible says that the second death happens after Jesus already comes back to judge everybody. So what that means is that when he's coming back, he hasn't judged them and they haven't experienced the second death.
Right. So which death is this verse talking about?
The mortal death.
Talking about the first death or the second death?
The mortal death.
Right. So that'd be the first death is what you're thinking, but it could be talking about the second death.
I already told you it's not talking about the second death, because the second death happens after he comes back.
Right.
So he's saying some of you will die and some of you will still be alive before I come back. That's only the physical death. The second death doesn't happen until after he comes back. So it can't be talking about that.
Some of you will still be alive before I come back.
In the verse, some of you standing here will not taste death. Not tasting death means you're alive.
Well, no, it means, once again, is this a spiritual death or is this a physical death?
It's not the second death.
If the verse is speaking about physical death,
it's crazy how they just never listen.
Okay,
I'll never understand why you have to explain the same thing so many times. But don't worry, I do have a notepad, and we can do a timeline, and we'll try to make this as simple as possible. I'm going to draw a timeline over here with I got the crayon out. We're going to do Jesus right here, and we're going to do Jesus number 2 right here, and we're going to do D2 here, and we're going to say D question mark here. Okay, so what we've got here is a pretty simple timeline, right? Jesus, his first coming is over here, Jesus number 1, right? And we've got this death. What is this death? I don't know. It's just some kind of death. Well, could he be talking about a death back here, the spiritual death, the second death? No, he can't be talking about that, because he says that this death is going to happen before this time marker happens. This time marker, Jesus' second coming, this time marker happens prior to the second death, which means this death that happens between this marker and that marker, that one over there, that must be a different death. That can't be the second death.
Right. I'm just telling you, you're taking it as a physical death. It could be interpreted as a spiritual death.
It can't be interpreted as a spiritual death for the reason I just told you.
The people that are going to be alive in Christ.
Let me try a different route. Can you actually reiterate back to me what I said and why it can't be a second death? Did you actually understand what I said?
I'm saying,
hey, Justin,
Justin.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Justin. I have to get going, but I appreciate you having me up even just for a little bit. And guest, just with all due respect, if you have to begin with an assumption and are not able to take in new information and not able to critically think about your individual position, and if the expectations of the Hebrew Bible are clearly unmet by the Christian Bible, and in fact are in many ways anathema or opposed to the expectations of the Hebrew Bible, there's certainly more questions that need to be asked. And I would imagine that it would be to your benefit, and frankly to everyone's benefit, to be more critical in thought, maybe read more books, ask more questions, as opposed to make unfounded statements. That would be my my suggestion and recommendation as your attorney. So
I didn't know you were an
okay,
attorney.
take care now.
He's your
Bye.
attorney. Thank you, Rabbi. It's good to see you, buddy.
Take care.
Good to see you too.
No,
Great prompts.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of times in the Bible when things are interpreted one way, when they can be interpreted another way, and of course, as an atheist, you're going to take things in a physical interpretation because your perspective.
I gave you a biblical reason, not an atheist reason. I gave you a biblical reason why it is not about the second death. Can you reiterate what I said?
Yeah, because I get what you're saying. Is that you're?
I don't think you do because you can't explain it.
I can't explain it. You're saying that because Christ came, and then he ascended, and then they died, right? That's the death. But then, how can they die then, and then also die after he comes?
Nope.
The second coming.
Nope. Not even close. I'll do it again. Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Maybe I need to get a different color. Maybe blue isn't the right color.
I'm not a Marine, but I do prefer red. Red might. Oh, there you go.
We've got red. Okay, so there is a progress of time, and the first death only occurs where this red arrow is. This red arrow is where the first death is. It's between Jesus' first coming and Jesus' second coming, because after his second coming, when he actually comes back, you get the second death, right? So whatever death is between this coming and that coming is obviously not the second death, because the second death doesn't occur until after he comes back.
Yeah. I mean, I get that we have a different interpretation of like what this means.
It's not interpretation. It's just how the timelines work. That's all.
I think the difference in understanding here is like, what is that time between the first coming and the second coming? And
I don't care about the time. I care about the meaning of the word death.
Well,
we already know how time works.
We know how time works, but do we know the time between the first coming and the second coming?
That's kind of irrelevant.
That's what I was trying to explain with the different.
Well, we don't need to know the time. The question is, what does the word death mean?
Right. You see it as a physical death. I think there's a spiritual death there.
Based on what? Why would you say it's a spiritual death when Jesus disagrees with you? Jesus says that the second death occurs after he comes back, not before.
Right. So those people who die prior to Jesus' second coming and then get resurrected or after the 1,000 years, right, are going to experience a second death. This is what Revelation says. It says,
and when
the people that are resurrected the first time,
and when
the people that aren't, woe to them.
When
does the second coming?
When does the second death happen?
After the 1,000 years.
After Jesus comes back.
So he comes back, yes.
Okay. So if the second death happens only after Jesus comes back, that means this isn't the second death, because he's saying in Matthew 16 that people are going to die before he comes back. Before he comes back, there is no second death. It's just basic timeline work.
He's saying that people will not taste death before the Son of Man comes.
He said some of you will not taste death, which means some of them will still be alive, but not all of them. Some of them will be dead.
Right. If you're taking it as a physical thing, then you're going to look at it like, oh, yeah, this is saying that they're going to be alive for thousands of years. Right?
No.
But if you take it as a spiritual thing.
Nope.
What do you mean by...
I have no idea why you keep saying anything about thousands of years. No, this passage clearly means what it says. Jesus intended his followers to believe that he was coming back before all of them had died, meaning in a normal lifetime.
So it's thousands of years because from the time that Christ was crucified, right, till now has been thousands of years. Right?
Yeah, that's why it's a failed prophecy. Maybe you'll catch up and figure that one out. Yeah, it's failed because he says this is going to happen before you guys die. And it's now been thousands of years and they're all dead, which means he failed. That's why he's a false prophet.
No, you are looking at it in the wrong way, Justin. Like you're looking at it as the fact that death means physical, right? So let me put it this way.
Here's what's going to happen, Tony. Until you address my rebuttal to that claim, I'm not going to let you say another word. I've already given you the rebuttal for that 3 times, and you've ignored it 3 times, which means we can't move forward until you address the same rebuttal I've given you 3 times. Otherwise, we keep going in circles. I don't want to go in circles. I want to actually progress in this dialogue. So in order to do that, hold on. In order to do that, you need to address the fact that according to the book of Revelation, the second death occurs after the second coming. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to the second coming, is it the first death or the second death?
The prior to the second coming would be somebody dying for the first time physically, if that's what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question. According to Revelation, those who die prior to Jesus' second coming, are they experiencing the first death or the second death?
Anybody that dies prior to Jesus' coming would be experiencing their first death.
You got it. Because the second death doesn't happen until after he comes and judges mankind. So what that means is that the people who die in chapter 16 are experiencing the first death. It says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here, meaning there are people present with him at that moment, who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which means some of them will be dead and some of them will not be dead when he comes back.
I want to carry the conversation on because I know we're just not looking at it, and I'm not trying to like go in circles, man. I really am not. I think there's a time
you actually just contradict yourself. You literally told me with your own words that those who die before his second coming are experiencing the first death. And then I read you a passage where Jesus says there are people that are going to die before my second coming, and you're like, well, actually, it's not the first death. You're directly contradicting yourself. It's embarrassing.
I didn't say it's not the first death.
Oh, so we'll try this again. Everyone who dies prior to Jesus' second coming, did they give the first death or the second death?
I get what you're saying, man.
You don't. I'm going to need to answer the question.
This is almost a straw man argument because like we're both.
It's not an argument. It's a question.
Okay.
Everyone who dies prior to Jesus' second coming, are they experiencing the first death or the second death?
Yes. Anybody who dies, anybody who has died before Christ and has died since Christ has experienced a physical first death.
You got it. Now, the people that are dying in Matthew 16:28, are they dying before or after the second coming?
So truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, right? So when we're looking at that, like if we're just taking it off of a physical death, yes.
Exactly.
You got to go, well, who is left?
That's your interpretation. You told me that anyone that dies before the second coming is experiencing the first death, not the second death. Jesus here said that some of you will experience the first death before I come back, but not all of you. So what that means,
that's what I'm saying.
It means exactly what I just said.
It doesn't say first death.
It does. It can't be the second death. There's only 2 options. It's either the first death or the second death, right?
No, because
is there a third death?
It's how you're viewing it.
Where's the third death? Give me that one.
There is no third death.
Okay, well, how many deaths are there?
If it's a physical death.
How many deaths are there?
There's going to be 2 deaths.
Okay, and you told me it's not the second death, which means the only option left is a first death. This is the most dishonest conversation I've had in a long time. If there's only 2 deaths and it's not the second, that means it's the first.
If he's talking about the people that physically die, Yes, but if he's talking about the people that are spiritually dying, then it can be the second death.
And he's not talking about the second death, because this is before he comes back, and before he comes back is only the first death. Your words.
No. Yes, before he comes back would be somebody that's first dying, but if it's talking about the second death, then it does fit.
It's not talking about the second death, because it's before he comes back. Before. The word before is in the verse. It's right here. Before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Before there are people dying and people that are still going to be alive before this event. He's not saying after. He's not saying some of you will die after I come back. He's saying some of them will die before I come back. Those people are experiencing the first death.
What translation is that?
This is the NRSV, and I guarantee you it's not going to change in any other translation.
ESV.
ESV is not going to help you. More than happy to do the ESV. It's a shit translation, but it's not going to help you here. I can tell you that. Truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which is the same thing.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Is like, it's not the same thing.
It is.
Yeah. If you're using the translation that you're using, then yeah, you got to go. Okay, well, before, what does that mean, right?
Before and until is the same in this context. In the way that it's being used, it means the same thing.
Right, until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So what does that mean then?
It means some of you will still be alive when I come back, which also means some of you will not be alive. Right? If only some of them are alive, it means some of them are not alive.
Right. So when does the resurrection happen?
The resurrection happens roughly, I don't know, 1 to 2 years after he says this passage. But this is certainly not about the resurrection. You already told me it's about Daniel chapter 7, which didn't happen at the resurrection. The resurrection is Jesus leaving the earth, going to heaven. This passage is talking about him going from heaven to the earth.
No. That's the ascension.
No, it's not the ascension.
The ascension of Christ is what you're talking about.
No, you're talking about the ascension. Jesus not. Jesus says coming with the angels and the glory of his Father. Coming from where?
Coming into his kingdom.
No, he didn't say into. Coming from where?
Coming in his kingdom. Right.
Coming from where?
If he's coming back, right?
Coming from where?
Heaven.
Oh, okay. So if he's coming from heaven, then this is the second coming, not the ascension. You can't come from heaven while you're going to heaven. This is basic words.
Right, I know. That's exactly what I said. So
well, then this is obviously about the second coming. You're coping and saying it's about the ascension. It's clearly not.
I didn't say ascension. I said, when is the resurrection, man?
The resurrection, fair enough. You said resurrection, and then later you said ascension. They're not the same, but neither one of them apply.
I said ascension because
neither one of them apply. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Fair point, though. If I'm saying that you stated the resurrection was the ascension, and I corrected you on it, then we are correct on that. It's two different things.
I agree. Yeah, they're two different things. Neither one of those have to do with what Jesus is saying. Jesus is talking about coming from heaven to earth.
Right. So he's talking about, truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if they are not a part of the first resurrection, then they're going to be a part of the second resurrection and will taste death, right?
The first resurrection? You mean Matthew 27 when the zombies came up in the city?
No.
What resurrection are you talking about?
That's when you go to Revelation 21, right? And John is talking about those that are part of the first resurrection. Blessed be thee, but those that are in the second resurrection are going to be bad, right? So,
you mean the wicked?
What's that?
You mean the wicked?
Well, let me look it up. Revelation.
Because in Daniel 12, they all get resurrected at the same time. So the second resurrection in Revelation is the resurrection of the wicked, and they get thrown into the lake of fire.
So Revelation 20, we're talking about the 1,000 years, right?
Listen, I've never brought up the 1,000 years once. I have no idea why you keep putting this on me. I don't even believe in the 1,000 year reign. I assume you do. So
I do.
I've never once invoked the 1,000 year reign. Please stop putting that on me.
I'm not saying you did. I'm obviously not saying that you did. I'm saying that that's my position.
So, right. So there's two resurrections, but they're actually just the same, right? It's the same event. Jesus comes back to judge, and the good people are resurrected, and then immediately after the bad people are resurrected. In the book of Daniel, chapter 12, they're all resurrected at the same time. But I mean, logistically speaking, this is essentially the same thing. There's a sequence to it. But we're not talking about resurrections. We're talking about coming back to judge, the second coming.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at. So like when you're looking at the timing of things, like obviously it's been messed up, and like some people get it wrong, and like everybody has their own opinion. But let's go to Revelation 20 and let's read it, and then we'll see what is it trying to say.
Is it going to be related to Jesus' second coming?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want to read?
So if we're looking at we'll just go through 4 through 6, right? So I saw the thrones in which were seated those who had been given authority to judge, and I saw the souls. And this is the NIV. I don't know why it switched, but we're looking at NIV. And I saw the souls of those that beheaded the testimony about Jesus because of the word of God, and they had not worshipped the beast or its image. They came to life and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. The rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years ended. This is the first resurrection, meaning this is talking about those that came to life and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. Blessed and holy are those who share in the first resurrection. The second death has no power over them, but they will be priests of God, right? Then you get a little thing as you go throughout the rest of.
Are you going to get to the part where it talks about Jesus' second coming and the people who die before it? Because that's what we're talking about right now. I think you're losing track.
No, because it's talking about the resurrection.
Are you gonna give me the part where it talks about the people who died before he comes back? Because Matthew is talking about the people who die before he comes back. Listen, I don't give a damn about what happens to the people after Jesus comes back. Those people are going to experience the second death, the ones that are wicked. I'm talking about people who die before he comes back, which is what Matthew 16 is referring to. Matthew 16 is implying that some people are going to die before I come back. That's the question at hand.
Yeah, there are going to be people. There's been plenty of people that have died since Christ was on the earth, right?
And did they experience the first death or the second death?
They experienced a physical death.
There you go. So what that means is that when he says, truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. This passage is talking about some people still being physically alive and some people being physically dead before I come back.
I mean,
listen, you can lie to your friends and family. You can't lie to me. The words just mean what they mean. You've already twisted yourself into an entire pretzel, trying to get out of the thing that you already admitted to, and now you're just going back and lying to me again. This is like really embarrassing. It's crazy that Christians would get up here and just lie through their tooth, and then like feel like we're the crazy ones. Because you clearly told me that all these people who died before Jesus come back experienced the first death. And then when I ask you about these people who died before Jesus came back, and you're saying, no, it's not the first death. You got to make up your fucking mind, buddy.
Well, look, man, you don't understand the whole timing of it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I do understand the timing. I'm specifically talking about the timing before he comes back. If you can pay attention to that, we can get somewhere.
So when they say death, is he speaking about at that moment, or is he speaking?
He's talking about the death before he comes back.
Right.
Before. What type of death occurs before he comes back?
Everybody's gonna die.
What type of death occurs before he comes back?
You're right, man. Like I don't think.
Yeah,
you're
I know I'm
trying to-
fucking right. This is
No,
easy.
no, no,
Just
no, no.
say
You're
it. You've
not
already
right
said it 3
about.
times.
You're right about your position, but you're not
No,
trying to understand.
yeah,
my
I'm right about my position because it's just true to what the text says.
It's
You
not
can't be
true to
honest.
I am being honest. You're
You-
not
You're
trying to.
being dishonest. You already told
So-
me. You already told me that my interpretation agrees with your interpretation, but when I connect that final dot, you fucking start backtracking back to the beginning of the conversation. Then I have to walk you through the whole thing again, and then you come all the way to the last point, and you agree with me on every point, and then I get you back to that last point, and you say, nope, actually not the last point, because you're not honest. You're a dishonest coward.
Well, first of all, man, I'm gonna say this: character assassination, instantly.
Well, sorry, I don't talk to liars. You got to go cry somewhere else. I'm going to read some super chats, though, and move on to the next guest. Sorry I had to put you all through that. Zipple, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, Jesus said it was okay to hang up these nuts for the kingdom's sake. So the Jews hang his. That's if he had any. Matthew 19:12. Well, see, that's the thing. In Matthew 19, Jesus did say that he would prefer people to be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel. And I'm inclined to believe that he meant it. Instead, he and Paul agreed on this one thing. They disagreed on all kinds of shit, but they agreed on this one thing: be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel. Don't have any kids. The end of the world's coming, y'all. Johnny says, "Here's my vote for that crash out supercut. Tonight's callers have been crazy. Something in the holy water indeed. I do need to get one of those sprinklers of holy water." And just like sprinkle myself periodically to make sure I don't go up in flames. And Space Lord says, how is the New Testament different? Well, they bring in a new fresh-faced kid, Lewis Black. Fuck, I miss listening to Lewis Black. I gotta get on top of that. Good reference, Space Lord. And Original Origami says, hi Justin, there's a trending PC game called I Am Jesus Christ, a first-person simulation of Jesus' life. I really want you to play it and stream it. Well, I've already purchased it. Here's the problem. It doesn't run on Mac. So I tried to run it in my Parallels desktop Windows emulator, and it wouldn't fucking run. So I'm going to try a virtual machine emulator and see if it will run there. If it won't run there, then that means I'm going to have to plug in my old Windows PC and stream from my Windows PC, which I'm not particularly happy about. A lot of my setup has changed since then. Nevertheless, I promise you, I actually am planning a playthrough of the game, and it should be a lot of fun. I just have to get my shit organized because they didn't release it for the Mac. Percy, good to see you, friend. Says Daltron. Oh, fucking, that's a good name. Daltron makes some good points. Please give him $1 of this. Sure thing, Percy. I got you, buddy. I got you. No problem. And Reverend Nate says, which new character was more insufferable as soon as they were added to the main cast? Jesus in the Bible or Andy Ed Helms in The Office? I did not. When they first added Andy to The Office, I did not like him. But that was the goal. They wrote him to be unlikable. By the end of like the last season, I kind of liked him. So I'm going to go with Ed Helms because there's like Jesus as the main character is just a whiny like bitch punk that can't read text. Like what do I want to do with that guy? I don't care about that guy. And Mr. Chris says, does anyone else find it suspicious we've never seen Duncan and Dalton on the same stream at the same time? Yes, Mr. Chris, this is highly suspicious. I've been working on this riddle for quite a while. It's a real problem that Dalton and Duncan have never collaborated. And Raha says we should start referring to the New Testament as the Old Book of Mormon. Oh, fuck, that's a good idea. Holy shit. The Old Book of Mormon is crazy work, and I'm here for it. I will henceforth be referring to the New Testament as the Old Book of Mormon. Fucking A, that's good. NB says, downloading the Jesus Simulator will give y'all my thoughts in a couple of days. Oh, glad to hear it. MB, let us know. I'll be doing it sometime soon myself. And Tim says, my girlfriend's been missing for 3 days. I hope she's okay. I'm going to go in the backyard and dig a hole about it. What? My girlfriend's been missing for 3 days. Oh, you're the reason why your girlfriend's missing? Holy fuck. Listen, you gotta be careful saying that shit on the internet. You're gonna get yourself arrested. Fuck, you're gonna get me arrested. Don't do that around here, my friend. And Chip says, did this guy just imply that there was somehow multiple spiritual deaths? Yeah, that's kind of... That's kind of what happened. He was completely concussed, had no idea where he was. Rockhart for Doug and Simply Wet for Shared. Indeed. Also, Philo Dragon's with us tonight. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, friends, what do you think are Justin's greatest lines? For me, it's, I think you're concussed. You know what? I don't know if I would give myself a greatest line, but I do like maybe you're concussed or motherfucker. Motherfucker is one of my favorite lines. I'm probably going to get banned saying it though. I don't know. It's a good question though, Philo. And last super chat for now, we're going to bring in our next guest, Marmar. It says atheist, but have a question. As I think theological texts shouldn't shape political decisions currently. Firstly, could we actually argue that from theology? Secondly, is that reasonable? I don't know what you mean. Firstly, could we actually argue that from theology? Secondly, is that reasonable? I think that text made sense to you, Marmar, but it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a little confused about what you're trying to say here. I apologize. I have no idea what it means to argue something from theology. Secondly, if you can help me out on that, that'd be super helpful. I apologize, Mar. I'm not grasping what you're trying to say. But nevertheless, let me get. It looks like Alam was next in line, and we'll get some more conversation rolling. How you doing, Alam?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18, Alam?
Yes.
Awesome.
It's Alam.
Alam, awesome. Welcome in, Cyber. Good to see you, buddy.
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, buddy. Alam, are you a believer in Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. The prompt tonight is that the Jews were right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. I mean, I just wanted to say something about that Matthew verse. One rebuttal to it that I don't exactly agree with is that it's talking about when, like, they saw him talking to Moses on the mountain.
Yeah, the transfiguration. That doesn't work for the same problem because this is talking about Jesus coming from heaven on the clouds, which never happened during the transfiguration, and none of his disciples died prior to the transfiguration, which was only 6 days later. So it's clearly not talking about that.
So my theory about it is, and I may be wrong, but it's what I'm leaning towards with those verses, is Jesus did come back in about 70 AD, had his millennial reign, and it was hidden from us.
Yeah, he came back and all of it was secret.
Fuck.
You just couldn't tell. Holy shit. Well, that fixes everything.
Well,
actually,
think about the cathedral.
Actually, I came back in 70 AD, but it was secretly. It's actually me.
The cathedrals are very interesting to me. I'll say that.
Cathedrals? What are we talking about?
Just the architecture. It's like otherworldly. If there was 1,000-year reign, that could be evidence of it.
Architecture is not evidence of a 1,000-year reign. This is asinine. Let's just try to focus. I don't think you have any business talking about Matthew 16, so we're just going to go back to the main topic. My prompt is that the Jews were right to crucify Jesus. Do you want to talk about that?
What's that? Can you repeat it? I didn't hear
the Jews were right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. Now, the reason why I say that the Jews were right to crucify Jesus is because he was a liar and he was a blasphemer, and he also misquotes the Hebrew Bible, and he breaks the law that was given by Moses. Some of those laws were punishable by death.
Okay. Can I say one thing more, though?
Yeah.
It's just, so Satan gets released after the millennial reign, right?
What the fuck is happening? We're not talking about the millennial reign. Try to focus, my man. What are you okay?
I just say, wouldn't Satan try to hide?
Jesus. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Oy vavoy.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say. But yes, I don't think the Jews should have crucified Jesus.
Why?
Can you tell me where he broke the law, you said?
Yeah, quite a few times. In Matthew 5 and 6, he broke Deuteronomy 4:2. You want to see that?
Sure.
Okay.
Can you use the King James for me?
No, the King James horseshit.
Yeah, why do you like a horrible translation?
They're masochists, all of them.
Right.
Deuteronomy 4:2 says, "You must neither add anything to what I command you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am charging you." So anytime Jesus modifies these commands, then he's violating the law of Moses.
Where did he modify them?
Matthew 5 and 6. He says, "You have heard it said, an eye for an eye." And then he says, actually, don't do that. Matthew 5 and 6. He modifies a whole handful of shit. Mostly in Matthew 5, though. The end of Matthew 5. In fact, he says, he changes this one too. "Again, you have heard it was said of those of ancient times, you shall not swear falsely, but carry out the vows that you have made to the Lord. But I say to you, do not swear at all, either by heaven, for it is God's throne, or by the earth, for it is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, or for it is the city of the great king," so on and so forth. So this is problematic. The God of the Hebrew Bible explicitly allows them and commands them to swear oaths.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. I mean, from the Christian point of view, we're just not under the law anymore. And Jesus gives 2 commandments: to love your neighbor as thyself and love God with all your heart, soul, and mind.
Well, that's an even bigger violation of Deuteronomy 4. If Deuteronomy 4 says you can't take anything away from the law, and you're like, well, we just fucking took all of it away. Well, thanks for proving my point. What are you going to say there,
I'd have to
Cyber?
study on that point.
Oh, I was just laughing at that. It's like, and also fun fact, those are commandments that are already found within the Torah. And in fact, Jesus isn't even the first one that suggested that. We have Rabbi Hillel, who was asked by one of his rivals, was like, "Hey, how can you repeat to me all of Torah? I need you to repeat all of it to me, or else you can't be a sage. You can't be having this house of yours." And Hillel responded with, all of Torah, the purpose of Torah, all of Torah is love God, love your neighbor. So it's not even a Jesus original.
Yeah.
So if
Can you bring up the verse where it says that we're like not under the law? I forget the exact.
Where? Because Jesus didn't say that. Jesus didn't say you're not under law. Jesus says that the law was not abolished. Paul was the one that said the law was no longer in effect. But that would make Paul a heretic too.
I forget the exact verse, but from what I've read from the New Testament, the purpose of the law is to show us that we can't keep it perfectly.
Well, that's wrong. Luke chapter 1 says that Zechariah and Elizabeth did exactly that. And so does Job, and then so does Noah, and so does someone else I'm thinking of that's not coming to mind. Have you read Luke 1?
Bring it up.
Yeah. We're going to go to Luke 1, verse 6. Where it says, his wife was descendant from the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly or according to all of the commandments and regulations of the Lord, which we would expect, because in Deuteronomy 30:11, God literally tells them, hey, this isn't too hard for you. It says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away. So that claim simply can't be true.
I mean, I'm a little confused on your point.
My point is following the law is not too difficult.
It's not too difficult?
Yeah, nope. You made the claim that the law was difficult, that the scripture says that, and Justin just pointed out a few verses that contradicts that. One of them coming from God himself.
I mean, it says, I mean, there's not a just man that walketh upon the earth that sinneth good and doeth not. Right. So
that's adorable that the psalmist says that, but God didn't say that. God says that you can follow the law. He specifically says of Job that Job is righteous according to all of his commands.
So is Psalms not the word of God according to you?
No, Psalms is just the writings of a psalmist.
All right. Well, the New Testament says there's none righteous, no, not one.
Paul says that, and that would be
short of the glory of God.
Yeah, Paul says that, and that's a lie.
Okay.
Who has more authority, God or Paul?
Imagine a guy directly contradicting God, and you're like, actually, I'm going to follow that guy.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that point is just, I believe the word, and you don't.
No, you believe the word of Paul.
We read the word. Deuteronomy 30, as Justin just read, clearly states that the commandments are not too hard or too far away. It's not until you get to the New Testament with Paul where Paul's like, no, they are too hard. You don't even need to do them anymore.
Can you bring up Deuteronomy for me again? Sorry.
Which one? Verse 11 30? In chapter 30?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Genesis 6:9 says that Noah was righteous, blameless, it says. So it would be wrong for Paul to say that not one is righteous. That's either he's using a hyperbolic statement or he's just wrong.
I believe Noah was righteous because he believed in God.
Okay, that means...
And he believed in the sacrifice of the lamb.
That means...
lambs that were
he didn't say anything about that.
Sin.
Well, he didn't sacrifice any lambs.
Just like Abraham was...
He didn't do anything. He was accredited righteousness on account of his faith, which has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Your point doesn't actually address what we're talking about right now, which is that there are righteous people. And Paul says that there are no righteous people. Try to track.
It could be speaking about more of a physical righteousness than a spiritual righteousness.
What does that even mean?
Or it's...
Wait, didn't 2 Peter say that Lot was righteous in chapter 3? Hold on.
And like I said, it could
he certainly did.
Because their faith.
There's a bunch of people
because of their faith.
There's a bunch. No, there's a bunch of people in here. It says, in accordance with his promise, we wait for the new... hold on. Let's see. 2 Peter... Blah, blah, blah. Is it chapter 2? Maybe got the wrong chapter. Let me do chapter 2 through 3. And there we go. It was chapter 2. Yeah, I don't know why I thought chapter 3. It says, if by turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah to ashes, he condemned them to destruction and made them an example of what is coming to the ungodly, and if he rescued Lot, a righteous man, greatly distressed by the debauchery of lawlessness. So this just means that there are obviously people in the Hebrew Bible that were righteous, both before and after the law was given. And Paul says that not one was righteous, which means the guy is wrong, or he's using some sort of hyperbolic statement.
Okay, well, didn't Lot say, like, you can have my daughters to rape or something?
Yes, and that's interpreted as righteous according to Peter.
Exactly.
That's righteous because he was practicing good hospitality rules according to his timeline. That would have been considered okay because these people didn't treat women at the same level as normal men. Like it wasn't that... like allowing your guest to be sexually assaulted would have been a grave offense compared to your women, your daughters.
In fact,
but again, sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I was going to say, and in Acts 10, we have Cornelius, a centurion, who was an upright, righteous, and God-fearing man. And he wasn't even Jewish.
Well, one thing is, I might be wrong on this, but didn't Lot, like, after he left, didn't he get drunk in a cave or something? And then,
His
like,
daughters, listen, you're getting way off track. What we're trying to tell you is that Paul's statement saying that no one has been righteous, no one is righteous, is just a false statement. That's all we're telling you here. We don't care if you think Lot was righteous. The Bible says he was righteous.
yeah, and my only way I can say that is that he was righteous because he believed in the promise of the Messiah and he believed in God.
Then what that means is that there
Just
are
like
lots of
Abraham was
righteous
accounted
people.
for righteous.
Then it
Like
means
whatever that verse
that
is.
Paul's wrong, that there were righteous people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there were righteous people because
So
you're
is Paul
righteous
wrong?
when you have faith, like Abraham did.
Was Paul wrong? Keeping in mind that the answer is yes, Paul was wrong.
Well, I believe all Christians are actually made.
It's interesting. I didn't actually
faith.
hear an answer to my question. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, is Paul wrong?
Yeah, was Paul wrong when he says that not one is righteous?
No, he's right. He's
well, that would mean Lot wasn't righteous.
And that would mean by your definition of righteousness that it's wrong too.
I mean, yeah, it's just my point of it. My point of view is that yes, all are unrighteous, but
No.
you can be righteous through faith.
We're not asking the means of righteousness. You're completely on the wrong point. We're just asking, were there righteous people?
I think there's possibly two kinds of righteousness, where there's our position before God.
What's the word righteous mean?
Our flesh.
What's the word righteous
mean? I don't
mean?
believe it's possible for anybody to follow the 10 Commandments perfectly.
It's almost like he's not even listening.
I mean, it says,
what does the word righteous mean?
In the heart.
Hey.
So, like,
focus
have
up.
You never looked
what
at
does the
lust?
word
It's
righteous
impossible.
mean?
If you hate your brother, you commit murder.
It's like he's just concussed. He's completely lost. What does the word righteous mean? Bueller.
To do good things, I'd say, in your life. Like,
nope.
Tell me.
Righteous means to be in right standing, right? So if you're in right standing with God, that just means you're in union with what God desires of you. You're in right standing. Like you could be righteous according to the law, and you'd be in right standing according to the law. That's it. So what that means is that when Paul says that no one is righteous, he's just wrong, because there were a lot of people that were righteous, right standing before God, and also righteous according to the law, as we saw of Zachariah and Elizabeth in Luke chapter 1, verse 6 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking in circles. My point of view is just...
I'm not talking in
circles.
circles.
There is none righteous, but we can be righteous before God by faith in Christ.
No one's asking about faith. I have no idea why you keep mentioning faith.
And again, the issue with that is in Acts 10:22, Cornelius, who's a centurion, gets called righteous, but he's not Jewish. He doesn't believe in the atonement. But he's called righteous.
He's actually called righteous because he gives alms, if you've read the story, which is, that's a work. That's an act.
So he just doesn't believe in the Hebrew God. Can you be
No,
Believes in
Jewish
a whole
and
different
can you
pantheon.
not be Jewish and still believe the Hebrew God?
he did believe theoretically the Hebrew God, which is why he was giving alms, but he didn't believe in Jesus. He was righteous before he believed in Jesus.
Yes, well, that's because his faith was accredited or accounted to him for righteousness.
Then what that
Just like
means
Abraham.
is that there were righteous people. Again, we're not asking how somebody becomes righteous. That's irrelevant. All we're asking is, were there righteous people? And Paul says no. The rest of the Bible says yes.
Yeah. I just think it's talking about a spiritual righteousness there and not a physical. And I don't know how to answer that otherwise.
You don't know how to answer it because it's not in the text, right? You have to go into the book and say, actually, it doesn't mean what it says. There's no such thing as a spiritual righteousness. That's not, it's a meaningless thing. That's like saying I paid my taxes spiritually. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
So, but the topic is, were the Jewish people right to crucify Jesus? So Justin gave you some reasonings why.
I mean, I believe that he fulfilled, was there like 48 major prophecies?
Zero, actually. Zero prophecies.
Yeah, I mean, you can argue back and forth on a lot of them, but a lot of them sound pretty, what is it, Isaiah
They don't even know the number of the
51 or
passage. Is crazy.
53?
They
It's like
don't.
Neither one of those are about Jesus, especially not Isaiah 61. That's for sure.
His hands and his feet were pierced. I mean,
That's
if we go through, yes,
that's
you
not a
can
prophecy.
argue
That's
that
from
they're
Psalm 22, and it's not even a prophecy. And it doesn't say pierced. The word pierced does not show up. The word pierced in Hebrew is dakar. That's not in the passage.
Yes, I have heard that argument. I wish I had more prophecies memorized, but
I mean, I can tell you the
there's a lot,
prophecies.
and I mean,
There's zero.
theologians have said, I mean, at least 48 major ones that
Exactly zero.
sound possible.
Nope.
And
Exactly zero.
They only sound possible if you read one line, like Jesus rode a donkey, but you ignore the rest of the passage.
Exactly, because as it turns out, I rode a donkey, right? Look at what Zechariah 9 says. It doesn't say that a jackass is going to ride a jackass. It says, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations, and dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. This is talking about somebody who's going to be like an actual king in Israel and defeat their enemies. It's not about a dude just riding a donkey.
give me a sec. Let me read this.
And verse 10, he definitely did not do. Yeah, since you're reading it, do you know what verse 10, the cutting the chariot off Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow shall be cut off, do you know what that specifically is talking about?
No.
When you read in the Hebrew scripture about Ephraim and Jerusalem or Judah, what are they talking about specifically there? Do you know what happened historically with the tribes of Israel? They were split. And Judah and Benjamin stayed in the south to form the kingdom of Judah, and the rest of the tribes went north to form the kingdom of Israel, with their capital being Ephraim, and they ended up getting wiped out. Those are the lost tribes. but historically, when the split happened, when the schism, they're kind of at conflict with each other.
Okay.
So this is verse 10 is talking about reunifying the tribes of Israel into one kingdom again.
Yeah, so I mean, that could go back to my point, and I know you guys think it's crazy, but
So when did he
is that talking
reunite the
about his
kingdoms of
millennial
Israel?
reign? Possibly. That could have already happened.
He reunited the tribes of Israel during the destruction of the temple. Which later led to, not even 50 years later, led to the Jewish people being driven out by Hadrian. You're saying that's a fulfillment of it?
Yeah, I need to study that one. And
you heard it here, Justin. The driving out of the Jewish people by Hadrian was the fulfillment of that prophecy.
Oh, I'll tell you what, we've heard a lot of bad fulfillments. That might be maybe the worst of them.
You have another one?
Yeah, we can do like one of my favorites. This is
from Justin can do these all night.
This is literally my favorite topic. John 13:18, Jesus just flat out lies, which is, one of the reasons why they had to stone the guy. But he says, in referring to his betrayal by Judas, he says, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I've chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. And then he quotes the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. Where's that prophecy? Where can I find the prophecy that says that the Messiah is going to be betrayed by the one that lifts his heel against him?
Wait, can I read it again real quick?
Yeah.
Where does it say it in the scripture? Are you saying?
Yeah.
Or in the Old Testament?
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't read that in the Old Testament. But yeah, that's interesting. I'd have to.
Do you want to know why I know this is a lie?
Why?
Because in Psalm 41, the person talking is a sinner. It's clearly King David. He says, O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. And then he complains about how people are betraying him. And he says, even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. So this is not about Jesus. This is not even a prophecy. This is just King David complaining about his betrayal. That's it.
Yeah, well, I think I believe some sayings like that can have a double meaning.
Why? Why would anyone believe that?
There's another example of it. What is it again?
Why would anyone accept that these words have two meanings?
Crying out in the wilderness. What's that?
Yes, but we know the one you're referring to. That's Jeremiah.
I feel like that is another one that's
31:15. It's not a double meaning. Why would we accept a double meaning to any of these texts?
Why not? I feel like
because a double meaning is disconnected from the actual context. A double meaning could be anything. For example, a double meaning for Hosea 11 verse 1 is applied to Jesus in Matthew 2, like verse 14 and 15, when it says, out of Egypt I've called my son. Now that text is not a prophecy. It's just a historical retelling of the Exodus. And Christians would say, well, actually it has a double meaning. Initially it was a historical text. The double meaning is about Jesus coming out of Egypt. But that's actually like kind of bullshit, because I can do that too. My son's Egyptian. and he doesn't live in Egypt. That means my son came out of Egypt. Did I fulfill the prophecy? When you apply a second meaning that's only vaguely connected to the words on the page, is completely disconnected to the actual, like, the context of what's happening. It could be about anybody. Anybody could be the Messiah if we are just going on double meanings that are just vaguely and loosely affiliated with how the words feel when you say them.
And what's to stop there from being a triple fulfillment, 4 fulfillments, 5 fulfillments?
Praise Joseph Smith.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you going to go drinking the Kool-Aid of somebody who's going to point out and say one line out of a scripture and say, I just did this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna study. I need to have the more prophecies memorized clearly because I wish I knew more. But
okay,
can you make up like business cards and hand them to your fellow Christians and say, study the prophecies more?
Wait, what's that? Repeat it.
Can you make like business cards and hand them out to your fellow Christians and be like, hey, start studying the prophecies more? We don't know them.
I mean, gosh, like I don't want to close my phone screen. Let me see if I can pull up. What's like just another common prophecy that you can debunk?
Like all of them. Every prophecy you can think of.
Isaiah 53.
Genesis. Genesis.
Isaiah
3.
53 is my Babylonian exile. It literally takes me back to Babylon, puts me in a furnace.
Yep. Isaiah 7:14, the virgin birth is not in the text. Yep. What do you want to read? What about it?
It's like the first 7 verses or so.
Why would we start in 53 when the prophecy starts in 52?
Have you read any of Isaiah?
No way he has.
Like actually read it
all the way through.
Oh, well then you already know who the servant is. The servant's the nation of Israel. Or maybe you haven't read it.
Give me a second.
How familiar are you with like the topics of the different books? Like, if I was to say, what does Isaiah talk about? You could say Babylon. If I was to say Genesis, it talks about, like the origins of the Israelites in the world. If I was are you able to do that if I name books to you?
For some of them, I'm confident, yes.
What does the book of Hezekiah, what is it about?
Yes, I could not answer that.
You don't know what the book of Hezekiah is about?
No.
Could you like open up your Bible real quick and open up to the book of Hezekiah to its title page?
Why am I using a computer? Let me get a freaking just use a Bible.
It might be in the table of context. We'll give you time to look it up. I'm going to use the restroom and leave you with Cyber, but let us know when you find the book of Hezekiah.
All right. Let me try to find it. Let me get to Isaiah 53 though too.
No, the book of Hezekiah. What's the book of Hezekiah about?
All right, let me try to find it. Is it after Esther?
It's right in there with the prophets.
Oh, okay.
You might be able to find it on the title page. I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
It's a minor prophet, obviously.
We'll give you a hint. It's one of the only prophets that's not found among the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What the? Ugh.
I'll give you a hint. Isaiah.
I'm getting closer. I'm on Daniel. This is where I should know my Bible more, though.
Yes. I'll give you a hint.
Mount.
Isaiah talks to his dad. That should tell you something.
Is it before or after Joel?
It's
Or just read it to me. Whatever.
It's prior to the Minor Prophets. I'll give you a hint. It's the same place where you'll find the actual prophecies about Jesus.
All right. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna look it up.
All right, look. Google where to find the Book of Hezekiah and let us know where it's at.
Wait, do I have? Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, this one.
Did you find it?
Obadiah. I don't see a. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, Amos. Is it in there? Is that a book?
It's the same place where Jesus' fulfilled prophecies are. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's in the book. Doesn't it? It's right next to Doesn't Exist a Kiss.
Oh my! I should have just looked it up on my computer. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, let me.
All right, well, tell you what, Alan, we've had you on for a while. You've been a good sport. We're going to try to get some of the other guests in here before it gets too late. Thanks for coming by and chat with us. Go and look up some of the prophecies. Build a strong case. Build the strongest case you can find, and then come back and talk with us sometime.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
All right, cheers, man.
Bye. That was a lot more painful than I thought it would be.
That was something. That was diabolical, Cyber, but I love it. All right, friends, I'm gonna read a couple super chats, and then I'm gonna get JS in here. Also, we've got a guest in the YouTube guest queue named The Way, the Truth, and the Life. Your connection didn't come through all the way. It looks like you're only halfway connected. Before you can come in, you'll have to refresh your browser, else we probably won't be able to hear you when we try to pull you up on the stage. Cienturista, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, any update on the book you're writing, Justin? Well, the update is I'll be working on it very soon. And the only thing I can tell you right now is you have to blame Carnage for me not getting anything done on it right now. But I promise we'll be hitting it very, very hard, very, very soon. Some people are saying the hardest, in fact. And MK says, I'm a bit behind, but here's my guess. The Age of Tohu. Oh, this is a real Hebrew word, tohu, as in tohu vavohu, yes, from Genesis 1, when it says the earth was formless and void. I think he simply mispronounced it. Still nonsense. This is actually a really good guess. The Age of Tohu would be way better than the Age of Torhu, which is it's not really the way you, not something you would say typically. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the spirit that says, I'll pay my fave, Justin's line. That's adorable. Actually, did I say that today? Maybe I did. That a lot of people like that line. That's adorable. Now, will you answer the question I asked? You know what? I do say that one a lot. That one, me personally, that might be my personal favorite. I'm glad that you appreciate that, Dr. Joe. And also from Lynn, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, my heart is hollow tonight because I am at odds with my Christian parents again. I'm sorry to hear that, Lynn. That is something that tends to happen a lot when you leave the faith. People get really uncomfortable. Sometimes it's difficult to be the odd woman out. I appreciate your live, keeping me company tonight. Rock hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. Well, thank you, Lynn, and I'm sorry you're going through that. The good news is you're not trapped forever. Eventually, you'll be on your own, and you won't be under their thumb. And their disdain for you making them uncomfortable by leaving their nasty religion won't really be a problem for you anymore. That'll be a problem for them, but it won't be a problem for you. That's for sure. Tim, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Justin forgot everything. One day is a joke. I day is a joke, except for that and that and that. Wait, Justin forgot everything. Say Justin forgot, comma, everything I say is a joke, except for that and that and that and that. Okay, that's kind of catchy once we get through the misspelled words. I actually appreciate that one. Thank you for that, buddy. And El Traviosa says, Justin, when my wife tells me to take the trash out, I use your line, words don't mean words. Has not worked for me just yet, though. You know what? I'm sorry. When you're having a real life discussion with people, changing the meaning of words is not going to be a good method of dialoguing. I don't think it's going to go the way that you want, and you might get struck for doing so. House 70 says, not enough Narcan for this copium dose. That's the case. It doesn't matter how many stabs you take, that Narcan's not going to bring you back from the edge of this copium. Let me grab one more super chat, and then we're going to get JS in here. Ashandari. That's an I, yeah. I know you told me how to spell your name, and I apologize if I'm going to fuck it up again. You know what? Sometimes I need repetition to learn. But Ashan Dairy, that's got to be right. Ashandari, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, please check this out. The fact that Jesus died proves that God sucks at his job. He flooded the world because we were sinful, and if he had succeeded, Jesus wouldn't need to die. Since God didn't know that he'd fail, he's neither omniscient nor omnipotent. This is 100% correct, right? Because God regretted that he made humankind. You can't regret something if you already know it's going to happen. Like to regret a decision that you made would only entail that you didn't know you were going to make that decision, or you didn't know how it was going to play out. If God knew how this was going to play out, then it's simply not something that you would regret. That's just preposterous. So, yeah, I would say true for sure on that account, my friend. Get JS in here. Welcome in, JS. Are you at least 18? JS.
Oh shoot! Oh, hey there,
you up
sir.
here by accident?
How are you?
Oh, there you are.
Hi there, sir. No, 1 second, 1 moment, please. Yes, I am over 18 years.
Awesome. Is there a room you can get to without a barking dog?
Exactly. 1 moment, 10 seconds. Hold on.
So also I know how Jesus couldn't be the Messiah. He allows dogs to yap while you're trying to defend him.
Yeah. Give me 1 second while we're waiting for him. Yes. I'm going to restart my soundboard real quick.
So JS, while he's doing that, can we get your age real quick?
Sure, 23.
And are you a Christian?
No.
You're not.
No, I'm nothing. I mean, I wasn't really raised religious or anything. I just
give me 1 second, because when I restart my soundboard, no one's going to hear y'all.
Oh.
There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know why it was taking so long, but it should be working out. Everyone can hear everybody, right?
You guys can hear us? Check 1, 2, 3. Chat, let us know.
Yeah, I suspect everybody can hear everybody. Yep, everyone's good to go. All right, sorry about that, friends. I just there was the soundboard was acting up for just a second there. I needed to reboot it. Happens sometimes. So JS, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said you were not a Christian.
Not religious, no.
All right, but do you believe in Jesus?
I mean, yeah. So on the first on the topic of religion, I've been seeing. I don't know much about religion. I've been seeing a lot of religious stuff lately, like Jesus. Like, for example, another live was like Jesus didn't exist, and I was listening to a lot of that, and I feel like there's not any proof that he did.
JS, buddy, we're not talking about mythicism. Yeah. We're just asking if you believe in Jesus.
Not really. I mean,
okay. Well, we're just looking for
it.
people who do believe in Jesus. So we got to move on to the next one. Okay, buddy?
Okay. Well, can I ask you a question, though?
Nope. Sorry. Come up when I'm doing a Q&A, and you can ask all the questions you want. But tonight we're doing debates. Sorry, that's just the way it is. After I grab The Way, the Truth, and the Life, we're going to grab Nerd Dower from the TikTok queue. Also, Answering Apologists. You're an atheist, aren't you? I see you in the TikTok queue. I thought you were an atheist. Am I wrong about that? Send me a TikTok comment. Answering Apologists sounds like it would be an atheist channel, not a Christian channel. But nevertheless, let me get The Way, the Truth, and the Life, and hopefully we'll have some dialogue going here. Right now,
he is
Way.
Christian.
Oh, he is. A weird name. It's very deceptive. Okay. The Way, the Truth, and the Life. I don't know if you can hear me, but I definitely won't be able to hear you because your hardware is muted. You've got your microphone muted, so you got to unmute. There you go. Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Sweet.
Way, the Truth, and the Life. Are you at least 18?
Yep.
Okay. And is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
I believe that Yeshua is the Messiah, yes.
Gotcha. So the claim here tonight is that the Jewish people were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree? And also, if you can get away from the road, that'd be helpful. Those cars are loud.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I would not agree that they were right in crucifying him, or at least setting the stage for him to be crucified by Gentiles.
Why were they wrong?
Well, I mean, if he really is the Messiah, they're wrong there, and if they're trying to cover up their own corruption, they would be wrong on that front as well.
Did they crucify him because he was a Messiah or because of something else?
Well, the claim is, well, he used language that only applies, that he applied to himself, that he would imply to himself, that only is applied to God. So I guess a blasphemy charge would be.
Yeah. And how is blasphemy dealt with according to the law of Moses?
Blasphemy is death by stoning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, capital blasphemy is going to be one form of capital punishment. Now, they did have multiple methods of doing capital punishment in Jesus' time period. But yeah, originally in the Hebrew Bible, almost all of the deaths are via stoning or via, we would say, impaling.
Well, I would argue, actually, that the Romans are the ones that carried it out because he was claiming to be God, but they believed Caesar was God.
Well,
because
they
Pontius
actually
Pilate was the one to wash his hands, not the Pharisees.
Well, they had a right to kill him too, but we're talking about the Jews right now.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Because in Acts 17, it said that the Christians are considering Jesus to be a king other than Caesar, and there's no king but Caesar, which is a capital offense in Roman society. But nevertheless, we're not really concerned with what the Romans did. We're concerned with what the Jews were doing. The Jews were calling for his death because he committed blasphemy. He led the people astray to worship another god, which is against Deuteronomy and a couple other verses, and also because he was a false prophet.
Well, the sophists claim that Socrates were corrupted in youth, so there's that parallel. But yeah, and we all know Socrates was a great guy. But
I have no idea what that has to do with Jesus.
No, I was just making a historical parallel. But yeah, Jesus being crucified by the Jews, I think the Jews got it wrong.
What did they get wrong?
I believe that they crucified an innocent man.
What was he?
Because
but you just said that he committed blasphemy.
According to what they
according to the
wanted
law,
the charges to be.
Yeah. Is God a man?
Law, right? Yeah, well, but if God doesn't exist, then he didn't.
Is God a man?
There wouldn't be a. No, God is not a man.
Oh, well,
He's
then Jesus
infinite,
claiming to
he
be
can
on par with God would be blasphemy. He'd be
right,
calling God a man, and God's not a
God,
man. It's
okay,
pretty easy.
An infinite God can't be a man, though.
Well, an infinite God can't change. The God you believe in can't change his nature. So if the nature of God is that he's not a man, then it just means Jesus can't be God.
Judaism teaches that God is infinite, so putting any limitations
Actually,
on
it
God
doesn't.
Judaism does, though.
Judaism doesn't teach the infinite God of Greek philosophy.
According to the Jewish guy Goodman Locks, who wraps tefillin at the kotel, which is the Western Wall, by the way. According to his
I'm sorry,
teachings, that's what
you're
he
saying
teaches.
according to a Jewish guy that raps at a mall?
Wraps tefillin at the.
Oh, I didn't hear the word tefillim. I'm not really sure
Right.
what some mall guy has to do with this.
Some mall guy?
Mm-hmm.
A Jewish. I don't call people rabbi or anything because the New Testament says you're not supposed to call no man rabbi, no man father, no man instructor, and all that. So there's a Jewish man. His name is Gutman Locks. He raps tefillin at the kotel, and his main teaching is that God is infinite, and that also that Abraham.
Yeah, but what? But why do I care what that guy's teaching? So
because
here's where the problem you're going to run into with is like you're going to say, well, I know a Jewish guy that believes a thing. I'm not really asking you if you know a Jewish guy that believes a thing. I'm asking you to like use like the actual official teachings of the Jewish people.
Infinite,
so like if I
Jesus
gave you a
becoming
scientific
a man,
claim, that scientific claim being
God
based on what
and
one scientist says would be invalid, you actually need to use the scientific consensus of the entire field, not just what one guy says.
Appeal to authority, but okay.
So the Hebrew Bible depicts God as being corporeal, says that he has a body, it says that he has to travel, he has to go from place to place. These are all things that you wouldn't be able to do if you were some sort of weird Omnimax deity. The Omnimax deity doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible. I know that the people of the New Testament might have had some version of the Omnimax deity, but that doesn't really exist in the Hebrew Bible. It just says that God is not a man.
I mean, I never heard of Omni, whatever. But a pre-Second Temple Judaism taught two powers in heaven that the later, after, post-Second Temple Jews.
Pre-Second Temple? You mean Second Temple. We don't have any pre-Second Temple literature that talks about two powers in heaven. And yes, I know the book you're referring to, and the second power in heaven was Metatron, which was Enoch.
Which I've done, but yeah, but a post Second Temple Judaism try to bury that two power in heaven thing, which implies like Ezekiel's son.
No, they didn't. It's in the Talmud. They didn't bury anything. They literally wrote about it in the Talmud.
Well, not according to AI. I've actually
asked. Yeah, AI is not intelligent. You should stop leaning on it.
I know, just supplemental technology. I'm not leaning on it per se, but I'm just telling you what. In my
AI model, I literally designed an LLM to run on my machine that reads books from my library. It literally will hallucinate sources that are not in my library. And then when I have to tell it, hey, this book doesn't actually exist, that's not a real book that exists anywhere, not even in my library, then it says, oh yeah, sorry. AI is not smart. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's guessing at best.
Okay, I mean, I could compromise and say, yeah, I can agree with that too.
Okay,
I've tried to have it do poker and I got some poker.
So the reality is Jesus committed blasphemy. He made false prophecies. And then he said false things about both the Messiah and the Hebrew Bible, which means he's a false prophet. And according to Deuteronomy 18 and Deuteronomy 13, he needed to be stoned.
So what makes him a false prophet according to you? According to what your
He made predictions that did not come true.
Such as?
So his second coming, well, first of all, he said he's going to be the Messiah, which he wasn't. Then he said he's going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't.
Are you talking about when he said that the disciples will still be alive? But that's
there's 3 different verses where he says he's coming back while his disciples are still alive. Which one do you want to start out first? And keep in mind, there have already been 2 Christians that have come up before you and tried to prove me wrong on this today, and they didn't come anywhere close. So if you want to address these passages, gird up your loins.
Well, those.
Put on that armor of God.
Well, that statement doesn't necessarily have to be the second coming. It doesn't have. It could be.
It does.
Judgment, historical judgment, as in, for example, the temple being destroyed.
The judgment is the second coming. So, there's no two comings.
Or even if you consider the Apostle John.
Yeah, I wouldn't respond to that
the
either.
Guy who wrote the Book of Revelation. If he's claiming to have a vision of future times, then he saw the Son of Man coming.
You don't even know what verse I'm talking about. What are you responding to? I have no idea what you're responding to. What verse do you think you're responding to?
The one where you're saying that he would come back while they were still, or he, in some way, shape, or form, they wouldn't taste death.
There are 3 verses that we're talking about right now. I didn't tell you which one we're talking about first. You're just randomly jumping into the one that's in your brain.
No, I'm trying to prove that actually.
You didn't prove anything. How about we read the verse? When he sends his disciples out to the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, I didn't ask you to tell me what's wrong with the verse that we haven't read yet. We didn't even read the verse. Verse is on the screen, Matthew 10:23. When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Now, what is the coming of the Son of Man? What does that mean? What's that phrase mean?
Like I said, it could mean divine judgment, historical judgment, the Mount of Transfiguration.
So the coming is when he comes to judge mankind, but it's not just a generic judging. It's not just him sitting up in heaven saying, I don't like that guy. It's the actual judgment that is described in the book of Revelation and also in Matthew 25. It is the second coming.
That's what I'm saying.
Because this coming of the Son of Man is when the keys of the kingdom are handed to the one who is like the Son of Man in Daniel chapter 7. And then all dominion on earth is given to him, and then everybody on earth will worship and will serve this individual. And so this is all the wicked nations, all the ones after that, they're going to be wiped out if they don't serve the nation of Israel after that.
Yeah,
so this is the judgment. And so he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Now, this is obviously referring to his second coming, because he's already there. The coming of the Son of Man can only happen if he goes away and then comes back.
It doesn't have to be only that, though.
That is, yes.
So you could still fulfill
how many
comings?
How many comings does he have? How many comings does he have?
His first one 2,000 years ago, and then the future one that's supposed to come.
I said a number. How many?
Well, you can count my 2 statements. That would be 2.
So there's only going to be a total of 2. Is that correct?
From what I read, yeah.
Okay, so this must be referring to the second coming, because he's already come the first time. So what he says is, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes the second time.
But there could be still stuff that isn't between the first and second coming that could still satisfy that prophecy.
It wouldn't satisfy this prophecy, because this is talking about the coming of the Son of Man.
Okay.
How many times does the Son of Man come?
But John the Revelator.
How many times does the Son of Man come? Well, this is talking about a vision. Well, that's adorable, but this doesn't say anything about a vision. So pay attention. This is not about a vision. Pay attention. This is not about a vision. The pretzels and the coping is crazy right now. Does Matthew 10:23 say anything about a vision?
No, but it says they will see the Son of Man.
No, it doesn't.
And they won't taste death.
No, it doesn't.
That's what you said.
No, I didn't. We're in Matthew 10:23. Try to keep up.
You're making the claim that they all died and didn't see him, but I'm saying
no, I didn't. I didn't make that claim at all. We're in Matthew 10:23. I know you're concussed right now, but Matthew 10:23 is different than Matthew 16. Can you read? Can you read the one that's on the screen right now? Can you do that? Can you read the one that's actually on the screen, not the one you want to be on the screen?
When they persecute you in the town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished. It's hard to see. It's small. You will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes.
Okay, did he say anything about a vision?
Nobody also didn't say that a vision wouldn't. Like
he says
vision,
before the Son of
didn't
Man
say
comes.
vision, but
What is the coming of the Son of Man?
The coming of the Son of Man is when he establishes his eternal kingdom.
Where?
The kingdom of God.
Where?
Heaven on earth.
How? Is he going to come from heaven to earth?
However the prophets describe him coming.
Is he going to come from heaven to earth?
Maybe. It says the clouds.
That would be the second coming. If he comes from heaven to earth, that's a coming of the Son of Man, and that would be the second coming, which is what this is obviously referring to, and this doesn't say anything about a vision, and I don't know why you're talking over me. Obviously, I'm going to talk over you if you keep talking over me. Do you want this to continue the whole time? How long do you want me to talk over you?
As long as you want. It's your channel.
Okay, well then I'll guarantee you every time you talk over me, I'll just talk over you, and then nobody's ever going to hear you. It'll just be you mumbling in the background of me talking, and you'll be wasting all of your breaths.
You asked me the question.
It's actually going to be you mumbling because my microphone's louder than yours. No one's going to hear you talking. It's going to be Is this going to be Charlie Brown's teacher in the background?
All right, go ahead.
So if you want to be heard, you can just not talk over me, or at least try not to talk over me. So this is really simple. Does it say anything about a vision in this passage?
No, it doesn't. As far as I can see,
so then is there a good reason to believe that this is talking about a vision? Because it says that prior to you going through all of the towns of Israel, it does. Try to listen to what the words actually say. It does. It says, truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. He doesn't say before the vision of the Son of Man. He doesn't even say before you see the Son of Man. He says before the Son of Man comes. That's a statement about something that's going to happen.
And can I speak now?
It's crazy that you don't know how conversations work. See, when I stop talking, you should start talking. What you shouldn't do is start talking while I'm talking. It's really weird that you just don't know how this works. I've had like dozens of conversations with Cyber down here, and I've never had to be like, hey, Cyber, you're done talking now. Can I talk? It's weird how human beings just know how conversations work, but you don't.
All right, is it my turn?
I don't know. Is it?
I'm asking you. You're the host.
I can't tell. I don't know how conversations work.
Can I go now?
I don't know. Maybe. Can you?
I'm asking you. I'm not going to go into you.
Apparently, I don't know how conversations work. I thought conversations worked when you were talking and then stopped talking. The next person gets to talk, but apparently you don't know how that works. No. I don't know. You tell me.
Yes,
do you know how conversations work?
Yes,
how do conversations
I'm going to go
work?
next then. Can you stop talking?
All right, go ahead and go next then. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for announcing that you're going to talk now that I'm done talking.
Cool. Yeah. I know. Isn't that cool?
I don't think it's cool. I think it's childish.
Yeah. Well, the feeling's mutual.
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something.
Oh God. Is that an Indian meme? Anyway. Yeah, he didn't explicitly say vision, but that doesn't mean a vision can't apply.
A vision wouldn't apply because he's not talking about something. He's not talking about something someone's seeing in a dream or a vision. He's talking about an event.
Okay. Well, I think a vision applies. So
a vision doesn't apply. Is the coming of the Son of Man an event or a vision?
It could be both.
No, wrong again. Is the coming of the Son of Man an event?
Yes, I would say it is.
Fantastic. And if you have a vision,
I would also say it's a vision.
That means you're having a vision of an event. They're still different. You can have a vision of an event. He's not talking about a vision. He's talking about the actual event right now. He's saying this event is going to occur prior to you finishing going through all the towns of Israel. That event is the second coming.
Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely is. Now,
I would agree with the second coming. I'm saying
it clearly is the second coming. And he reiterates
not
the same thing
disagreeing with you.
in
That's the second
Matthew.
coming.
You definitely are
But I'm
disagreeing with
saying
me.
the Mount Transfiguration
The coming of
and
the
all
Son of
other things
Man,
could
it's certainly
also
not the
satisfy that prophecy. That's
transfiguration.
my
Nope, it doesn't.
assertion.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, because
hold on,
the
the reason-
coming
Yes, it
of the
does.
Son of Man, the coming of the Son of Man is different than going on a mountain. The coming implies that you are gone and you come. You can't
you don't
come
know
when you're
how.
already here. If, for example, if I'm
Hebraic
going to Walmart, I'm not coming to Walmart. I'm going to Walmart, right? If I'm already at Walmart and I call Cyber and I say I'm coming to, or if I call Cyber and he's at Walmart and I say I'm coming to Walmart, it implies that I'm not at Walmart. So if Jesus says the Son of Man is coming, he's obviously coming from heaven to earth, because the people that are receiving him are on the earth. So what that means is this is obviously not talking about the transfiguration, because on the transfiguration, he was already on the earth. Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, and what's important too is if you read just a few verses above this, starting in verse 16, I am sending you out like sheep into the midst of wolves, so be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Beware of them, for they will hand you over to councils and flog you in their synagogues. This is the important part. You will be dragged before governors and kings because of me. When were the disciples ever brought before governors or kings during the lifetime of Christ?
During the lifetime?
Yep.
Yeah, you will be dragged before governors and kings because of me as a testimony to them and the Gentiles. When they hand you over, meaning when you get turned over to these individuals that are going to be judging you, that are going to be persecuting you, right? Do not worry how you are to speak, because the Spirit's going to help them. When during the time of Christ, whether it's before or after the transfiguration, but not at or not before his crucifixion, when were they ever drugged before governors and kings?
He never says before his crucifixion. It could be after the resurrection. It could be the resurrection. And if you resurrect, you're alive.
What's Justin's argument, Ben, real quick? What's Justin's argument, Ben?
Resurrected. So technically,
hold on. What's Justin's argument, Ben?
Well,
what's Justin's argument, Ben? What's Justin's argument, Ben?
You're going to talk over me.
Yeah, what's Justin's argument, Ben?
He's alive, so if they get persecuted, well, yeah, because he's still alive, because he's resurrected.
So it's not the transfiguration, though, right? It can't be talking about the transfiguration, correct?
It could be.
Couldn't be.
So again, tell me when after, tell me when before the crucifixion.
No, we could apply.
The question is, when before the crucifixion were they brought before governors and kings?
It doesn't say before the crucifixion. I'm going to use the same logic he used on it. Doesn't say visions. It doesn't say before.
I don't think he's tracking the conversation.
No, he didn't track any of
better
it.
than you.
He didn't track.
You're trying to say.
No.
You're trying to say.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You're trying to say that this is talking about the transfiguration. I'm showing you why it can't be about the transfiguration. Why it can only apply. Why it can only apply after the crucifixion.
He didn't say anything about the crucifixion, though.
He does.
In that section.
Yep.
Because he says they will. He says you will be dragged.
Once I just heard crucifixion in your interpretation, not in the actual text.
Were they dragged before?
It's actually easy. So Cyber is making a very easy case. He's saying, I'm sending you out like sheep into the midst of wolves, so be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Beware of them, for they will hand you over to councils and flog you in their synagogues. Now, when did that occur? When were they flogged, the disciples?
They were flogged when they were being persecuted.
Before or after Jesus died?
I don't know. I don't have any historical evidence.
After.
I would assume after, yeah. But
after.
That doesn't necessarily mean that that's 100% true. But I would say after. But I mean,
it's obviously
I'm not
after.
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but
what
you
that
don't know
means. Yeah, we
That's an
do.
interpretation.
So what that means is
No, we
when
don't.
it says
No, we
that
don't.
you're going to be flogged, you're going to be dragged before the governors and the kings and whatnot, that's obviously something that's going to happen after Jesus dies. And so what we can take
and I
from
agree with
this,
that interpretation, sure.
so what we can take from this is very clear. This is talking
But that
about a
doesn't mean
time
we're
period.
right.
It does, actually. So this is talking
Only
about a
the
time
ignorant.
period that is connected to verse 22 and 23. It says, you will be hated because of all my name. Sorry, you will be hated by all because of my name, but the one who endures to the end will be saved. When they persecute you in this town, flee to the next.
Yeah, sounds
So
good to
this
me. It's a better
instruction,
offer than you could offer.
this instruction is referring to
Eternal
something
life. You can't
that is
offer that.
expected to happen
So
after
therefore,
Jesus is
I'm
already
going to tell you
dead.
eternal life. Cool.
Yes, I'm going to let you know just real quick. If you're trying to talk while Justin's talking, you're just going to be little wants in the background. Nobody will hear you. Nobody will understand a word you're saying. So it would behoove you that when Justin talks, you don't.
Fair enough.
So
Can you
the
communicate when
point
it's
that
my turn to talk then? So
the point that
communication can
Cyber is making here, yeah, when we're done talking, we're expecting you to start
No.
talking. So the
All right.
point that Cyber is making here is that what's being described is something that appears to be happening after the death of Jesus. They weren't dragged before the courts. They weren't taken before kings and beaten prior to Jesus' death. All the events in this paragraph are events that are happening after Jesus already dies.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so what that means then is that this certainly couldn't be about the transfiguration. This obviously is going to be about Jesus' second coming. Cyber, did I still man your position properly?
Yeah.
So if these are events that are happening after Jesus dies, that precludes the transfiguration. That happened before Jesus died.
Yeah. But it's,
Okay,
as long as
so
it happened 6 days
so
after he said that statement, though.
that's adorable. It happened 6 days after Matthew 16, not after Matthew 10.
6 days after whichever one they're all
Buddy,
basically talking about the
you've
same
been
thing in
concussed
different
the
ways.
entire time. We're not in Matthew 16. I don't know why you keep going back to that verse. We haven't read a single line from Matthew 16 to you.
Based off your logic, though.
We're in Matthew 10. We're in Matthew 10. Try to focus. Okay. So in Matthew 10, it says that the Son of Man's coming prior to them being able to finish going through all the towns of Israel. That's obviously just a failure, and it coincides, though, with what he tells them in Matthew 24, when he tells them about what are the signs, what do we look for prior to, you coming back. It says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branch becomes tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Now, I already know what your apologetic's going to be, but go ahead and give it before we move on.
I've already stated my case.
Oh, we just read a new verse. You didn't state a case at all.
All right, he said, you will see. He had a vision, and he saw it, and he was still alive. I think that applies. I think that satisfies that.
Did he say you? You will see? What are you talking about? You're not even listening when we read these. It's not even listening when we read these passages.
He's not.
He says,
the whole thing.
The sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see. All the tribes of the earth will see. I didn't say anything about a single person. It's not about John. All the tribes of the earth are going to see it.
Okay, my turn. In the book of Revelation, it talks about that. The 144,000, all the nations will see that.
I agree. And when is that going to happen?
Yeah, I know you because it's fucking right.
You're not fucking right. You're going to get cooked. You're not fucking right. Also, Colossians tells you not to use that language. You're not cooking anybody.
Yeah, you're right.
You're literally suffocating on the gas that's pouring into your kitchen because you're not even smart enough to shut your oven off when you're done with it.
Yeah, whatever. Ad hominem, whatever.
So it says
anyway,
that they will see the sign of the Son of Man, which is all the nations. All the nations will see this, and they're going to see it when? They're going to see it before this generation passes away, and that generation has passed away.
Not before seeing it.
They didn't see it. Did all the tribes of the earth? Did all the tribes of the earth see Jesus coming back?
3 people saw it on Transfiguration.
Nope. This is after the Transfiguration. That's Matthew 16. This is Matthew 24. Try to track.
Foreshadowing.
It's not foreshadowing. We're in Matthew 24. We're like a year and a half after the Transfiguration, and Jesus says to a different group of people, he says that you're going to see, all the tribes of the earth are going to see the coming of the Son of Man. Did that happen?
Yeah. In a vision, yeah.
No, it didn't happen in a vision.
Yeah.
John the Revelator got a vision, but it certainly didn't happen. But it certainly didn't happen. He didn't say that John, he didn't say you're going to see it. The dishonesty of these clowns is crazy. It's like they literally never, like they're terrified of reading the book. They hate God's word so much that they refuse to read it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When it says they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds, who's they?
I proved my point. I don't got to prove anything else.
You haven't proved any point. Who's they?
I proved the biggest point. What are you talking about?
You didn't prove any point. Who's they?
Yeah, I did. I just quoted the book of Revelation.
Who's they in Matthew 24?
The disciples, obviously, whoever he's talking to, the 12
No. No, it doesn't say the disciples. It says all the tribes of the earth.
Yeah, in the vision.
Who do you think the tribes of the earth are?
Not in the vision.
Who's the tribes of the earth?
Well, all the tribes of the earth.
Yeah, who are they?
It's self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory.
I agree, it is. This is why you're choking on it right now.
The nation of Israel and the rest of the world. So everybody.
Yep.
That's why when you read the tribes of the earth, we can assume that this is going to be all the peoples of the earth, right?
Sure, I would agree with that.
So if I go to North Sentinel Island and we were to take a look at their history, are they going to have any evidence that they have seen the coming of the Lord, that this man, the Son of Man, coming in his kingdom?
Yeah, once the book of Revelation actually happens, sure.
Oh, so they haven't seen it yet. We have to wait for Revelation. So this is, once again, talking about the second coming, not the transfiguration.
No, I would disagree with that, I disagree that it's not applying to the transfiguration. I believe that it also applies to that, but it definitely applies to the second coming. I would agree.
Hey, wait, Truth in Life, what's your name? Yeah, it's obviously triple fulfillment. Hey, what's your name? What do we address you as?
I don't know.
I don't know.
My real name out.
All right, you're gonna be B-Boop.
No, because I don't let people name me. So
you're definitely B-Boop.
I don't know.
So right now, B-Boop, this is where you're at, centered in space time. You're on the Dunning-Kruger curve, right here. You're at the peak of confidence, but the absolute dearth of knowledge. Right. So what would look good for you is if you didn't pretend to know things and just interacted like a normal human being here. Can you do that,
B-Boop, are you still there?
Oh no, he dropped. Okay. Well,
I'm not going to give you my name or tell you something to call me, and how dare you make something up for me and call me B-Boop?
I actually picked that name because he reminds me a lot of B-Boop. He sounds just like B-Boop. I have a 3-part series of the guy with the dumbest voice ever that came in initially, I think, as Jesse and then twice as B-Boop. It wasn't the same guy. It just sounded like him, which is why I needed to break out the crayons to give him an illustration. But
and I'm going to say, as a former as a former active duty Marine, is that blueberry flavored?
I apologize if not. Oh shit, friends! I'm gonna read a couple of super chats, and then I'm gonna get Pat in here. But also, Cyber, that was such a good point that you made on Matthew 10. That the events that are transpiring here, he's really describing events that are going to be after his death. Even though at the time he's sending them out to the villages, it's clear that this is not the first time he's sending them out. He wants them to continue doing this, which is why the whole lead up of this is talking about events that are happening after he's already dead. This is a continuation of the process. Is a really good point that you brought up. Only LC, good to see you again, friend, says, in sooth thou sayest these Christians, though elsewhere deft in reading, when meet passages needs twist the words, for the text accordeth not with their modern conceit. And that is 100% it. And in the best translation, I would admit. I really appreciate that. And your follow-up super chat friend says, would you ever do an Israel tour down the line? I would, actually. So I was actually planning on going to Israel before the war broke out. And now we're in war, so I'm not going to be going anytime soon. But yes, I actually am planning on going. I'm not going to be giving a tour, but I am going to be going to Israel. There's a group of us that was planning on going that's been postponed for now. But yeah, the goal is to go over and actually visit some archaeological dig sites and to do some touring and to do lots of media content while we're out there. Explain cities that made the Bible, etc. Feel like getting my own Jerusalem syndrome. Yes. Well, that's the goal, is to actually go to these cities, go to some of these locations and talk about, like, here's what happened in the biblical narrative. You know what I mean? I think it'd be a really fun time. And Marky says, big fan. I've seen nearly every video you have. Thanks for making me feel less like I'm the crazy one. Marky, you're not crazy. And thank you so much for being here and for supporting the stream, friend. No, you're definitely not crazy for rejecting this asinine religion. And Babs says, if God needs evil for sustenance, then he is a demon. If he can do nothing about evil, then he's not all powerful. If he could prevent evil but chooses not to, then he's not benevolent. And I agree. This is a really good way to formulate the problem. And Babs, we argue this point a lot. You've probably heard all of our arguments at this point. You've been around for a little bit. Last super chat for now from our friend Zen. Good to see you again, Zen. I hope you're doing well, friend. Thank you so much for the $19.99 $19.99 super thanks. I really appreciate it, friend. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream so frequently. We're going to grab answering apologists, and then we're going to get Pat, and then we're going to get Mark. Mark what? Mark Kitts, I think is the name, in that particular order. So welcome in answering apologists. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah.
Awesome. And thanks for waiting patiently in the guest box. I assumed you were there by accident, so I didn't bring you up earlier.
Yeah, no worries. Could we talk about the topic you were just talking about earlier? With the other guy?
It's pretty crazy how often Christians get hung up on these passages. It's funny because, like, I did a live stream last week where these passages were, like, tangentially relative to the topic, and then the entire live stream just came about these passages. It's like Christians cannot accept the fact that these passages say what they say. But anyways, what's on your mind? Which one do you want to address first?
I don't think we'll need to go in any specific one, because I do agree with you. I think the historical Jesus probably thought that, like, the Parousia would happen within, like, the lifetime of the disciples. I think that's just the most historically plausible. The only thing I would, like, kind of contest, I agree with you, like, if you take the Deuteronomistic law, like, of Deuteronomy 18 on its own, then yeah, the Jews would have been in the right. But then also, like, a lot of other, like, Old Testament texts obviously, like, had false prophecies. So I'm not sure if you could say, like, because then the Jews would be in some kind of a hypocrisy, right? They accept some prophets, which may
we are, like, so
yeah.
I'm Jewish. We are. We've actually.
Sorry,
so,
it
like,
took me a second
right
to
now,
capture what you were saying, but go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, so, like, the Jewish theology right now is that because the prophecies have failed, right? They're not happening; they failed. So the rabbinical answer to that is that every generation has a Messiah. Now, whether or not we as a Jewish nation are ready to essentially, I don't like using this term, but I think it's the best way to explain it is like, does the Messiah get his avatar powers activated, right? But the theological belief is that every generation has a Messiah, and it depends on whether or not we as a Jewish people are ready for that to be activated. So the prophecies have failed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was contesting, and also like a specific passage in, like, for example, Jeremiah. Like, I think it's Jeremiah 26:18. There also Jeremiah makes an apologetic for Micah, right? The false prophecy in Micah, where he says that God could have just changed his mind. Or it's actually not Jeremiah talking, but it's the people of Jerusalem, I think. Yeah, I think so. So, I mean, on this point specifically, I would then say, were they like justified? And because it would still be hypocrisy in some sense, no?
Can I adjust your apologetic? You're being nice enough. I actually want to help you rather than hinder you right now. I think what
Sure.
you meant to say is not that God changed his mind, but that the prophecy was conditional. Because remember the book of Numbers and the book of Samuel, so Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29 says that God can't change his mind or doesn't change his mind, right? So I think
Yeah.
the apologetic that you wanted is that it was conditional and the condition changed.
Well, I mean, I would just probably say that's just a contradiction. I don't think the biblical
okay.
text is univocal. So
Oh,
I
are you
wouldn't.
Orthodox?
No,
Or
no, I'm not
Catholic?
Orthodox Christian. I'm Catholic, but I'm like pretty liberal on all these issues. So I
Okay.
wouldn't have an issue with there being a contradiction there. I would probably say it is a contradiction on face value, not only on face value, but what the authors meant, right? So I would say that when Jeremiah makes that apologetic, he probably does think God literally changes his mind there, to some extent, right? So I'm just saying, like, specifically here, then the Jews were not really justified because they accept some prophets which made false prophecies, and they accept some apologetic for false prophecies, while they reject other like false like prophets that made false prophecies in that sense, right? I guess.
So I think one of the disconnects between like your position and our position is going to be something akin to we're using the like the argument we're making about Jesus' second coming is that we're making the argument that Jesus's words like were actually recorded appropriately. And if that's the case, then I think one of two things was wrong. Like either Jesus changed his mind, or he was wrong, or he lied, right? Or maybe it was all made up to begin with, right? Are you suggesting that Jesus just changed his mind?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, from a theological stance, you could take something like what Jeremiah says, if you accept that God could literally change his mind, which a lot of Christians have issues with. But from a like historical standpoint, I don't think there's directly evidence for that. The later Christians didn't really try to do that apologetic, right? So I guess, well, from a historical standpoint, you wouldn't really say Jesus changed his mind. You would just say he had a wrong expectation. But you could say this from a theological standpoint, but I try to distinguish the two because they're distinct.
So are you suggesting that Jesus was just wrong? Because I don't know what your position on Jesus is, but most Christians would say that Jesus is somehow omniscient and can't tell a lie and can't be wrong. What's your position?
I do think Jesus is God, but I think, well, you could say it's according to his human nature, but you could also, I tend to like a position, I don't know if you know, like open theism, right? Where you say you have absolute libertarian free will. So I would also consider at least the position to say God doesn't really know the future, but only the present and the past, like in full, but the future not really.
So then you would take verses like 1 John, where it says that God knows all things. You would just take that to be like an incorrect passage?
Yeah, I don't think you can have like a fully consistent view of God with anything in the Bible, to be fair.
I agree. Actually, I
Like,
don't think the Bible paints a consistent picture.
yeah, right.
Okay,
So
so
I
then
guess that would be my position.
I think the difficulty with this is we're actually taking the Bible at what it says, and we're suggesting that if Jesus said these words, then he was just wrong. And if he's wrong, it seems like he's a false prophet, because a false prophet in Deuteronomy 18 is somebody who speaks a prophecy and then it doesn't come true, right? So they ask in Deuteronomy 18, how can we know if a word has not been spoken by the Lord? And it says, if the thing proves to be untrue or does not come to pass, that prophet has spoken presumptuously, you must not allow that prophet to live. Which means Jesus would have been a false prophet. He should have been killed anyways.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I said like I agree with you to the extent if
Okay.
we only take Deuteronomistic law, but as I also kind of elaborated, right? If we're saying like the Jews at the time who also accept, like the Pharisees who also accept other prophets who have false prophecies and also accept like what Jeremiah does in like making an apologetic for Micah's false prophecy, then I would say it's kind of to some extent hypocritical, right? So maybe that's where how I would push back. I guess most Christians wouldn't accept that approach, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think most Christians would accept the approach, but I understand your approach, and I'm actually not mad at you for it. But I think also wrapped up, other than the false prophecy, like the false future prophecies, is he's also telling lies about the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that he's fulfilled, and and like about being the Messiah and things like that, right? So like, if somebody comes along and they're saying like, I am the Messiah, I am the Son of Man. Now, I don't expect everyone to do deep dives on weird topics. I spent a lot of time doing a deep dive like 8 years ago on the Son of Man thread. And the Son of Man it's a messianic title that everybody knew at Jesus' time period. That's why the Bible never explains what does it mean, Son of Man. Everyone already knew. It's a reference that developed out of Daniel 7 and the Enochic literature. The Son of Man, it shows up in 2nd Ezra chapter 7 as well. The Son of Man is referring to the second coming, where he takes the throne or the authority from God and comes to the earth and judges all this stuff. So anyways, my point is though, is that Jesus is clearly claiming the Messiah. That seems to be a core principle of his teaching. The problem is, in order to be the Messiah, you have to do at least some of the shit that the Messiah was supposed to have done, or was said to have done, or will do in the Hebrew Bible, and he didn't do any of it. In fact, he actually contradicted what the Hebrew Bible says about the Messiah. So on that account, we would say that it's another case of being a false prophet and therefore needed to be.
Yeah, I get that point. Actually, like Daniel is my main study, like focus of study. So I do know a bunch of stuff on the Son of Man, but yeah. So regarding that point, I know like the view of the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible is a bit complicated. So I know like the most obvious messianic passage I would say is like Ezekiel 37 or something, where it's the new David, right?
Yeah, 37:24.
Yeah, I haven't done too much like research on this whole topic. I just know that most of the passages, like in Ezekiel and Jeremiah, they're written shortly, I think, after the Davidic dynasty falls, right?
Well,
or I'm not,
so
it depends.
So Ezekiel was penned in the exile. So remember, it starts out with he's at the river in exile, and Jeremiah is writing just a little bit before the exile, and then also after the exile. And a lot of his prophecies, I would say, like the first portion of his prophecies that talk about the 70 years, it looks like those were written about 604, 605, because like even Jeremiah 31, he's making predictions about the 70 years. But in most of the prophecy, he's actually talking about the events, like the people being carried off, in the present tense. Like as they're being carried off, he's saying this is what's happening, but this is what will happen, right? So I'm interpreting a lot of Jeremiah's work as coming from like the moment that Nebuchadnezzar showed up and started carrying people away.
Okay, I'm not sure if you agree with me. I've read like a little on this, so I'm not the best educated. But like specifically the stuff in Jeremiah and Ezekiel, as for like Isaiah 11, I think there's an alternative interpretation. I'm not sure if Isaiah 11 is necessarily the Messiah. I've heard interpretations of it being
Really?
like I've heard I think Mark Sweeney has a commentary on Isaiah, and he suggests it's actually meant to be King Josiah. Like he suggests it's written a bit later, and not actually by Isaiah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll backtrack. Okay. So you're actually,
Uh-huh.
as far as I can tell, you're actually dabbling in real academic scholarship. If you're okay.
Yeah.
So if that's your view of of Isaiah 11, I actually do agree with you. So when I argue that a lot of these passages in Isaiah, I'm kind of forced to argue them from like the Jewish messianic aspect, like how the Jews expected them to be messianic. But here's where I would be cautionary. So while the Jews did believe these to be messianic passages, it's clear that the original context expected them to happen at roughly the time period they were given. So I actually agree with you. I think Isaiah 11 probably was going to be Hezekiah. Hezekiah was the prophet that Isaiah seemed to enjoy the most. He had like the most hegemony. He was well known for defeating the Assyrians. We're not defeating, but not succumbing to the Assyrians like the northern tribes did. So I agree with you within the historical context. I actually do think that Isaiah 11 is about one of the kings at the time of Isaiah. But if that's the case, if it really is about a king at the time of Isaiah, then what that means is that it certainly couldn't, like the whole Hebrew Bible is now false.
Yeah, because it didn't come true, or like
exactly. So if we go the historical route, which is this is actually my view. So when I was studying the Old Testament in school, I had a historical critical interpretive method, which most scholars do. So if it's true that this is a failed prophecy from the time of Hezekiah or even somebody after Hezekiah, well, then it would also just be true that these prophets aren't hearing from God and that the God of the Hebrew Bible is not real. And then Jesus certainly wouldn't be the Messiah after that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, I could tell you like a theological approach, obviously, that you could take, but I don't think you really care about like a theological approach. So that doesn't really matter to you. So I think, we were also talking about. I'll just say something to that too about the Jeremiah and the Ezekiel passages, right? Regarding those, Ezekiel talks about the next temple, the third temple. Most people say the third temple. I'm not sure he's actually talking about a third temple. It was probably he was just expecting it to be the next temple that would be built, right?
Again, we agree. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Ezekiel is referring to the second temple, and the prophecy clearly failed.
Right. So I would say he would probably have thought, like the author, I'm not necessarily saying it's Ezekiel, but he would have probably thought this would happen like very soon after the exile. And that didn't happen. So I don't think there's any possibility like under that paradigm for any Messiah to be clear. Yeah.
So I agree. In Ezekiel 12, the prophecies we're told are for the immediate future. It says, "No longer will they be delayed; they won't be for distant years. I will fulfill it within your generation, O wicked house of Israel." And so I agree. All the prophecies of Ezekiel should have came true in that generation, and the fact that they didn't come true means that this God doesn't really exist, and these people are just making stuff up.
Right. Yeah, and I can see that point. I can obviously give some like as an open theist Christian, that's not necessarily a problem, right? But yeah,
right,
I
do
God's
not all-knowing.
If I mean, the open theist view is that he doesn't know the future, only the present and the past. So, yeah, I see that point. But like for the view of the Messiah in general, I think that mostly developed like the view that was present at the time of Christianity, like early Christianity, mostly developed during Second Temple Judaism, right? You see that like in some Qumran scrolls, and yeah. So I would say shouldn't, I mean, most Christians won't do that, but shouldn't Christians, if they want to hold that Jesus is the Messiah, completely distinguish from all these Old Testament texts and then the Messiah in Second Temple Judaism, and just say, I guess, he fulfilled expectations of some Second Temple Jews? That's the only view I could ever imagine to be possible.
Yeah.
But that would obviously, yeah.
Yeah, you're not actually wrong. So, I don't talk too much about my backstory, but I think I had a similar background to you. I had 12 years of Catholic school, and then I became a Protestant, born again Christian. And I studied the biblical text. I went to Bible college and seminary. By the time I got through Bible college, the only way I could salvage the biblical God was through open theism. So I was actually in your camp at one point. I was an open theist. I think the problem that you have with open theism is at that point, it seems like nothing in the Bible is even trustworthy anymore, because the God of the Bible announces over and over again predictions for the distant future. And if he just gets all of them wrong, it seems to me that the God is too dumb to be trusted. Because if he knows he's not all knowing and he doesn't know the future, but then he says in Isaiah that I predict the very ending from the very beginning. If that's the case, then he's out of his mind to not know the future, but then pretend like he does. And then you can kill in Deuteronomy 18. You get to murder prophets who utter predictions that don't come true, which means God's going to give predictions for prophets that don't come true because he doesn't know the future, and then prophets are going to get murdered for it. I don't know if this is a good way of salvaging the problems with the biblical text.
Right. I mean, for Deuteronomy, most of Deuteronomy is Josianic, right? Came around at the time of... Oh. Can you hear me?
Hey, I'm really sorry. You and Cyber have to talk for a second. My headphones died for some reason. I don't know where they went to.
Okay.
I'll try to get them reconnected.
For sure.
Okay.
Well, yeah, what I was saying is most of Deuteronomy was written like at the time of Josiah's reforms, right? It was a product of Josiah's reforms. That's kind of the story of Second Kings. So if that's the case, I think it's more in the interest of Josiah or the Josianic scribes to not have people claim to be prophets, and therefore that he makes this criterion. And I think, at least I've seen people, like scholars, argue this, that I think it's in Jeremiah 18, 26, and 23, I think, that Jeremiah or whoever wrote that is disagreeing with that criterion or is rebutting it to some extent.
I guess the question that I would have then is, right, so some of the biggest things I think we'd have New Testament wise, I think, like Justin, I think we can agree to this. But the issue that we'd run into with like open theism is like the entirety of Revelations, right? Because this is supposed to be, something that will happen. We'd also have cases where like Jesus is saying Judas will betray me. Peter will deny me 3 times. I think these just kind of go against the idea of the open theism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Revelation, okay, yeah, it's still predicting the future, but it's about Nero, right?
So you hold that it is about Nero and not
I don't
about
think
the
it has
second
any
coming?
significance. Yeah, sorry. I don't think it has any significance for us today. It was about Nero back then.
Okay. Yeah, so I really don't think that we're gonna find much to disagree with, because I think we would agree. But I do think, like Justin mentioned, I do think that it does have some huge implications then, because let me ask you another question. Do you hold to double fulfillment in the prophecies?
I don't think any of I think double fulfillment as a concept is like after the fact, when you realize they're not actually prophecies, that you try to salvage them, right? So I think the only way you could ever take that is say, or I take it like from a theological perspective, and I don't think that is actually anywhere present in the text. But yeah, I don't really hold to that concept too much. I just, yeah. No.
So I guess my question would be then is, so unlike Justin, I am a mythicist, but I'm not going to go down that route. This is Justin's live. For the sake of Justin's live, I will accept that Jesus historically existed. Would it be fair then to say that, and kind of bringing it back on topic, that if Jesus is teaching from the scriptures, he's reading the scriptures, and maybe he doesn't have this open theology view, that he does actually view, at least the authors that write about him, they present him as if he did believe these scriptures to be true. How do you get to Jesus was the Messiah then?
Yeah, I already mentioned like it's kind of, yeah, it is difficult. Like you can't do it the normal way to say like there's prophecies in the Old Testament. The only way I could ever see, and I've not done enough research to ever suggest that from evidence, right? Is if you look at Second Temple Judaism, you could technically maybe make the argument to say, oh, like he fulfills expectations, but that would also be, yeah, obviously Jesus, if he was a historical figure, arises from the Judaism that is around him, and therefore is gonna, if he claims to be the Messiah, mimic what they want him to do, right?
Correct.
So
Because like what you were saying is when we read Daniel, we can see that Daniel at the beginning, he's of chapter 7, he's going over Jeremiah, and you mentioned this, not necessarily Daniel, but he's like, we have a huge problem here. There's a huge problem here. This is supposed to happen and it hasn't. And then we get, like you said, we get this apologetic for why it hasn't happened. And so we can see where like Second Temple era Judaism is clearly influenced by this. But if it is the case that it was influenced by it, would you hold then that Jesus maybe thought he was the Messiah, but he actually wasn't?
I mean, from a Christian perspective, I could hardly say he wasn't, right? But he definitely thought it, and maybe, I mean, it's hard from a Christian perspective to say he was really mistaken in anything, even though I already said that with the prophecies. So yeah, he probably was. The historical Jesus probably thought he was the Messiah, as in like fulfilling prophecies from the Old Testament, right? But since that isn't true, you could say he may be mistaken in that too. From a Christian perspective, I don't know if I could say that he wasn't, right. That's the
But if
difficult.
Jesus was mistaken, though, right? If we have this open theism, we have these failed prophecies that you've already stated, but Jesus is holding to these. Let me rephrase it. The authors who are writing about Jesus are holding that Jesus held this stance. How do you then get to Jesus being the Messiah? I guess is my big question.
I think the only way you could really do it is take it on faith, right? Say, okay, in some way, Jesus is the Messiah on faith. I don't think there's anything like in evidence that you could bring up. So if you want to hold this as a Christian, then I guess you will have to say that. Yeah, apart from what I said, maybe like fulfilling expectations, even though I don't think that it would be really like a compelling argument, because obviously he would conform to what the Jews thought the Messiah would do.
Yeah, real quick. And Justin, are you back?
I'm good now. Yeah, thank you for carrying on with me or without me.
Okay. Because yeah, so I'm trying to get, because he's acknowledged that the prophecies that even Jesus quotes are failed prophecies. That's what we've been discussing, and I'm just trying to understand how he jumps from that to Jesus is the Messiah. I'm trying to see if we can make that connection.
Well, yeah, I think no, I would have to take it on faith. I would have to say, yeah, that as a Christian, I say I believe that, even though I don't think there's enough evidence to substantiate that. So yeah, I guess that's that.
All right,
but
so
yeah.
Given the time period, then, given what you've said and stuff,
right,
and going back to the prompt, given we're in Temple era Judaism, there's a belief that these prophecies. Let me ask a question. Do you think that the Jewish people of the time, do you think they are aware of the Josiah Reformation, or do you think they kind of apologize it away?
I'm not sure if they're aware of it. I mean, like the official religion of Judaism doesn't really start until like the 4th century. I think that's where it starts, because the story in Ezra and Nehemiah, where Ezra teaches the Torah to Israel and Israel doesn't know it. I think that's like the origin story when like Judaism gets introduced to the normal people. So I don't even think they would really know about it. They would just take it for granted that the Torah is like by Moses. Yeah,
Okay.
so I don't
So
think they would even know about it really.
So if they're not aware of it, if they are going through this thing where they're not aware of the Josiah reform, they are under the impression that this is being passed down from Moses all the way to their present time. Back to the prompt then, were the Jewish people right in crucifying Jesus with according to the text that they had?
According to the text they had,
yeah, with an understanding that they don't have an
with their
understanding of the Josiah reform, that they're probably not aware of the documentary hypothesis, that they think that these are actually coming down from Moses.
Yeah, if
and
they
thus from God.
Yeah, from their understanding of the laws of Deuteronomy, sure, I would agree, but I would say that is on the other hand not consistent with, like, they could be right with their understanding of Deuteronomy, but they're not consistent with the rest of the scriptures. So were they right in that extent? I'm not so sure, because I do think Jews at the time knew that there's at least some issues with some prophecies of other prophets that didn't really get fulfilled. I think there's some texts at Qumran which have some reference. I think Daniel 11, that failed prophecy, is mentioned in, or at least alluded to, that it didn't become fulfilled, or that they have an issue with it in like the community scroll, I'm pretty sure. So I do think they know, at least to some extent, that there's issues with some prophecies. So they were right with the Deuteronomistic law, sure, but they were not really consistent. So were they overall right? I don't know. I'm not the one to judge. Others have to judge that.
Well, we could say like so my view is, because in Judaism you have the written law and then you have the oral law, right? I believe the oral law was just cope. I believe that right around the Maccabean, probably shortly before the Maccabean rebellion, the Pharisees, as they were being Hellenized by the Greeks, and they learned more about science, philosophy, and stuff, they took a look at the Torah and they were like, this is problematic. We have huge issues with this. We do know that not all virgins bleed on the night, the first time they have sex. They began to realize this. So we get this oral Torah that's being passed down, and essentially it builds fences around the written Torah. If you can't even touch the written Torah, you can't break it. So I believe the oral Torah is just cope, so they don't actually have to like follow the written Torah verbatim. They can get away from it. And I think this also shows that they may have been aware of these inconsistencies, these problems, but the Pharisees had written this into, or not necessarily the Pharisees, but the Jewish people at the time, probably headed by the Pharisees, started introducing these other laws to kind of apologize away why we're not following these laws anymore, and going into so much when we read into the Gomorrah and some other stuff, why some of these prophecies had issues with them.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there. That seems to be the most plausible origin story, since the Torah isn't one uniform document. It doesn't make sense that there's one uniform oral law to come with it. Just one last point I would mention, if that's fine, regarding the prompt. I mean, I don't think we can so surely say that the historical Jesus, that the Jews were really the ones who wanted to kill the historical Jesus. I think you could make the case to say the Romans thought he wanted to start an insurrection because he claimed to be the Messiah, and that is the primary reason. Maybe the Jews were to some extent included, like, too, but you could make the case that the primary reason was because Jesus came into Jerusalem on Passover claiming to be the Messiah, and that does sound dangerous to like the Romans who had been through like other revolts like that of Judas of Galilee.
Yeah. So to your point, I think we and I, Cyber and I agree, but I think the problem we have is if Jesus is perhaps going to turn over the apple cart by claiming to be the king, which he does in a couple places, even though Matthew 26 he says my kingdom, or Matthew 26, but anyways, he says my kingdom's not of this world. Even though that is the case, that creates a problem for the Jewish people. The Jewish people have somebody in their midst that's now challenging Caesar. Well, it's actually their duty to rectify that problem before the military comes in and wipes them out, which they ended up doing anyways. So even if that was the case, that's why he died, because of the Romans. I think the Jews wanting to remedy this situation are still kind of protecting their own interests the best that they can here.
Yeah, and I think something that supports this is when we read Josephus. Josephus writes about how Pilate had taken, they call it the holy money, the sacred money. So I'm assuming it's the money from the temple. That's what I'm assuming. And he was using it for water purposes. He was bringing water into Jerusalem. And the Jewish people didn't like this, and they started casting reproaches. They were like publicly calling him names. And Pilate disliked this so much that he told his soldiers, hey, dress in normal clothing, hide daggers in your things, and I'm going to go out publicly. And if they start casting reproaches against me, I'm going to give you a signal and then squelch it, stop it. And then Josephus writes about how not only did they deal with the people that were casting the reproaches, but they were taking out any Jew that was present, just anybody that was present. When we read what Philo writes how Pilate was known to give crucifixion commands, to order crucifixion without trial. He even writes how Herod Agrippa had left Judea, went to Caesar to complain about how, not necessarily about Pilate, I don't think he used Pilate's name here, but how the Romans kind of were not honoring the deal that Augustus, when Augustus was emperor, had made with the Herods, with his family, because the Herods helped Augustus defeat Mark Antony. It's how they ended up in power in Judea. But we're getting these things where like Pilate didn't fuck around with the Jews at all. He didn't like the Jewish people, and he didn't care if they had trials or not, and he didn't care when his soldiers went overboard with taking care of the Jewish people. And so I think what Justin was saying is this gives more reasoning why, when you have this Jesus character going around saying, I'm the Messiah, I'm the actual king, given the history the Jewish people have had with Pilate and with the Romans, why they would be like, hey, we got to take care of this. This needs to be squelched now, because it's never turned out favorably for us.
Right. Yeah. And I do agree with that. So I sort of hinted at it. I said like they may have been included. Yeah. So that does make sense to me. Yeah. And so, but then that would mean that like the reasons of the Jews wouldn't have been the same as the gospel authors describe. I think the gospel authors, especially John, have some anti-Semitism in there, right?
Oh, definitely John. John didn't not like Jews. That's for sure.
Right.
And a Jewish person referring to the Jews as the Jews.
Yeah. Like 65 times the Gospel of John says the Jews. Not to derail, one of my favorite books on this topic is by Terence Donaldson. He's a professor. He might even be Catholic, I forget. He writes on the anti-Semitism of the Gospels. Really, really awesome book. Also, answering apologists, are you in school to do biblical studies?
I'm going to. I'm above 18, as I already mentioned, but I finished school, like high school. I'm in Germany, so it takes a bit longer.
Right.
I finished that soon, and when I finish that, then I'll probably try to get into university, specifically on the book. Like I want to do some stuff on the Book of Daniel because that's my main area of study.
Well,
But
no.
yeah.
Okay, well, I'll tell you one thing, answering. You're a nice kid, you're smart, you're trying to be honest with the text. I'll warn you, Daniel will literally cook your faith once you learn the academic
I already
reading of this
agree.
book.
I already
Okay.
agree. It's a 2nd century, well, pseudepigraph. I mean, it depends. Only Daniel 9 explicitly claims to be Daniel writing it. The Court Tales don't really, but yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I do already agree with that views, and I do think
Right.
there's failed prophecies in there too. It's so that's why that's sort of how I used to be more fundamentalist on all these issues, but the Book of Daniel really was the bridge that led me to more like liberal beliefs.
Yeah, that'll do that. Actually, it was one of the books too that kind of led me to getting into the liberal side of things. But listen, answering apologies, you're a really nice young man. We've got a couple people waiting to get in, and it's almost 11 o'clock, so I've got to kind of keep things moving. But thanks
It's
for
5
coming
a.m. for
by.
me, so.
It's like oh my gosh, yeah, because you're in Germany. Holy shit. So
Right.
thanks for staying
Yeah.
up like all night to talk to us, and
Yeah.
don't be shy. Come back and talk to us on other topics. It's clear that
sure.
like you're actually thinking critically about these things. These are the type of conversations that we should be engaging in. As fun as
Yeah.
it is to yell back and forth with crazy people who can't control themselves,
Yeah.
I do
love
enjoy
to
these
roast that.
conversations as well. And I guarantee some portion of the audience finds them boring, but I know some portion likes them. So come back and chat with us again. We do a lot of different topics, and you're obviously thinking about them. So we'd love to stay in dialogue with you.
For sure. I'll definitely come back.
All right. Sounds good. Cheers,
All
buddy.
right, have a good evening.
Oh, hold on.
See ya.
Before you go, 1 second. I'm going to add you as a friend on TikTok. All right, we're good to go. Thank you, buddy. Take care.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
I've got mixed views with open theists. I feel like open theists are like 1 foot into deconstruction.
They are. Yeah. He'll probably be one of us in a couple years. And you get to open theism the same way you get to preterism, by trying to find a solution to the problems that you're seeing in the text. But the difference between the two is that they've got different solutions to the problems, but at least they're seeing the problems, which is like a huge start. What was his name again? It was answering
apologetics.
Apologetics.
Yeah, apologists.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at his profile and he hates apologetics.
I was the same way, actually. When I was a Christian, I spent a lot of time writing articles about bad apologetics. So it just is one of those things. That's fantastic. So we're friends. I've followed him on both of our accounts. Hopefully we'll hear from him again. He reminds me a little bit of Catholic Thinker. Catholic Thinker obviously is still Catholic, but he's doing the best he can to salvage it before he leaves. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no hate in that. Like, I did the same thing when I was leaving Judaism. Like, you do what you can to salvage it, and then once you just come to the realization that it just can't be salvaged, you just ditch it.
Right. Agreed. Friends, I'm going to read exactly 5 super chats, and then I'm going to get Pat in here. I was going to get Mark next. Mark, I don't know why, but you're not fully connected on the YouTube or on the Video Ninja website. If you could recycle your browser, it should get you fully connected so that we can get in here after Pat. Babs, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says Revelation was only included because they thought St. John wrote it, but St. John's Greek was elegant. Revelation Greek was uneducated, not fluent in Greek. So nowadays it's called, it's credited to John of Patmos. Yeah. Well, even in the early church fathers, there's a discussion about John the Elder being the author of this text, as well as possibly the letters of John. This seems to be a really, really well-known thing, that John the Apostle didn't write Revelation. It's not like modern people have made this up. Even the early church fathers kind of already knew that this was going to be the case. Good point, though. The Greek of John, it is very John the Gospel is very philosophical, but also very well laid out and easy to read. So, like when I took Greek in seminary, we started with like the Gospel of John because is a relatively easy to read Greek text, and it used a lot of repetitions of words. But Cheesy Ches, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, on visiting Israel. My father visited Israel 15 years ago. His tour guide was a Palestinian stone builder and responsible for most of the buildings in Israel then. I had interviewed him in college on the two-state solution issue. You know what? I don't understand why they didn't do a two-state solution. It's baffling to me. I get that there were some political reasons why they didn't. And I get that it was a very difficult thing to work out because technically the Palestinians didn't own the land. It was owned by the British. But I don't know how you can just stick two diametrically opposed people groups in the same region and be like, okay, play nice. Don't fight with each other, whatever you do. It seemed like a recipe for a disaster. And Zen, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. It says, my YouTube feed now classifies your channel as a Christianity podcast. Your thoughts on this classification, please. I think you're getting confused with the Deconstruction Zone podcast. There actually is a podcast called the Deconstruction Zone podcast. Now, they made a video about me recently, recognizing the fact that somebody else has a name very similar to them, and that everybody confuses their podcast from my channel. That being said, they were actually pretty nice about it. I didn't watch the video. Somebody sent it to me. They made it sound like they were throwing shade at me. So I was going to do a live reaction to it. And then after like 10 minutes, I was like, oh, they're actually not saying anything horrible. So I ended up not doing much with that video. But yeah, there is a podcast, and it looks like they're still Christian, but they're like liberal Christians. And they're wrestling with a lot of the same issues that we talk about here. It's just that they haven't fully deconstructed yet. They're still somehow in the faith. And, it is what it is. You're going to have a little bit of that. Andy, thank you for the super chat. Says, the bad popes and God and anatomy are in my possession. You got them. I love it. Thank you for letting me know that you followed up on those books. Could you give me another new recommendation, please? Tanakh leaning, if possible. Gay for Justin and Rock Hard for Doug. Okay, so one thing I would get if you're just starting biblical studies and you want something that you can pick up, read, put down, and do it in sections, you don't have to sit down and read it all the way through, is there's a really good Old Testament survey. And there's a lot of good Old Testament surveys. I like this one, though. Hold on. This is the Old Testament survey by Bush, Hubbard, and Lesor. It's called Old Testament Survey, the Message, Form, and Background of the Old Testament, published by Erdman's second edition. This is a really, really popular Old Testament survey for people that are taking like their Old Testament 101 type of classes. If you want an introduction to how the Bible was put together, like the documentary hypothesis, like the themes and characterizations of the different texts, how the historical timeline worked, everything. You'll find it here in this particular book. And it's abundant. Actually, this is my second copy. My first copy I destroyed when I was in Bible college, and I got this one after I threw the old one out. It was so good. So definitely worth grabbing. I think it's a worthwhile volume. Good question. And from Ross says, from yesterday, if billions of watts of energy was put into the Shroud of Turin, it would have turned to ash. Yeah, that's the case. Well, I think that's part of the miracle claim, right? They're saying, well, it's a miracle for it to do what it had to do. It had to take, whatever, all kinds of radioactive, what do we call it? Hold on, my cat's eating plants. It would have to take,
while
like,
he's doing that, I was going to say, I was messaging Jaron because that guy was so anti-Catholic so with that study, there was a 2014 study that was done in which there was a group of Catholic scientists who tried to say that they found human DNA with the chromosomes and stuff like that. The issue is that when other scientists, because they never submitted that for peer review, when other scientists took a look at it, they said, hey, there's issues with this. We don't think you use the scientific method properly. So they redacted it. Two of these Catholic scientists were on this WAXes study. This is the X-ray scattering study. Two of them were Catholic scientists. It was Catholic funded. If you look at the funding through it, it was Catholic funding that funded this study. So for him to be so anti-Catholic, he shouldn't accept this study anyways, because it's clearly done by the Catholic Church.
That's a good point, actually. Almost all of these studies are essentially like completely funded by the Catholic Church, which is wild because when it first came out, the Catholic Church was like, it's a fraud, it's a fake. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a real turnabout. Let's get Pat in here. Mark left. I don't know what happened to Mark. So I guess rather than taking Mark, we'll take Colin after Pat. Pat, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
And is it your wallet?
Is what? Oh. It's not my wallet.
Pat, do you believe in Jesus?
Yes. I'll go ahead and let you know. So I'm Catholic, and I want to lead off by saying the last guy he said he was Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to be more head on with the text. You cannot be a Catholic. That's a heretical view. What he put out there.
I actually agree with you, but he was being nice, so I didn't want to completely crush his spirit.
Right.
But the early Catholic Church fathers did mention the inerrancy of the scriptures, and even mentioned, I think Tertullian or Irenaeus said that nothing in scripture could be discordant with the truth. And so there seems to be an early view of biblical inerrancy, but I understand if you're wrestling with the problems of the text, you might get to a point where you're like, oh, well, maybe the church fathers are wrong.
I mean, I can see that. I think one is the Catholic Church in Germany is really very, very, very liberal. They don't really take to traditionalist Catholic views to the point where, I mean, that is, like I said, you can't, it's false advertising to say I'm Catholic and then I'm also the open theism that you guys were talking about. So just wanted to lead off with that.
I mean, we understand. He's out here just doing his best.
I know he's trying to be honest. I'm just trying to represent the faith. But I would like to maybe talk about the passage in a different light with the failed prophecy, because I was like you in that part of what you were talking about, where you were reading through the Bible and came across like some problematic stuff, and then you went through some. I guess, it ultimately became a deconstructionist. But I think like when I was reading through Matthew and I read that passage where it said, "Oh, this truly, I tell you, this generation shall not pass away until, yada yada," my heart sank, right? Because I was like, but this didn't happen, right? And
of course it didn't happen.
Well, that's what I was like, right? But I then did more study on it, and I realized it actually bolstered my faith. And I'll kind of explain why, but at least how I interpret it. And a lot of these things where we say they're failed prophecies or whatever. I think, I mean, it's not about having a liberal view of who God is and that he can be wrong. I think it's more you have to have a more liberal reading of what they mean when they say some of the things that they say, right? So that's kind of like in general how I would approach these problems, but specifically with the passage you were talking about, coming on the clouds of heaven, and that one. It was which one was it? Matthew 24:30, I think.
Well, there's a couple of them. Matthew 24, verses 29 through 34, I think, are the most clear. But he reiterates this command quite a few times. The Olivet Discourse goes all the way through chapter 25. It doesn't stop in 24, actually.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. But the one that you had pulled up was, and then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with the trumpet blast and gather elect from the four winds, etc. Okay, so I don't know if I want to start there, because I'd rather talk about all of the other things that the history books said did happen. like the sun will be darkened, the moon won't give its light, the stars will fall from the sky, the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Those things happened at the fall of the temple, which is what they're talking about, right? I mean,
I don't think they're talking about that at all. Even though I do believe that the text was written after the temple had already fallen, I don't believe this is referring to the fall of the temple. It says that all the tribes of the earth will mourn, all of them.
Well, go back to the beginning of the chapter, right?
I know the beginning of the chapter talks about the fall of the temple, but the
Right.
prophecy also says that all the tribes of the earth will mourn. So it's kind of irrelevant if the temple fell. The part that we're addressing is all the tribes of the earth.
Well, no, because that language that they're using refers to the tribes of Israel, right? They will mourn.
No, it says all the tribes of the earth.
Well, yes, but that's one translation of it. But the tribes of the earth, tribes of the land, is another translation that refers to.
Why would we
Israel?
do that?
Because that's what it translates to. The tribes of the land.
I think you're confusing a popular talking point of the word eretz in Hebrew, which can mean both land and earth.
And it's not in that verse.
It's in Greek.
Okay, but you don't think that there's a potential for, in the Septuagint, which obviously they were using, that's what they were referring to when they say tribes of the land, tribes of the earth, translation into English, that there's any plausible deniability that that's referring to Israel?
No, it's referring to all the tribes of the earth, which is why it says in the same paragraph, right, about all the tribes. It says he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. That means all the people under heaven. The elect
Not under
are going to
heaven.
be
Not under heaven, and that's the thing, is because it says the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and so this is referring, and it's actually referring back to in Daniel, chapter 7, when, like, they say, one like a son of man, when he reached, like, I saw coming with the clouds of heaven, one like a son of man.
Mm-hmm.
When he reached the Ancient of Days, which means when he reached God, the oldest of days, and was presented before him, he received dominion, splendor, and kingship. All nations, peoples, and tongues will serve him. This is a callback to Jesus ascending into heaven.
No, he doesn't ascend into heaven in Daniel.
No. The New Testament imposition of the passage onto Daniel refers to the ascending of Jesus into heaven.
Daniel 7 doesn't talk about anyone ascending into heaven.
One like a son of man when he reached the Ancient of Days. So you can imply that or infer that he's talking about getting to God.
He came to the Ancient One because he was already in the clouds where the Ancient One was. Didn't say anything about a human being coming from earth to heaven.
No, it says like a son of man, right? Which is
yes, one who is one who is like a son of man, which in Daniel is referring to the archangel. The archangel Michael is the one who's described as being like a son of God, like a son of man. Also is called a man at one point, but is also referred to as an angel.
That's one interpretation, but they also talk about that same person seeming like a human being too.
Well,
so
real quick too, because something that I think that gets overlooked quite a bit is people get caught up in Daniel, but we need to understand that during this time period, one Enoch was definitely being used. Jude uses first Enoch quite a bit. And so, for example, when we talk about when Jesus says in Matthew 13, the angel separated the wicked, well, that's not found in Daniel. That's found in Enoch. Enoch does that.
Yeah. Okay. First Enoch 1:10.
And so we've got to understand that we're jumping between Daniel and Enoch.
Right.
And I think it's a shame that first Enoch wasn't made into the scriptures, because Jude uses Enoch he quotes from it directly. And we know that Jesus is clearly using it as well.
Yeah, but I think more importantly, if you're talking about these prophecies in the New Testament, I think you have to get into the mind of the writer, who the mind of the writer is clearly making a comparison between the Son of Man in Daniel and the Son of Man of Jesus that they're talking about.
Enoch talks about the Son of Man as well, though.
Sure, and that's fine. But I just am. I think that I think the writers thought Jesus was the Son of Man. I think that.
Well, they did.
But what I'm saying is there's cases where they're looking at Daniel, and there's other cases where Matthew is looking at Enoch.
Right. No, I hear you. But like,
okay,
in this, I feel like he's referring to. It doesn't really matter that it's Daniel or Enoch, but it's that it's trying to make a callback to what the writer believed to be scripture of a prediction of the Son of Man, which, you know, if the Jews believed the Son of Man was an angel, or if some Christians believe it was an ark, I'm trying to get in the head of the writer. And I think that the writer is making a callback there and saying, and that's why it reads in heaven, and the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. And all of the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man.
First?
Yeah.
Right.
And maybe this is what you're talking about with Enoch. But let's see.
Okay, so Daniel 7, when it talks about the one who is like a man, a human being, or the
Like
Son of Man, says coming with the clouds of heaven. So what that means is that he's already in the clouds. He's coming with the clouds of heaven to the Ancient One, meaning they're both in heaven.
But remember, this is Daniel's vision, right? And so,
I know. But in the vision, one like the Son of Man is already in heaven, going to the Father in heaven. He's not coming from the earth to the heavens.
Yeah, I get that. And I'm not saying that they're saying, like, the part that they're referring to is him being in heaven. Like, this isn't referring to ascension in the New Testament per se. It's referring to the post-ascension heavenly Jesus claiming his throne.
I don't know.
Which is why I think, okay, so like a post-ascension would be like, I've ascended. Okay, now I'm in heaven, and now I'm approaching God, right? And it's making that reference to that.
Well, that can't be Matthew 24 because human beings are all going to see it.
But it's human beings are in heaven. And
no, they're on the earth. It says all the tribes of the earth, not all the tribes of heaven.
Well, first of all, these are all and things, and they do this a lot in these prophecies. They say this will happen, and this will happen, and they jump around, right? So I don't think you can just say. So it's a sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all of the tribes of the earth will mourn. And I contend that means Israel will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man, again, referring to people in heaven. We'll see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, referring to him coming towards God in Daniel /
didn't say Israel.
Enoch.
So to be sure, Jesus uses the word Israel.
It said Son of Man.
The word,
right? Like
Jesus uses the word or the phrase Son of Man to refer to himself, like, I don't know, like 30 or 40 times. We're not confused about what the Son of Man is referring to. But what I'm confused about is how you're getting Israel out of this, because Jesus also uses the word Israel quite a bit. He could have said Israel here. He didn't say Israel. He said all the tribes of the earth. If he meant the tribes of Israel, why wouldn't he just say all the tribes of Israel? Like, is he not
because
smart
they
to
use that,
know how silly of a mention that would be?
I mean, we could impose what we want the writer to say to refer to Israel onto him and say, hey, yeah, you should have said this instead. But at the same time, it's a known thing that they use tribes of the land, tribes of,
no, they don't.
Like tribes of the earth.
Show me one passage where it refers to all the tribes of Israel by saying all the tribes of the earth.
Well, you'd have to let me say that. Let's see, like Zechariah 12. Also, by the way, that's a callback to Zechariah when they say they will look on whom they've pierced and mourn. Right?
That's
important nuance.
That's not the same thing. Just try to.
Okay, but
they may have been calling that's still all the tribes of Israel are going to mourn in Zechariah 12, and in Zechariah 14, all the tribes of the earth are going to follow the law of Moses. This can't be the right apologetic for what you're going for, because this includes the law of Moses being followed by the Gentiles.
No, wait, I'm sorry. I was looking at something on that last one. So you said that it can't be my argument that
the final battle is given a description in chapter 12 and in chapter 14. In chapter 14, after the final battle, the nations that are left are going to be following the law of Moses, it says. It says all of them that are left over, that haven't been murdered, haven't been killed in war, are going to continue to follow the festival of booths, and they'll be taking offerings and sacrifices to the temple.
Okay. Sorry, your thing was coming in and out.
Yeah, don't worry. My camera froze for some reason, but it should be good now.
Okay.
So, but we can address Zechariah next. I love the book of Zechariah. Nevertheless, what's happening here is very simple. He didn't say all the tribes of Israel. He says all the tribes of the earth. He could have just said Israel if that's what he meant, but he didn't say land. He said earth, and all of the land under heaven would give you the same reading. So what's happening here in this passage is everybody who's just being honest with the text is saying, look, this is clearly talking about all the people who's on the earth, from one end of heaven to the other, because the heaven.
I don't think you could honestly say that.
Because the heaven in the Bible is just the sky above the earth. There's no heaven millions of miles away that they know about. Heaven in the Bible, every time it's ever mentioned, is just the thing above your head. So when it talks about gathering, it's the same thing.
You're saying Jesus doesn't talk about heaven?
Jesus doesn't talk about it. Doesn't talk about a mysterious kingdom far away. He talks about heaven being the place above your head, as does every passage in the Bible.
No, he talks about the kingdom
they will
of
gather the kingdom of the heavens, or you can call it heaven. It was already concretized by that time period. It's kind of irrelevant. What I'm saying is every mention of heaven in the ancient world, including the Bible, is the sky above your head. It's even true in the Quran. If you read the Quran, they had no concept of an outer space or anything beyond the firmament. So when we say heaven, and it says they're going to gather the elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other, the elect are obviously the people that are, going to be in any territory. It's not referring to this to Jews.
So let's zoom out on what you're saying. You're saying that the vision that Daniel had, where the Son of Man was coming on the clouds of heaven, approaching God, and this passage, which is clearly referencing that, and it says in heaven, isn't referring to heaven as Christians understood it to be. Do you think that Christians at the time
let me ask you a
concept
question.
of
What
heaven, right?
What are the clouds of heaven?
Coming with the clouds of heaven.
Yeah, what are the
they
clouds
call back
of
to
heaven?
the same language used up in the sky.
Oh, there we go. So the meeting with Yahweh is in the sky, because that's where heaven is.
Yeah,
heaven is the sky.
You know about symbolism, though. It seems like your academic approach goes out the window.
I do know about
when you're
symbolism, and
confronted
my
with
academic approach didn't go out the window. See, you're using Cope, and I'm not. See, I actually know the academic sources, and I know the ancient sources. If you read the ancient sources, a lot of things, but they describe what heaven was. You don't have to guess what the word meant. You can literally just go read the ancient text. They tell you what the sky was. Plato writes about it when he does the myth of air. He talks about how he went up into the sky to meet the gods. They're in the clouds, just on the very tops of the mountains often.
Okay, but could everybody see that? Or is there a realm where people are up in the sky? Like, they are also using symbolic language to talk about heaven, the place where God resides.
It's not symbolic. They believed that heaven was in the sky. Now, the reason why you can't see it, according to Paul, is because he believes in what Plato believed in, which is that when you get to heaven, you receive a spiritual body, which is made out of a different substance, and that substance isn't visible. It's a finer material that you can't see. So the kingdom of heaven is still up in the sky. That's why it's called the kingdom of heaven.
Okay, so to trump this claim that I'm making, that this is referring to Daniel, which is talking about a son of man approaching God, you're saying that they when they were making this reference, were actually just talking about the sky, not talking about the thing in Daniel, where they're clearly in God's realm.
No. It's not my claim. Daniel and Matthew are both talking about the sky. The sky is heaven.
Well, first,
that's where the gods reside. That's why when Jesus resurrected, he went into the clouds, because that's where heaven is. So when Daniel has his vision, the one like the Son of Man is already in the clouds of heaven. While he's in the clouds of heaven, he approaches the Ancient One. All dominion and authority is given to him. And then what happens? It says that the people on earth are going to worship him and serve him. Well, actually worship, it says they're going to serve him. So this would imply that what's happening is he's going to receive the kingship and then descend to the earth, which is why like all of the Jewish theology of the time period taught that the new Jerusalem is going to drop down from the sky to the earth, which is literally just what the Bible says.
Okay. But in any case, I think you and I could both agree we're talking about the realm of God, right?
Yeah, we agree. We're talking about the sky.
So, okay, but can everybody see God in the sky?
No,
like
because he's made of an invisible substance.
Okay. All right. That's fine. But so what I'm saying is that this is a reference. Daniel's having a vision. Remember, he's not actually seeing something in the sky, whatever. He's having a vision, and in this vision, he's seeing Son of Man, clouds of heaven, approaching God. This is spiritual stuff. And what I'm saying is that this is a callback to that spiritual stuff that is occurring theologically within the faith.
I don't even know what that means. What does it even mean?
It means that
Jesus
he's getting his dominion.
Yeah, an earthly dominion. So the passage literally says that the sign of the Son of Man, well, it's going to be heavenly and earthly because the heavenly kingdom descends to the earth. So it says the sign of the Son of
God
Man
is here on earth.
It will be on the earth. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear, not yet. So it says it will appear in heaven, that's the sky, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, meaning the Son of Man will be in the clouds of heaven, and then he's going to come down. And then it says, with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So after he comes down, because he's coming with the angels to where we're at, then he's going to gather all of the elect, which is why we're going to have all the tribes of the earth mourning, which is why the Olivet Discourse continues. Have you bothered to connect Matthew 24 and 25 as one discourse yet?
Yeah, I've read all of them, but I'm just trying to let you know how one in honest faith can read a passage academically, understand that there's spiritual context, there's symbolic context, there's references to passages in the past that are talking about heavenly things like the Son of Man receiving his dominion, and then additionally, you're talking about you're hung up on all the tribes of the earth, right? The phrase in Greek is pasai philai te ge, which ge, the word, it could be the whole earth, or it could refer to a specific land.
It's geis. The word is geis.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you know as well as I that can refer to the whole earth or a specific land.
Yes, and it's clearly not referring to a specific land, because when it's used of a specific land, the context of the passage will tell you. It'll say this land or that land.
But consider just, again, this is just a hypothetical. You don't have to necessarily hold that this is what it's saying, right? But consider how one could read it and say, oh, the tribes of the land, right? And they read it that way, and they read it like they're talking about the tribes of a specific land, even if it doesn't say it specifically. It's ambiguous, right? And maybe it's ambiguous on purpose for a double purpose, right? But also, if you say that it's the tribes of the land and it refers to Israel, it's saying Israel will mourn. And Israel mourns because their temple is destroyed. So it's referring to the temple being destroyed yet again.
But it's not referring to Israel. When it's referring to a localized
I understand that that's what you think.
usage of the word, it will give you the specific locale. So, for example, in Matthew 9:6, when it says all authority on earth to forgive? Did it mean all authority in the land or on the earth?
He said on the earth, or yeah, all authority on the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
yeah, on the earth, right? When he talks about like a regional
that's a different
territory,
passage. It could mean both.
I know, that's what I'm saying. When he talks about a regional territory, like the land of this or the land of that, he just tells you, like, you don't have to guess which it's referring to. When it's talking about a region, the context and the usage of the word will tell you that it's talking about a region. You can't just say it's talking about a region because you like it, you like that interpretation better. You have to interpret it using the context of the sentence.
But it's also a callback to Zechariah. The land shall mourn, each family by itself, referring to Israel.
No, I disagree. I don't think this is a callback to Zechariah. And even if it was a callback to Zechariah, it would include all the nations because you were forgetting Zechariah 14.
Okay, fine. But I understand you disagree, and we're not going to agree on this. But what I'm trying to say is that you can read this, that one passage, which I think is probably the most problematic.
Read Matthew 25:31. It's on the screen.
Okay, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. All the nations will be gathered before him. Okay, and we're talking about his throne, like before his throne. And he will separate people one from the other.
Why is he gathering these people?
To judge them.
You got it. All right. So when he comes in his glory with the angels, he's going to judge mankind. That's just what he says. So when you go,
this is referring to the second coming.
I know, and so is Matthew 24. It's all one discourse. So in Matthew 24, when he says the same thing, when he says that the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call to gather his elect
across heaven.
This is obviously referring to the same event. The sign of the Son of Man isn't twice. The Son of Man doesn't come twice.
No, so again, yes, you're right. Especially in the Catholic faith, you can't. Jesus didn't come and then he's coming again. Well, he didn't. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have a second coming and then he's going to have a third coming.
There's not a third coming, right? So both of these references
believe there's
are clearly a second coming. This is not about 70 AD.
Well, in this instance, what it's referring to about him, again, this is the Catholic interpretation that they've thought about it. I mean, they have delved into this for thousands of years, and that's what they came up with.
That's the sad part. They've had 1,500 years to work on this, and they didn't come up with anything good.
And your Bible college versus the 2,000 years of academic study on this, you can just say, oh, well, they were
I don't know if you know this, but when you go to Bible college, you study the history of interpretation. It's not like we're just saying, oh, we don't care what the Catholics thought. We don't care what the Baptists thought. No, you have to learn all the shit, right? So it's not like we're just disregarding what the Catholic Church says. I'm explaining to you why what the Catholic Church says doesn't make sense, because in the Bible, there's not a second and then a third coming. There's just a second coming. And both of those are described as the Son of Man coming in power and glory with the angels. And when that happens, he's going to collect his people. When he collects them, he's going to judge them.
So Cyber before asked about dual fulfillment of prophecies. Again, another Catholic thing. So the interpretation of this and again, this is just letting you know what I believe. I'm not necessarily saying, oh, this is 100% right. Letting you know what the church teaches is that there's a coming of Jesus into heaven that's referred to here, and he's referring to a second coming, which is a dual fulfillment of the prophecy.
He didn't say into heaven.
I don't know.
He didn't say into.
The reference to what it's talking about, where Jesus is approaching God, or the Son of Man. Sorry, I'll be more specific.
None of these verses say anything about going into heaven.
And this is why it's important. This is why it's important to take the previous text I was talking about, first
Enoch.
Yeah, first Enoch. Because the Son of Man is already in heaven. He doesn't go to heaven. He's already there.
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about in this instance too. He's already in heaven, and he's coming with the clouds of heaven, and he's doing the thing where he approaches God and he claims his dominion.
Justin was mentioning. How can he go there if he's already there?
In between the event mentioned previously and then the next event where he's in heaven and he's doing this thing, he goes to heaven, but it's not mentioned in that verse necessarily.
But in First Enoch, he's already in heaven. That's what he's already there.
Okay, that's fine, but in that sentence, he's already there too. In the New Testament, is what I'm saying.
Yes, agree. In Matthew 24, he's in heaven and he's coming to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
No, not in that sense. It never talks about him
he's
coming
not there
to earth.
So he was there in that sentence, but he's also not there in that sentence.
No, he is in heaven in that sentence, and he does not go to earth in that sentence.
He does. Yes.
Show me where he goes to earth.
It says he comes on the clouds of heaven. Where is he coming to?
To the seat of God.
No,
which is the reference to Daniel. That's what I'm talking about.
It doesn't say to the seat of God. It says in Matthew 25 that he's coming to the earth to collect the elect and the non-elect to judge them.
It does not say to the earth. That's not honest to say.
It does say it.
Says,
in Matthew 25:31, it literally says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory and all the nations will be gathered before him. He will separate one from another, so on and so forth. So this is referring to the judgment. I don't care if it's on the earth. I don't care if it's in the clouds.
Right.
This is Jesus collecting all the people and judging them. This is the second coming.
It's the judgment, which is not the same thing as the second coming.
It is. The judgment is the second coming. First Thessalonians tells you when Jesus comes back, he's going to have the cry of a trumpet, and then he's going to raise the dead.
And there's no judgment in between.
The judgment happens.
If I died today,
the judgment happens. The judgment happens when they're raised from the dead. So this is hearkening back again to Daniel. If you go to Daniel 12, what you have is when the dead are raised, they're immediately judged. So let me pull it up. Daniel 12 says, at that time, Michael, the great prince, the protector of your people, shall arise. Yeah, actually, Michael's the Messiah here.
And we do believe in a resurrection and a second coming, by the way.
I'm aware of that. There shall be a time of anguish, such as has never occurred since nations first came into existence. So it's saying, listen, when this happens, there's going to be some fucking anguish, right? Which is exactly what Matthew said. It says, at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt. So you wake up from the dust, you're raised from the dead, and then you are immediately judged, which seems to coincide with what we find in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 and elsewhere.
Yep. I believe you, but we also believe in, like, when you die, you go to heaven, right? Or hell or purgatory. But in that there is a judgment that is like we think there are people in heaven now. So how could they have gotten there if they weren't judged already, right?
Well, that's not in the Bible.
But then there's going to be a judgment, of everybody.
There's nothing in the Bible that says that you go to heaven immediately after you die.
No, but the Catholic Church teaches that, obviously.
Well, that might be true, but that's not in the Bible.
Okay, and is the Catholic Church claim all of its authority from the Bible?
The Catholic Church says that it can't be in contradiction with the Bible.
Correct, and it's not.
Well, it would be.
How? There can't
because
be.
This
you're saying there
contradict
can't be
the biblical narrative.
You're saying what you are saying is that you can't undergo a person. I think if you are reading this passage, you have to believe this, which is why the church teaches it. And I think that you have to believe. Okay, I think that you have to believe what the church teaches in this instance, and what I'm thinking.
So we can read the catechism. So the catechism makes a separation between what they call particular death, found in Catechism 1021 and 1022, which is the death that you're talking about.
Correct.
But then after the second coming, you get the final judgment,
correct,
which comes afterwards, right? So we get two judgments in the Catholic faith.
And so this gathering of the elect, right, includes the people that are are dying and have died, and it's begun at that point, right?
Yeah,
and this is sort of that's why it's a dual prophetic message.
It's definitely not a dual prophecy, but the gathering of the elect includes both the dead and the alive.
Well, like in the Catholic faith, we believe that there is, like Cyber just said, the particular death and your particular judgment, and then a final judgment.
But what happens at the final judgment? Because the Catechism quotes Matthew.
At the final judgment, everything's made known to everybody, right?
And
like everyone's sins.
Matthew 25, 31, 32 in the Catechism.
What does it say?
It references Matthew 25, 31, and 32 with Catechism 1038.
Right. And that's why I keep using this term of dual prophetic message. That's, you have to, if you're going to approach it, if you're going to approach the text and you're going to read it in context with what Jesus said, you have to have, which isn't uncommon in the Bible. There are dual prophetic interpretations all over it. Like, for example, that Mary's going to be a virgin, all that kind of stuff.
Let me rephrase that. In the New Testament, there is, not in the Hebrew Bible.
Yes. Yeah.
The New Testament needed dual interpretation because Jesus didn't fulfill even one prophecy in the original context. So then you have to dream up this nonsensical idea that, well, if we divorce it from the original context and just kind of ignore what the author was talking about, then we can make up a whole new context for him and just call it about Jesus.
But that's all rubber stamped with, and this guy resurrected, and we all believe that.
No, that's not rubber stamped with the resurrection, because according to Deuteronomy 13, he could resurrect 10 times and he'd still be a false Messiah.
No.
Yep.
I mean, I could go through
Deuteronomy.
I could go through any one of those prophecies and give you a dual prophecy spiritual interpretation of it. And
well, so can I can give you the spiritual interpretation that where it's about me. You want to see the ones that are about me?
Well, if you take a hard line,
I'll do the ones that are about me. Let's start with Isaiah 65:9.
We have a triple fulfillment with Justin. We have a triple fulfillment.
Isaiah 65:9 says, "I will bring forth descendants, and you'll never guess who brought forth descendants. It's me." Fantastic. Zechariah 9:9 says that the king will be riding a donkey, and I've ridden a donkey, so there's another one in my tool belt. Also, I would probably also claim Job 27:11. I will teach you concerning the hand of God, that which is with the Almighty I will not conceal, which is obviously what I'm doing in this live stream. And then maybe even Psalm 95, verse 11, where it says, "Therefore in my anger I swore." See how easy it is to fulfill prophecies when you just get to ignore the original context?
And what you are saying is, what you're refuting is not something that I'm saying, which is that, a prophecy was fulfilled. That's a Muslim thing. A prophecy was fulfilled. See, it must be because
that's not what I'm saying.
Fulfilled.
What I'm saying is that dual fulfillments are disconnected from reality. Dual fulfillment means you go into a text, you ignore the original message, you ignore the original context, and you just say, actually, it sounds like something I need it to sound like. We're just going to call it a dual fulfillment.
But what you're saying is that, the apostles and the disciples and the people who lived with Jesus, they were all full of it, right? That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
And well, you're saying because they're doing that, right? They had to do that when they wrote.
The practice is stupid. It's a method of cope.
So the practice that they're doing is stupid.
Because you can use dual fulfillment to make anybody the Messiah. Anybody you want to.
But then that person actually has to historically do something that it's pairing that with what we claim historically happened.
Do they have to do the prophecy in its entirety, or do they only have to do like a part of the prophecy?
I mean, they reference parts of I'm just talking about how this book was used.
What I'm saying is when we read the original prophecy, we get prophecies in their entirety.
Right.
So in order for the dual fulfillment, does the prophecy in its entirety need to be refulfilled? Or is it okay to say, well, we have this full prophecy, but only one verse of it, and sometimes not even a full verse? Does the whole thing need to be fulfilled, or can parts of it be fulfilled?
Well, I think if you're a New Testament writer, you say that part of it, a part of it is a dual fulfillment, right? Like
Just
the whole
part of it.
Just part
Justin,
of it.
you're a Messiah.
Holy
Everybody
fuck.
send Justin your alms and your tithes. Justin is fulfilled part of prophecies.
But that's the thing, is that I'm like, as a Catholic, I'm not. But I'm not deriving my authority from prophetic fulfillment. It's just a literary device.
But
That's
you're
what I
deriving
see it
your
as.
authority from the resurrection, but the resurrection is meaningless according to the Hebrew Bible, because lots of people resurrected. It doesn't mean anything. So, for example, like we've got even people who didn't believe in this God got healed and had miracles performed for them. But Deuteronomy 13 makes it clear that just performing some sort of like miraculous feat doesn't mean that you're the Messiah. It doesn't mean shit. It says, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, and let us serve them, you must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you indeed love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh your God you shall follow, him alone you shall fear. Not Jesus, him alone you shall fear. His commandments you shall keep. He's certainly not. We can address the Trinity next. His voice you shall obey, him you shall serve, but to him you shall hold fast. So those people who divine by dreams are testing you, and actually they should be put to death according to the passage.
Well, those prophets and those
Jesus resurrecting doesn't mean anything to me.
But there's a very crucial snippet there, which was that, and they tell you to go to other gods.
Yeah, Jesus
wasn't telling you. Okay, but he was telling people to go to Yahweh,
I'm sorry,
the Lord God.
What's the name of what's the name that every knee is going to bow to?
Jesus.
Oh, interesting, because Yahweh says in Isaiah that every knee is going to bow to the name of Yahweh. And last I checked, Yahweh and Jesus weren't the same name.
All of these, yes. And what you're doing is basically what Protestants say you can't do, which is using logic and reason to not divine, that's not a good word for this scenario, to extract theological,
we got
extrapolations.
The
right?
Trinity is a divine mystery that Jesus can be 100% God, but also not have all of God's properties and also be distinct from God. That's just a logical contradiction. Like, if you want to affirm an illogical God, you can go for it. I'm not going to be doing that.
Here's a question that I've had about the Trinity. Like, so we're at final judgment has happened.
Mm-hmm.
We're in heaven. We're having the you made it after party, and I'm talking to Jesus, the person of Jesus. But then I get done talking with the person of Jesus, and I want to talk to the person of the Father. Do I stay there and talk to the person of the Father, or do I walk across the room to find the person of the Father?
Yeah, so like this is where it's very clear that we have zero concept of an infinite extra universal realm, right? I don't think that heaven is like, oh yeah, it's like a room that you hang out in, right? Like
No,
Jesus
no,
said,
we're in the after party. I understand it's not a room. We're just
at
the after party.
But it's not like so the Christian interpreter or Catholic interpretation of heaven with like the kingdom of God is like a mustard seed. So like imagine you're a mustard seed. This is just one interpretation of that passage. There's many interpretations of that passage, but you're a mustard seed.
I think that.
You're a mustard seed right now as a human being, and you're going to become a tree. So like think how radically different a tree is. Like, oh, I'm going to have chlorophyll and it's going to fill my that's going to be the same level of difference between what it's like to be human and what it's like to be in heaven, right? And God being that to an infinite degree, this whole Trinitarian notion is rather trivial.
Yeah, so again, the question is, I want to talk to the person of the Son, so I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
And I get done talking to the person of the Son. Do I then walk across the world, the room, the tree? Do I climb a tree? Do I plant a mustard seed and hope? How do I talk then to the Father, the person of the Father?
Any talking that you're doing in heaven is this talking that what we are doing now is a shadow of the reality that's a higher truth, right? Again, this is there's no way to know or even interpret what an extra temporal, extra universal place would be like. We aren't built to conceptualize it.
Then how do you
It's
know
like
it
saying,
exists? If you can't even
well,
conceive of it, how do you know it exists?
we know a tesseract exists, right? Can we conceive of it physically?
Yeah, but we can test for these things.
Okay, but like this isn't a testing science topic, but like I'm just using a testing science topic to direct, like basically make a comparative notion of like, hey, we can conceptualize things that we can't conceptualize. We can conceptualize ideas that we can't actually wrap our heads around, right?
But not being able to visually conceptualize something that has non-visual components, we can still test to see if the theories work, right? We don't just say, oh, well, maybe this sounds like a good idea. We actually have a hypothesis and then we test it. With the God hypothesis, there's no testing that leads you to a God, certainly not a God that entails logical contradictions in its nature, namely in the Trinity, in that it's not possible for Jesus to be 100% God and then also lack omniscience, lack omnipresence, and have a disposable body.
So there's a lot to unpack there, and I don't think we can unpack all of that right now. But I will say this: yeah, we can. I can try to go after some of it, but I will say this. And by the way, I'm having a great time. This is a great conversation. But
I'm having a good time.
I will say this: I forgot what I've completely forgot what I was going to say. That's what I'll say.
Well, let me ask you a question.
You're about to answer how I can talk to the Father and then the Son.
My answer is.
Oh, right. Yeah.
My answer is intentionally vague because of the difference between, like, I'm trying to be honest with you, right? My answer is intentionally vague in that it's something that we cannot conceptualize because it's outside of time, outside of space. The whole idea of like conversing with God without the notion of time, how do you put those two things together?
Oh,
right? Like,
that's a good point. You can't do anything without time. Without time, you can't even think.
You can conceptualize the idea of time by using metaphors, right?
But
like, so for example,
sorry, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. If you exist outside of time, you can't do anything. Nothing. You can't do anything. Every action,
physically,
every thought, everything, no, in any way possible. Anything you do outside of time requires a sequencing of events, and there's no sequencing of events outside of time.
But so, like, one way to interpret heaven, again, not conceptualize, it's impossible to conceptualize, I'm going to keep saying that, but one way to interpret it is that heaven is a divine moment that occurs.
No, there's no moments outside of time.
I know, but like, can you conceptualize the smallest amount of time such that time no longer exists?
Like, beyond
we know
the
it
plank?
exists. Beyond, well, that's okay. I'm talking about like the concept of an infinite cutting of time into like halves, right? The plank is just the lowest unit.
That.
But you can't like wrap your head around it, though. You can conceptualize it with.
What do you mean wrap your head around it? Yeah, it's not hard to understand. You just keep cutting infinitely, forever.
Yeah. But like, we can't wrap our head around infinity, though. Is what I'm saying. We can. See, that's where I would disagree. I don't think that's
what can't we understand? Infinity has no beginning and no end. We've like literally got mathematical formulas where we can manipulate infinities.
Yes, I agree with you that we can conceptualize the idea of what infinity is, but this is one of the examples of what I'm talking about, is something where you can conceptualize it as a concept, but there's no way you could actually visualize it physically.
Oh,
right?
I would disagree.
You can visualize infinity physically?
Yeah.
How?
Let me ask you a question.
Because if anything you say, I'm just going to say, but there's plus one of that.
Where's the end point on this circle?
There's what?
Where's the start and stop on this circle?
There is no start and stop.
Well, there you go. That's infinite. Yep, you can traverse this circle an infinite number of times. The same way there's an infinite number of numbers. Infinities aren't hard.
That's a circle, which is a finite thing. I'm talking about true
no,
infinity.
I'm talking about traversing. If you traverse around this circle, will you ever find an endpoint?
No, in that one parameter.
Exactly.
Right?
In that one parameter, you've got infinity. Just like you can have an infinite amount of time, you can have an infinite amount of numbers. Infinities always refer to a particular parameter.
Well, not with God, right? Because he is the infinity of infinities, right?
Well, that can't be the case.
That's a cute phrase.
Thank you. I'm proud of it.
God can't be infinite in all parameters if he has a physical body at any point in time.
Well, he can. Now we're getting, oh gosh, we're jumping around so many topics, but we're talking about what omnipotence means, right? And it's like, I feel like this is a simple thing. If you had two gods and you put them next to each other and they were both, one was greater than the other. Sorry.
Well, that's what Jesus says about
which
Yahweh.
one is greater? Sorry, if you put two gods next to each other, hypothetically, and you said, which one of these two is greater? And one of those gods can manifest as a human and one of them just can't do it. Which one is greater? The one who can, right?
We would imagine the one who can do more things would be greater if we assume that power is a great making property.
Right. Which that's why part of like the characteristics that we've come to understand about God is that he is powerful and that he is great, right?
Well,
that greatness
I disagree
is an aspect of his power.
I don't know if this addresses what Cyber was talking about. Cyber is basically, it just goes along with another question I've had for a long time. Like Jesus and Yahweh are both in heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can Yahweh have a conversation with Jesus?
Again, any notion of a conversation here on earth is a shadow of a higher reality, which is something.
In the same way that you and I are having a conversation, can God and Jesus do that?
Yes, but more so.
How?
Right? Like that's what
I would say. If they're outside of time, how do they do that?
Like I said, it's in an infinite fashion, in a spiritually infinite fashion.
See, well, like, what does it mean operate in a sequence? I say something, you say something, Cyber says something. It's a sequence of events. But
there's
outside
no
of time, you have no
with
sequence.
No time.
That's why you can't have a conversation. That's why I asked you the question.
Which is why I'm saying there's this concept of a divine moment, right? In which all things could be contained. Like
there was a divine what? There was a divine
no moments
what?
outside of time.
Okay, but like divine infinitesimally small sector of time, which is such that you cannot even have time. This is like
Pat. I actually really enjoyed the time discussion, but I was going to kind of short circuit it because it's getting late.
Okay.
Why are you so married to this idea that God's outside of time? Like, there's nothing in the Bible that needs you to believe that. Where are you getting this from?
The church, Kairos, which is God's time, and Chronos, which is our time.
But that doesn't mean he's outside of time. It means he has a different timeline.
He's on God's time, which is
still time.
Okay, but like, if God is infinite and time is finite, right?
Why would we say time's finite? Did God say that?
Well, like, what?
Where did you get the idea that there's a finite amount of time?
No, that's how we conceptualize time. Is with
I don't
human beings.
No, we don't. Time is measured in finite snippets, but there's not a finite
that's what I'm saying.
Amount of time. So I'm trying to figure out why you're imposing this idea on God that he has to be outside of time. The Bible doesn't say that.
No, it's not. It is a theological extrapolation from other revelation that the church has made over 2,000 years.
Like what? So I think the best you're going to come up with is some nonsense that Aquinas talked about, but Aquinas is an idiot.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, like we just disagree about Aquinas, right?
Like the Catholic Church doesn't have the position necessarily that God's outside of time, does it? In fact, I got the magisterium over here. We can just check.
He transcends time, right? And he's greater than time, so he exists both
he
within
can't
time
because you
and
said he
outside.
has his own time, so he can't transcend time because he has his own time.
Okay, again, put two gods next to each other, and one could be in both time and outside of time, and one can only be outside of time.
But he has his own time, so he's not outside of time.
Where's the cutoff with something that's transcendental? Because
he can be both in and
if
out.
time is transcendental, it must be universal. So how could it be universal but then have pockets where it doesn't exist?
Wait, if time is universal, it's not universal.
Well, you said is time one of the transcendentals?
He transcends time.
No, but I'm trying to figure out what part of philosophy you're in. Do you think that time is one of the transcendentals or no?
I'm not read up on all my philosophy on the transcendentals and all that stuff.
I was just asking. I just needed clarity.
But what I would say, my understanding, very limited as it is that God transcends time. Time, as we know in like physics, we know that there is a universe which will eventually exist if you believe in the heat death of the universe, where there will be no time. I know, but I'm just saying, like,
no,
that's
I mean there will still be time in a heat death.
No, when motion stops, time stops. There is no time is irrelevant. It's not a thing.
Why would we think motion?
Also, at the idea of a singularity, there is no time.
It's not
which is
possible.
Why Hawking.
Well, there's no singularity. That never happened. Hawkins didn't say that. So
yeah, and you have a misunderstanding of and you have a misunderstanding of the singularity.
Yeah, there's no
singularity is doesn't.
Sorry, we got too many people talking at once. I apologize. Yeah. I'll say something and then Cyber, go ahead. I was just saying there's no like model that suggests that like gravity is going to disappear and like everything in the universe is going to be static and non-moving. But what are you going to say, Cyber?
Yeah, I was going to say the singularity is just where the mathematics, as we know them, start to break down. It says nothing about like if we learn about if we figure out quantum gravity, well, then that opens up a whole new plethora. It doesn't say math stops. It's just the math as we know it starts to break down.
Okay, JB3949, dude doesn't understand heat death.
Oh, don't worry about the comments. They're full of atheist heathens.
Yeah, that's toxic sludge. The people that are swimming in toxic sludge.
Yeah, so the heat death is referring to like a lack of energy transfer from one body to another, not a lack of movement.
The big freeze, though.
Yes, the big freeze is a model that, depending on what your cosmological model is a possibility. If you believe in a linear universe rather than a secular cyclic universe, then you could get to a big freeze. I don't believe in a linear universe, but that's neither here nor there.
Right, but that's a topic of debate.
That's for another day.
And to be clear, though, the big freeze does not state that individual atoms and things at the quantum level will stop moving. They'll still move.
Right.
How do they? But what if you keep going and they? I mean, they'll eventually bump into each other and then eventually bump into each other again, right? And then like that.
So
they can become extremely small.
Yeah.
And making collisions rare, but they still move.
But like again, if you drag time out to infinity, then they would stop eventually.
I'm just trying to want to make sure we're clear here. On the big freeze these are like physical matter. Like the quantum states don't fall under the category of matter.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. But the concept that we know as time, which is what we believe to be within the physical world, would cease to be. Like I get like some. I actually don't.
Why?
I don't get.
Why would time cease to be?
Without motion.
But again, there's not going to be a lack of motion.
Yeah, we'll have quantum fluctuations.
Well, time is a concept that's
to be clear,
like with special relativity. It's yeah.
If you have a body that's moving in outer space and it doesn't come into contact with anything else, is it ever going to stop moving?
No.
Oh, so then you'd never have a lack of motion. If our universe is moving, there's never going to be a state in which it stops moving.
But you know that everything is eventually moving towards like areas of gravity, and then there's going to be like in this big freeze concept, everything eventually, because there's enough spinning around and whatever, gets into what's it called, black holes, right? And then now you're in black holes, and then the black holes through pair production undergo positron radiation and eject matter from them in the form of positrons,
That would
right?
be
And
motion.
then correct, but then those positrons, like, so eventually those black holes decay to nothing, and it's all just positrons bouncing around. And then the positrons bounce around each other, they impart heat, energy converts to heat, and then it like dissipates into infinity, essentially a infinite reservoir of heat. And then
You mean into a quantum state?
I don't understand the quantum stuff, and I mean,
so
I'm not.
I grant that.
Any
What?
fluctuation in the quantum state is going to probably cause particles to come into existence, like actual matter come into existence. So like if all the heat is transferred into a quantum state and the quantum state doesn't go away, well, it probably means that literally just there's going to be more matter and more movement, right? So when, say, like a virtual particle pops out of a quantum state, it doesn't pop out not moving. It has energy. It's going to be moving.
But could you conceptualize of a physical world in which they like eventually dissipate? Like, I'm just talking physics, not normal physics, not quantum physics. I don't know how to call. I don't know what kind of physics it is. I'm an engineer. I don't have all the science knowledge, but
well, it's a tough field, and trust me, I'm just a lowly engineer myself. So my point is this, right? Gravity is always going to cause stuff to move no matter what. The only reason why gravity isn't pulling the universe in on itself is either because if we came from a black hole bounce, which is how we got here, then the energy that was exerted to thrust everything in an acceleration, that energy has yet to dissipate and slow down due to the gravitational force. Or if it's from dark energy, the dark energy hasn't quenched itself yet. So, and there's not an unlimited amount of dark energy. Eventually, dark energy theoretically would run out, unless you think the universe is infinite. And I doubt you believe that. So, eventually, dark energy is going to run out theoretically, and then in that case, gravity would pull all that shit right back in.
Yeah, I know you're talking about a cyclical whatever universe.
But my point is, while you can get to a heat death, you'll never get to a motionless static state. The heat death is not referring to just motion. It's referring to energy transfer between bodies that are now too far away from each other to transfer energy.
Okay, but like what I'm talking about, you're right. You're right, but what I'm talking about, I think, in retrospect, is the big freeze, right? And it is a leading theory for the ultimate fate of the universe.
I don't know what leading means, but it is popular.
One of the big ones. I mean, I guess like it's up there with like it's seriously considered.
I agree.
And
it is seriously considered.
And I believe that we can conceptualize that, right? And so, let
me ask you a question, and we'll end on this question. I've got a serious contention with the Trinity, and that is this little fella right here. Namely, that we have to figure out what the hell is going on with Jesus's body. So I got the Trinity, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and then we've got this body. What is this body? Is this body part of the divine nature or part of the human nature?
Well, I mean, like I said, you know the dogma that God's fully God or Jesus is fully God and fully human.
But is the body part of the God part or the human part?
There's a hypostatic union, so that's the way that we describe it.
Right.
So they're not separable.
Yeah, the hypostatic union, would be the union between the divine and the material or the man. But if that's the case, that means the body is not divine, right?
Well, It is in the nature of its hypostatic union, but it's also human.
Well, it's either human or it's divine. Right? So the hypostatic union is basically this meshing of the God part with the body, the man part.
Yeah,
right?
but basically what you're saying is that in his infinite power, God should not be able to merge divine with human flesh. And what I'm saying is, if you put two gods next to each other and one of them can do that and one can't, then you've got a greater one.
Nope, didn't say that. So my point is this: I'm not talking about what God can do. I'm talking about the illogical nature of the Trinity. So, for example, if God wants to take on a body, that's fine. But the thing that you've got to wrestle with now is you become a heretic because that falls into partialism. If God has a part that he can take on or not take on, it's some sort of a disposable, optional part. Well, now God has parts, and that's supposed to be heretical.
Correct.
So you can't go to partialism. So what's the other explanation?
I mean, like I said, I have the dogma of the hypostatic union, that they're inseparable, so that God can have a body.
So
because
then where was the body before the incarnation?
Where was the body before the incarnation?
Uh-huh.
I mean, we think that the incarnation was a physical event, right? But also, like, my interpretation of Daniel, by the way, is that that's not Michael, that it's Jesus.
We're not
what
there
we're
yet.
talking about.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Where was Jesus' body before the incarnation?
I mean, this is, again, now we're getting into this time-space continuum and what's inside of it and outside of it. And I conceive of a notion where I can't conceive of something that's in a larger, like, inconceivable, like, heavenly, spiritual, extra universal, extra temporal state.
Right, but I'm asking, did Jesus have a body prior to the incarnation?
I don't know. I don't think anyone would know that. I don't think anyone could know that.
Well, because if he had a body prior to the incarnation, then he would have had to have gotten rid of that body and taken on another body. And if that's the case, that means that the body is not part of the divine nature because God's divine nature can't change.
But what I'm saying is that to not break logic, you have to consider that things that are outside of our ability to conceive exist, right? Or perceive. I don't know. All of that stuff. And in this extra temporal realm in which God can exist, we can't conceive of the notions of what's before. All we can see is this finite human time, but we know there's stuff outside of it. But I don't think that our language, our minds are set up to be able to, and that's sort of the contention of the church, that God, being greater than all of us, knows a lot more than all of us, and that our knowledge to him is like that of an ant to the smartest person ever, right?
Does
so
God's
it's like,
nature change?
No.
Okay. Does God's nature include a body?
Okay, so yes.
So that means prior to the incarnation, God had a body.
Well, what's prior to time?
No, the incarnation's in time. That's when a woman became pregnant.
Correct. No, right, I understand that.
So prior to the incarnation, God had a body, you're saying?
Well, he could have had a heavenly body.
Okay, so did he cast the heavenly body aside to take on the human body?
Sorry, my wife called me. I gotta go. But
no worries, buddy. Thanks for staying up late with us, man.
Yeah. I just, people, if you can't be Catholic and to hit these things head on, you really do have to have a much more spiritual interpretation and match what you guys are calling fallacious way that they do dual prophecies and all that kind of stuff. I'm just matching what the writers of the Bible were doing. That's what I'm doing.
And
So,
we're
and
with you.
and
We
you
get what you're
just
doing.
you think that doesn't work, and I think that within the logic of the Bible, it does work.
No, it can't
but
work if I can do the same thing and make myself the Messiah.
but you're assuming that that's where authority is coming from, is these prophecies, and I'm not doing
Yep.
that.
It is. Yeah, the authority comes from what God said would happen. And if what God said would happen is only interpreted spiritually, well, then I can complete that, right? So
Well, I
the
think God's
resurrection
authority doesn't come
is already
from
meaningless.
prophecy. But,
In fact, I rose from the dead twice.
well, I don't think prophecy is where you get divine authority, and people do claim that. And when they do, you're
Well,
absolutely right.
But
But
divine
it's not
authority obviously comes from God, but it can't come
right.
from Jesus because Jesus wasn't God, as we've already demonstrated. And also, you can't
No, he
lie.
was God.
If God says the Messiah is going to do X, Y, and Z, and then the Messiah doesn't do X, Y, and Z, that means God's lying on himself, which means whoever
But
claims
we
to be
didn't
the
even get
Messiah.
to the stuff where Tacitus and Josephus and all of them, like they historically like had secondhand basically accounts of all of that stuff happening in
What
the fall of the
happening?
temple. The signs in the skies and the chariots,
where do they talk about those?
Well, also,
in Tacitus History, chapter 5.
Don't care.
Point 1 through.
Not interested at all in whether or not the
Okay,
events
that's
of
fine.
70 AD happened. I'm interested in whether or not Jesus was the Messiah. And if you don't do anything the Messiah does or is supposed to do, you're just not the Messiah. It doesn't matter
he
if you
did do those
resurrected from
things.
the dead even 10 times. He didn't do it. Not a single
My
one.
contention is that your hardline interpretation of what he did is too narrow for a spiritual understanding.
My interpretation is that the words mean what they say, and when the prophet tells you something's going to happen,
that's what a hardline
that's just
interpretation
what is
is.
going to happen. Yeah, hardline interpretation is that the words mean what they say. Yeah, I agree.
Literalism.
Yeah, words have literal meanings.
Okay, but like they go beyond that, especially in great works of literature.
No, they don't.
Okay, there's figurative and literal. Those are two different things. Anyways, I do have to go, but I appreciate the conversation. I'll try to come back up another time.
All right. Cheers, man. Imagine retreating to words don't mean words. Crazy.
Yeah, and real quick, I'm going to message my wife and let her know that when I start getting cooked, I need a phone call.
Brent, I got one more guest left. Sorry, I drugged that one out a little bit long. We were kind of having some fun with them. Let me grab just like 3 text messages, super chats, and then we'll get Colin in here last. Zana, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Zen says, thanks for the explanation on the Christianity podcast. Well, not a problem. It is definitely one of those things that I've gotten asked myself, like, is this mine? Is this my podcast? And I've had to tell people no. It is confusing, but it is one of those things. But really, like when I got online, I wanted to do deconstruction content, and I just loved the name Deconstruction Zone, and so I ran with it. In fact, when I first started, I did the Deconstruction Zone, and then I found the podcast. I was like, oh fuck, I can't use that, so I took the off of it and just became Deconstruction Zone. Big Joseph says, hi, Justin. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the JPS Tanakh Gender Sensitive Edition? I'm thinking of buying one for study. Rock hard for Doug. I didn't even know that was an issue, or that was an edition. I have the JPS Tanakh. It's actually in my car right now. I've got the 1917 version too. Both of them are fine. I had no idea there was a gender sensitive one. I personally, if you're doing real biblical studies, I personally don't care for gender neutral editions, only because I'm much more interested in what the original text says than how it should be interpreted. I'm not a big fan of Bible translations trying to interpret the text for you. I just don't know but if you're not doing Bible study, if you're just wanting something to read, sure, yeah, get something that's got some gender neutral language in it. That's fine. I'm just saying, for my own purposes, it doesn't suit what I would need it for. Good question, though. And Babs, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, I've been told that when the Bible's first editors had more than one oral tradition to draw on, they'd put in both side by side, which is why books like Judges are a flux cluster. Is that true? It's kind of true. So this is referring to the documentary hypothesis. When the northern Israelites had to merge with the Judeans, they had some sort of shared cultural background, but their texts and their stories weren't identical. So when they did like official, copies of these books, like the histories, like Samuel, Kings, so on and so forth, they wanted to merge all the texts that were sacred to all of the people, because again, they were two different people groups that were trying to merge their history so that they can be a united front. And so you get a lot of texts that were edited by different people group in different times that got smushed together eventually at the end. Probably the last group of editors would have been like the Deuteronomist. And they did a really good job of editing, probably around the time of Jeremiah, if I was going to take a guess. But let's grab Colin, and hopefully we'll get some conversation going here. How you doing, Colin?
Doing all right.
Colin, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 25.
And do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Awesome. Now, the claim on the board tonight is that the Jews were actually right to crucify Jesus. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I disagree with that. I was going to ask, so what do you guys think about them freeing the murderer or R word or whatever it's called, the M word? Because I don't know, TikTok, whatever.
What's your question?
So, do you guys think it was okay when the Pharisees wanted the murderer freed instead
I
of
mean,
Jesus
Barabbas? I
Christ?
don't think that was a real story.
Yeah.
So was Jesus Christ getting crucified real? Because what's the point of the board then?
Well, I mean, we can agree that Jesus was crucified. Like, we have some evidence for Jesus' crucifixion, but Barabbas seems to be one of those characters, just like Joseph of Arimathea, that was fictionalized. But let's just assume that it did happen, that Barabbas was freed in place of in place of somebody else. I don't care what's it do for me. I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna ask if someone who committed the R word, if that would be okay instead of a murderer, if they were freed rather than Jesus Christ, who just made a claim rather than actually hurting a person.
I think, are you asking, would it be better to crucify somebody other than Jesus? Like, for example, is it worse to be a rapist than to do what Jesus did?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I think it depends on which context you're looking at it. If you're religious, like say if you're a Jew, then yeah, this would actually be worse, because blasphemy against God is like one of the most grave sins. Whereas rape in the Hebrew Bible actually not quite as grave. In fact, in Deuteronomy 22, 28 and 29, you can actually sexually assault a young virgin and then just pay the bride price and be forced to marry her the rest of your life. So
and real quick, just yeah, and just to be clear about something real quick, Matthew just states that Barabbas was a notorious prisoner. We don't get any things of what his crime is. Mark says he led a rebellion or insurrection. That's in Mark. Luke says he was doing a rebellion, so he agrees with Mark. John says he was a robber. So I don't know where you're getting the idea that he committed like this R word. I don't know where you're getting that.
No, I'm not saying he committed the R word. I'm saying taking a life unjustly, because if that's part of his rebellion, then that's what I mean. I mean the hypothetical someone who commits the R word would be freed.
Well, who's committing the R word? I'm so confused about what we were talking about.
No, I'm saying a hypothetical person would be freed instead of barbarous. That's
Okay,
my hypothetical person.
barbarous? Barbasol.
Well, not him, because he was, like he's saying, he was accused of doing a rebellion. So if it was that, he would have taken a life. But I mean, a hypothetical person instead of him who commits the R word would be crucified.
What do you mean by R word?
This is such a weird hypothetical. I wouldn't release either of them. I have no idea where this is going. I wouldn't choose to release either of the criminals. I would make sure that whoever committed these crimes, that they would not be in a situation where they could do it again. So if that means locking them up or sending them to a work camp or doing whatever we need to, if that's what that means, that's what we would do, rather than letting them harm humans.
So would it be okay then that the Pharisees would free someone who commits a crime such as murder or rape?
The Pharisees didn't.
They protested and said that they wanted him freed and they wanted Jesus Christ to be crucified
Yes.
instead. Yes.
Yeah, the
And the part about the
Pharisees,
rape, right?
the
Let's go back to that
Pharisees
because that
would
part
rather have
was that
Barabbas freed than Jesus because Barabbas hadn't committed the same crimes that Jesus committed, according to the Pharisees. The Pharisees accused him of many things, blasphemy being the most severe of them. But also, if you read the Talmud, they accused him of sorcery, leading the people astray, and leaving the worship of the one true God, which, according to the Old Testament, is punishable by death. Deuteronomy 17.
The Old Book of
Yeah, and
Mormon.
they petitioned the government to do it. Yeah, they petitioned the government to do it. But that's the thing, that they petitioned the government to do it, and they fought for his execution, or they were going to have a revolt and go against the Roman government like they have been doing before in history, before Jesus Christ came to earth.
But I'm confused what your argument is. Listen, the Jews thought that Jesus
My
was more
argument-
dangerous than Barabbas, which is obviously why they wanted Barabbas freed in place of Jesus. I don't see what the problem is
The point
here.
is that it's heresy. To them, the heresy is more important
What
than
heresy?
someone committing murder or rape.
What
Well,
heresy?
Jesus Christ saying he is God in the flesh of man.
It's not just
That he and the
heresy.
Father are one.
It's not just heresy. It's blasphemy. And the greatest crime in ancient Israel is leading people away from the worship of God, which is why he says, if you do this, you'll die.
And you have to understand the crimes that Barabbas is being accused of were crimes against Rome. He was leading insurrections against Rome, not against the Jewish people.
Okay, well, Israel wasn't an independent state. It was under the banner of the Roman Empire.
So what?
So that would be like me
You
and
realize I have
go
two
to some
different legal
random
systems,
guy
right?
and demand the United States government through like the governor to execute this guy we don't like. That's
You
what it would
realize
be.
they have two governments, right?
Sure, tell me.
Have you read how, if you read Josephus, if you read Philo, you can read how horrific the Roman government, especially in Judea, the government, mainly Pilate, how unjustly that he specifically was treating the Jewish people. So it would make sense that if somebody's leading insurrections against Pilate, that the Jewish people would be okay with it.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that was offered. Would you want this person to fight against Josephus, or would you rather have a guy who just says he's committing blasphemy freed? So they'd rather be okay with violence than a guy who's peaceful. So you don't see how that's a bad thing? So a guy who's saying these things, that's committing heresy.
Actually, I don't actually know what you're talking about right now. Nobody's trying to say that the Jews should have freed Barabbas. I have no idea why this is even on the table.
Okay,
what we're suggesting is that the Jesus character committed crimes that were worthy of capital punishment, and the Jews carried through with their capital punishment, as did the Romans, by the way. According to Roman law, he was doing something that was treason as well.
Okay, so the Jewish citizens of Rome demanding his death is not the citizens, it's the government who did it out of fear because the Jews said they were going to revolt and attack the government, right? And that's what they did afterwards.
No,
they were Jesus and his followers were saying that there is another king other than Caesar, which is against Roman law. That would be treason, and you get crucified for that.
King of the earth. They didn't crucify him. It was the Jews who demanded the government to do it, or they were going to have a revolt and attack the government.
And who actually did it? Who did the crucifixion?
They demanded the government to do it. That's
like the Romans, and then did the Romans crucify him?
Yeah, because the people demanded it, or they were going to riot. They were pressured into doing it. It's like the government.
It didn't say that.
It
doesn't say that the Pharisees demanded them to crucify him, or else they were going to riot. Yeah, was the crowd angry? Sure, but the Pharisees didn't threaten the Romans with a riot.
And to be clear, and to be clear, we have evidence. Like, for example, we have Judas, who led a rebellion because of taxes, and it was quickly squelched. Right? The Romans were not at all afraid of a Jewish rebellion at this time. They were able to squash them.
Well, what about when the Jews, they revolted against the Roman government after Christ died, and they killed the men, the women, the children, and then the emperor had to go in and quash their rebellion after they committed massacres. What about
You
that?
mean, but the Bar Kokhba rebellion? Which one are you talking about?
Well, it was either like 230 or around that AD is when
It
they
can't be
committed the
around
rebellion.
230 because they were already removed from the land.
135 or 138 is when the Jewish people were removed from the land.
Yeah.
So about that time, then my mistake, not the 200 AD.
So the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So what's your question?
So they still revolted, though.
I agree, but what's your question?
Okay. Should a rapist be freed or
Who's
put to
the
death?
rapist?
Or should a hypothetical, you can do hypotheticals, you can do like
Are you
things
asking
on
me
infinity.
personally or a hypothetical Jewish
Yes.
person?
I'm asking you the hypothetical. Should a hypothetical rapist be
No, I
executed
wouldn't
or
kill a
a
rapist.
hypothetical heretic?
I would not execute anybody. I don't
the
believe
Jews
in
aren't
capital
good
punishment.
people, then, is what you're saying. Those guys, those
I didn't
Jews
say
at
that.
that time were not good people. They would
Didn't say that
free
at
a
all.
murderer.
Nope. I think you're confused. I'm not judging what the Jews did from my context. I'm saying from their context, what they did was correct. I'm an atheist.
Wait, let me ask you
I don't
a question.
believe in this
Let me
God.
ask you a quick question. Do you think in America, the American revolutionists were correct to supersede from England?
Well, I'm anti-American in some parts.
Yeah,
so
to
probably
secede from
it
England.
depends on how you content it. Well,
Wait, what?
depending on the taxation, that was justifiable. Some parts of it were justifiable, other parts weren't.
I didn't hear an
So
answer
do
to the
you
question.
think do you think that the revolutionists in the Americas were correct to go to war against Britain?
Some of them were correct. Some of the revolutions were correct, but not everything about it, no. Because they said that taxation, but they revolted against that, but they also killed countless soldiers and other innocent people who were just defending the crown. And so basically, by definition, they would be terrorists. So they were going against the current government. Because they weren't being tortured and killed. They were just being taxed. That was it.
So it's okay to murder people and rebel if you're being taxed?
I said no. So it's the same thing in France where they murdered the monarchy and they murdered hundreds of nuns. And they even murdered one of the guys who started the revolution because they just hate the monarchy and they wanted anarchy because they hate the decadence of the reigning rulers. So they wanted to wipe
Fucking
it all out and
bourgeoisie.
start again.
Yeah, what does this have to do with the topic? I'm sorry, maybe Cyber, I missed it. What does the revolution have to do with
Yeah, I'm trying to see because he's trying to say that he's trying to say that they letting Barabbas go was horrific.
Come on, let's kill all the fucking niggers. You hate Jesus Christ. You love the Jews. Your fucking
there
buddy's
we
a fucking Jew.
go.
You all deserve
Oh,
to fucking
wow.
die, niggers. Kill the fucking niggers. Kill the
look at
fucking
this
Jews. The Jews
guy.
are all fucking evil, nigger. White fucking power.
Wow. This guy's really he's really excited. Oof. Well, I guess I'll just, what do we even do for notes on that? Ends the discussion with kill, I can't even say it, kill,
While you're doing that, so what led to the first Jewish-Roman War was a compilation of things, but it was ultimately when the governors started taking the money from the temple and using it for Rome and not for the needs of the Jewish people. That was kind of the final straw, which led to the first Jewish-Roman War. And then after that, it was just a series of wars. The third Jewish-Roman War, which was the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, led with the expulsion of the Jewish people out of the land and the renaming of the land to Roma Palestina by Hadrian. And that's why I was bringing it to the revolution, right? The Revolutionary War wasn't just caused by one thing. It was a list of things that started happening over here. And the revolutionists just got tired of it and said, we're going to become independent.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, do you think he's ever read Colossians 3:12? Let me see if he's calmed down yet. Hey, you want to read you want to read a Bible verse with me, Colin? I think it might help you. I'm actually a little bit concerned about your mental health at this point. Can you read Colossians 3:12 with me?
Sure, I'm not getting out my Bible. You get out your Bible, your ESV or KJV, whatever you got.
I actually read it whatever you want me to. Which one do you want to read?
Good. Use the Douay rhymes. Douay Reams.
The Douay Reams? Really? In Latin or English?
Yeah, you could pick any Catholic one you want.
English. Oh, are you Catholic?
Yeah, let's say that. Yeah.
You would say that, so you don't know.
Oh, I'm just telling you to pick one. I mean, you could use any.
Do you know?
It doesn't matter to me.
Do you know if you're Catholic?
Oh, I know exactly what denomination I am.
Oh, but you can't tell me.
What is it?
It's secret.
Jews rebelled against God because they hate him.
It's secret. He can't tell me. He knows what denomination is, but it is secret. I'm going to ask you to read the verse on the screen for me. And I apologize. I am assuming a couple things. I'm assuming that you can read, but do me a favor and read verse 12.
All right, let's read on this blurred screen. Put ye therefore as the elect of God, holy and beloved, the bowels of mercy. Can't even read that one. It says dignity.
Yeah, words are hard. I know.
Yeah, I know you're a nigger lover. Yeah, you're fucking Jew buddy. Humility, modesty,
Imagine thinking you're doing the Lord's work while shouting this type of nonsense. By the way, I don't know. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but there are probably still close to 1,500 people, maybe even 2,000 people watching the live stream right now. And you're making an utter fool of yourself. All I asked you to do was read like a Bible verse, and you can't even handle it. Like, you're just losing your mind over reading the Bible. This one says, also put away. We're definitely mocking you. It says, put away anger, indignation, malice, blasphemy, filthy speech out of your mouth. Do you think that you've done that here?
What's the surrounding context? Read that, buddy.
Do you think you've done this?
Read 2 verses before and 2 verses after that. Yeah, I don't have patience with people like you who hate God.
I'm more than happy to read it for you since you've never read the book. It says, in which you also.
Kids, you're a fucking degenerate piece of shit. You're fucking.
Wow, he's really losing it. This guy's really. Tell me what you really feel. Tell me what you really think, man.
Read the Bible verse that says to call out the wicked. Read that Bible verse. Why don't you read that? You support faggots, raping kids, chopping their genitals off.
What verse is it?
Read that Bible verse.
What verse
read where
is
it says that it's wrong to harm the little ones. Read that Bible verse. Read where it's wrong.
Show me the verse where it talks about not chopping off kids' genitals, because as far as I'm aware, like, Christians are still circumcising kids. So I don't even know what you're talking about right here. Although this is a really good example of like what Christianity does to you. So what part of this context would you like to read?
Yeah, it's called baptism is the new circumcision.
Baptism, not the new circumcision. What part of this text would you like to read? You asked me to read the context with you. I'm just trying to figure out which part of the context you actually want us to read. Which part of the context? It says, mortify therefore your members, which are upon the earth. Fornication, uncleanness, lust, evil, concupiscence, concupiscence. That's not even a word I fucking know. And covetousness, which is the service of idols. For which things the wrath of God cometh upon the children of unbelief, in which you also walked sometime when you lived in them. But now put you also all away, anger, indignation, malice, blasphemy, filthy speech from your mouth. Okay, so there's no context in there that actually helps you. It's just saying, now that you're a believer, even though you used to not be a believer, these are the types of contexts that are expected of you. But as it turns out, you don't have any of this context. What you have is like the most anger I've ever heard.
Lie. You lie and say God's not real. Well, you defend faggots in public schools who rape kids.
I'm actually not.
Trannies.
I didn't lie.
The new circumcision.
Here he goes. He's just gonna keep doing it.
He's a fucking Satanist.
You can say it all you want. All you do is telling on yourself. Hey, Colin, what state do you live in?
I don't give a fuck, nigga. Find my IP.
What state do you live in, buddy? He's really tough.
Your LEDs look like fucking shit.
This guy's really tough.
Angry.
We're really scared. We're really scared right now. He really makes me want to be a Christian. The type of crash outs.
Can you show me where my keepa touched
Tell me
you,
that
bro?
he's like really a new creature in Christ.
piece of shit.
In
You're a
fact,
fucking loser,
I
degenerate
think
fucking nigger. Take the crown off
maybe
or say nigger, like the
maybe
Aryan fucking warrior on the
maybe
fucking
if you
airplane.
were a new
Fucking kick the
creature in
nigger girls off the
Christ,
plane. Say
I
it.
think he's like losing a blood vessel right
Say
now.
it,
He's
kick
about
the
to
nigger
have
girls off
an
the plane.
aneurysm
Say it
right
with your fucking
now.
balls.
No
Your
one
wife
can hear
fucking
anything you're
destroys you with
actually
fucking
saying
nails.
right
Got no
now because you're
balls.
quieter than my mic. My mic's at least like 20% louder than
You
yours.
got
No
no
one
fucking
can hear
balls,
anything that
nigger.
you're
No
actually saying
balls,
right
And
now. Sorry, no one can hear you.
and
They're
let's
just
be
nigger,
clear,
they're just listening
nowhere
to you
in the
crash
New
out in the
Testament,
background of
nigger,
me
nigger, get out of
talking.
here. Nigger, nigger, go.
I don't know
and let's
why
be
he
clear,
thinks this is going to
nowhere
get
in
my
the
live
New
stream taken
Testament,
down.
yeah, nowhere in the New Testament does it say like not to harm little ones. All it says is like don't cause them to sin, don't cause them to stumble. Like I don't know why
True.
Christians like to like mistranslate Matthew 18.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Cyber, do you
Like
think
go read the Greek.
this guy's a new creation in Christ? I don't think he's a new creation in Christ at all. Like,
Probably.
if this guy's a new creation in
No.
Christ, I want to know what he was like before. Let me ask you a question, Colin. What were you like before you were a
Right.
Christian? What kind of person were you
I was
before you
raised
were
in
a
Christianity.
Christian? So this is
I've
what
always
this,
been a Christian my
so
whole life. I
being
was
being
baptized.
in Jesus Christ all of your life led to this? Oh, that's a warning for everybody out
I
there.
call out
Maybe
the heretics
you
and
shouldn't be in
blasphemers
Jesus
and
Christ if
belittle
this
the
is actually what it leads
and
to.
call
This is
them
pretty
names
crazy.
and treat them like shit.
Also,
I'll
I
spit in
did
your mouth, shoot in your
I
face.
did
I
turn
do
down
have a
his volume
question.
a little bit more. Let me know in the chat if you can still hear the crazy man yelling while I'm talking because
You're
I got
a
him down
fucking
now
nigger
to
lover. Your
maybe
wife
about
fucks
like
niggers on the
30%
side.
of the
You're a
volume.
fucking pedophile.
So like
You rape kids in the public
I don't
schools
have
and
no
stuff.
idea what he's even
Rabbis
talking
rape white
about.
kids and
Nobody
fucking priests who
actually
fucking
touches
Jews.
children more than people in the church. In fact, I'll give you the stats on that. Let's see, incidences of sexual assault by location. Actually, what you're gonna
While
find
you're
here.
bringing that up, guess, can you tell me what people group Jesus was a part of?
Oh, I don't think he can actually.
I don't think he can.
Oh,
Colin,
not muted. He was part of the
what
Hebrews,
people
and
group do you think he was a part
part
of?
the line of David, not the line of Cain, which is your
I'm
people.
I'm sorry. What people group was Jesus a part of?
No.
Oh, the Jews, the Hebrews, that's fine.
Oh yeah,
of
the
Cain.
the
You worship
Jews. I thought they were all evil. Oh, it turns out that they're not all evil. What about that? That's something, isn't it? So the statistics on sexual assault is you're 3 times more likely to be sexually assaulted in a church than anywhere else. The next closest you'll get is the school. And so yeah, in America, the most dangerous place to be if you're under the age of 18 is in fact a church, which means the person who's supporting like the abuse of children actually just happens to be you. Like you're the one that's actually supporting the abuse. How do you account for the fact that people like in your religion are just relentlessly damaging children every day?
Oh, because they find it as easier targets to victims. So which churches?
Oh, gotcha.
Protestant,
So
Catholic,
did your church
Lutheran,
do
or
anything
what?
to fix it? What's your church done to fix it?
Oh, you tell me, because the churches who do it
Then they didn't
the
do
law,
shit to fix
the
it, yeah,
rabbis,
because
the
you're all
rabbis,
pieces of shit.
and the Jews are.
Man, imagine just yelling
You
endlessly.
said you were Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Said he was Catholic, right?
I think he said he was Catholic.
I have a question. Yeah, and wasn't Enoch, if I remember correctly, Enoch was one of Cain's children, right? And he was righteous. He went to heaven.
Well, I mean, there's debate on whether or not that's the same Enoch, but now I'm curious. That's actually a very good point. That's a very good point. Listen, I see Pokey Gurumi asking me, begging me in all caps to drop him. I'm actually not. This is the one time I'm gonna keep the baby on. I'm gonna let him cry like a fucking baby until he tuckers himself out so that everyone can see that this is what Christianity does to you. I usually drop these assholes, but the reason why this guy's not gonna get dropped is because this is an example of why Christian nationalism is a fucking problem, because it creates idiots like this. This is the face of Christian nationalism, people. This is what Christian nationalism leads to. It leads you to this, being an angry, unsettled, disturbed person who can't handle the fact that some people in the world don't believe the same shit they believe. How does it make you feel that like you're up here having an aneurysm on a live stream while we're just here calmly discussing the Bible?
Well, I don't know. You bully Christians all the time, the uneducated, and you mock them every day. So.
Well, I'm mocking you specifically right now because of your behavior. Maybe if you didn't behave so poorly, you wouldn't be getting mocked in the middle of a live stream right now. And maybe if you just shout louder, somebody will actually be able to hear you, but nobody's going to be able to hear you because I'm way louder than you. So I'm speaking over you because you're a clown, and I don't want people to actually hear the nonsense that's coming out of your mouth right now because it's the most vile shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, you're clearly the most vile human being I've ever heard in my life. Did you say shekels? Wait, do you have shekels for me?
Yeah, you love your shekels.
I'll take some shekels. Yeah, give me some shekels. The lights are on right now. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Who do you think's in the room with me? Wait, this guy down here he's an atheist. Cyber's an atheist. Are you confused?
Yeah, ethnic Jew, so he's still going to hell anyways. The tribe of Cain.
So I mean, I'm going to hell, but it actually sounds like you're going to hell. In fact, you're going to hell, and you don't even know that you're going to hell. I mean, obviously, we knew you were a white nationalist. That wasn't even in question. It wasn't even in question whether or not you were a white nationalist. In fact, what is also clear is that you have literally no idea what's in the Bible, which is why you think that crashing out on a live stream makes you look good. All you're doing right now is showing your ass. You're literally showing your ass to the entire world. In fact, eventually I'll clip this video. Fuck, I might even, after I post this video, I might even fucking pay money to promote it. So many people that will recognize your fucking voice will hear this video and watch you lose your goddamn mind on the internet. So we can show everybody this is the face of Christian nationalism. I would love that. In fact, listen, who wants to donate to promote this video on YouTube so that everyone can see Colin lose his goddamn mind and somebody can do a voice analyzer on his voice and make sure he gets fired from his fucking job and kicked out of his school? Anyone want to donate to that? I'll donate by giving $100 to advertising campaigns to make this fucking clown as famous as possible so that everyone can know this is what Christian nationalism does to you. $100 already on the table. Let's see what else he's got to say for us, Colin. Hey, Colin, how about you tell us why we should believe in the nonsense you believe in? Yeah, that's for sure. That certainly is the case. You absolutely are not in school. That's completely obvious. Did you even finish high school?
Look us up.
Did you finish high school?
Oh yes, I completed high school.
Oh, great, fantastic. And did they teach you in high school to behave like this, or was that something you learned on your own?
Oh, I was surrounded by niggers, so you have to fight for your
life.
Oh,
there we go. Yeah, so they didn't teach you how to be a racist in school. You grew up and became a racist piece of shit because you're a piece of shit. That's what happened. Do you think maybe like the people that weren't nice to you in life, they weren't nice to you because you're just a fucking asshole? Do you think that maybe is the case? That seems like it probably is the case, if I had to guess. I am making some educated guesses here. As it turns out, between the two of us, I'm actually educated. The reality is, you're probably, like, the reason why people don't treat you well is because you're a fucking piece of shit that needs to be just flushed down the garbage disposal. Maybe that's why no one likes you. In fact, one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was from one of my brothers. He said, listen, you shouldn't worry about what everybody says about you. Like, people are going to say some shit about you. You can't worry about all of them. But he said, but if everybody says you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit. So I think that's probably the case in your scenario, Colin. I think everybody thinks you're a piece of shit because you are a piece of shit. And rather than turning inwards and thinking, hey, why does everyone hate me? What you've done instead is said, no, I can't be the problem. Everybody else is the problem. I'm going to blame everybody that's not fucking me. Everybody. I bet are you also on the internet, like, worrying about the fact that you're not a Chad, or you got their looks maxing? Are you an incel? Like, do you think that people that, like, are atheists, like Cyber and I, do you think that we're, like, taking women from you, like marriageable women, that if only we didn't exist, you'd actually be able to settle down and bone somebody? Like, what's happening over there? How did you get to this psychological state? That's what I want to know. That it's not even about religion at this point. This is like a like a psychological examination. How does somebody get like this?
Turns, I can swing across
How,
the Grand Canyon
how,
with
do,
how fucking
how
low
does
they hang.
how
You
does
know
somebody
what?
get
Tomorrow
to
now,
this level of
fucking
anger?
girlfriend wife
What
you got.
what
You know
happened
what's
to
a Jew eat that
you?
fucking Jew
What
out?
happened to you that you're so mad at the world that
I
you're
don't
like
know.
this?
Maybe because I sit by myself or with my friends
Yeah,
on lunchtime.
I
Every
believe
day,
that
I have
you
a
do
fucking
sit by
week,
yourself,
and
and
then me
there's
and my
I'm
friends get
sure
boned
there's a
by people
reason for
spits.
that.
Maybe we get
Listen,
picked on. And I'm
sitting by
racist
your,
because of
I'm
fucking
sure you
things that
did get
happened to
picked
me.
on.
Funny,
As it
you're
turns
okay
out,
with
I
people
got
saying that they hate God because of the experience.
as it turns out, I got picked on growing up as well. See, that's what happens sometimes. Sometimes you get fucking picked on. And you know what you do? You get better. You move on in life. You learn to forgive people. You realize that, you know what? Kids are kids. In fact, all the kids that picked on me, oh, we got a $25 donation from Anthony to promote this asshole when we clip the video.
Oof.
Thank you. We're up to $125 now. Fuck, I'm going to keep a tally over here. 100. All right. And then we'll also do
Chad
25.
is asking what his name is.
Colin, Colin. Colin, I'm deeply intrigued. Can you tell me what your last name is?
Colin Smith is not even my real name, retard. You're so fucking dumb.
Listen, so
my real
I don't know if you know this. If you're on the internet, people can track you down. You know that, right? It doesn't matter if you give us your name or not. You do understand that people are going to hear your voice right now. There's going to be so many people that are going to hear your voice. Pull up. Pull up. What type of language are you trying to use right now? Pull up. Where are you pulling up to? Where are you pulling up to? I want to know where he's pulling up to. I have no idea where he's pulling up to.
What are your... I'm curious what his thoughts are that my wife's actually not Jewish, that she's a goyim. What are your thoughts on that? Oh, got quiet.
Yeah. Well, listen, Colin,
I was muted, but I was saying I didn't know bestiality was legal.
Yeah, no one cares. Colin, it's now like almost 1 a.m, and I think you've pulled up enough. To be fair, we're all terrified. We're very terrified. Like I don't know about you. I'm terrified, Cyber. Are you terrified right now?
I'm shaking in my zeets.
Yeah. Oh, fucking A. All right. Well, listen. I think he's out of insults. He's just gonna keep repeating the same insults. Maybe we try like one last go. Colin, do you have any different insults you want to try out before we cut you? Too late. I already cut you. Well, I'll tell you what, friends. If you want to be a Christian, insult. If you want to be a Christian nationalist, this is what you have in store. Look forward to it, friends. This is Project 2025 in your face. This is what you get, right? You're gonna get anger and like the most nonsensical, dumbest people alive trying to take the reins of power. You know, because someone picked on me when I was little. Oh no, somebody picked on me. Oh, it's terrible. And rather than becoming a better person and realizing that kids are kids and they fuck up, and then, you know, guess what? Sometimes they grow up when you graduate. I don't know if you know that. All the kids that picked on me when I was in school were fucking friends now. You realize you can do that, right? You can recognize that when you're kids, you do dumb shit, and then you can forgive them as adults and move on in life. But you probably didn't think that because, like, you obviously don't have thinking capacity. So, friends, sorry I had to drag that one out for you. I just want to make sure we get a good clip of that guy's voice so we can have this promoted on the internet so somebody who will recognize that asshole's voice will know who it is and make sure he gets dealt with. Voices might be more recognizable than people think, especially if that guy acts like that all the time. Trust me, some motherfucker is going to know that clown. They're like, oh yeah, I've heard this tirade before. And hopefully we'll be able to get something worked up here. It's a shame he didn't come on via TikTok. If he came on via TikTok, he'd be fucked. But unfortunately, I don't really have... This is why I really need to install a local instance of Video Ninja on my Windows and turn it into a server. Because if I do that, I can actually gather people's IP addresses, whereas you can't do it typically through Video Ninja. So I need to get that set up so I can actually track these assholes and like figure out where they're calling from. But nevertheless, or maybe There might be another way to do it. There might be a gateway that I can use on my Video Ninja instance to collect that data. I'll have to look into that. But nevertheless, friends, when I clip that, pass it around.
I will say I liked this topic. However, I think people wanted to focus more on prophecy than the actual topic.
I know, it's weird. And you know what? Every time we bring up Jesus's failed predictions, every time it comes up in a live stream, the whole rest of the live stream is people crashing out because they think they can fix the problem, and they never fucking can. Can't fix the problem. All you got is different types of cope. But nevertheless, friends, I'm going to read some super chats, and then I'm going to close out the live stream. In fact, that last caller made me, so happy. I think I'll just go to bed right after this live stream and sleep the best I've ever slept in my life, knowing that assholes like that hate the fact that we exist. The fact that we even exist and do this and we have a platform drives them fucking crazy. They're losing their mind. They're like looking under their bed, checking for atheists this night. They're so terrified of us. And they're terrified of us because we're fucking winning. In the culture, in the business of ideas, atheism's fucking them up. They got nothing, which is why they need violence and force to try to maintain whatever status quo of power they think they're going to get. Pat says, imagine being so deep in the belief. I got to be honest, Pat, I can imagine it because once upon a time I kind of was in it, but I was never dishonest enough to do these types of copes. And Pat says, Christians, all we are asking is to think. And you would think that wouldn't be a difficult ask, but we know from a fact that it is. And a third one from Pat says, imagine a world where thinking is a crime. Well, I mean, theoretically, that's kind of the theocracy that Jesus would have wanted to be set up. You know what I mean? And Pat says, boy, honesty is hard to come by in Christians. That's why we say without lies, Christianity dies. That's all there is to it. You can't get to Christianity without lying and changing the meaning of words. King Caesar says, if Christians don't read the Bible to learn how to be Christian, what is the point of the Bible? Well, see, that's the point of like Catholicism and Orthodoxy is like, hey, listen, the Bible's kind of fucked up. We need something outside of the Bible that we can appeal to. It's similar to like how the oral Torah developed outside of the Hebrew Bible. They're like, this is kind of problematic. We need something else. And so they developed these, parallel traditions. Your mom's most funny. That might be true, says LLL. I thought I was baked. You know what? I don't know if you are or not, but you're allowed to. Doug approves. And Reverend Nate says, Giuliano is Spicoli. Prove me wrong. Who's Piscoli? Hold on. Piscoli? Let's see. It's Spicoli. Let me say I got that right. Fuck. Jeff Spicoli. Never heard of him. But yeah, that's right on the money. Yeah, that guy looks just like that guy. Okay. Chris says, this topic is cooking extra crispy. Love it. Chris, it was kind of a fun topic. I've got, the beginning, I've got like 4 people that obviously will never get clipped. They were an absolute waste of space. But I got quite a few people worth clipping in here. So I think it's going to be a fun one. And the last crash out, creme de la creme, like amazing having just like a normal dialogue about the Bible, having your point blow up in your face, and then immediately crashing out into that type of a tirade is crazy. But that's the love of Christ, you know. Tim says Jesus definitely wasn't in it. 3 days to respawn. Shake my head. You know what? The funny thing is, he wasn't even in the ground. He said he was going to be in the ground 3 days and 3 nights. He wasn't in the ground 3 days and 3 nights. It was like maybe 2 nights at the most, like 2.5 days at the best. So Jesus couldn't even predict how long he's going to be in the ground. And House says, will the real Jesus please stand up? You know what? There's no one standing. There might not be one. And Tim says, words have meanings, except this one. Higdegrandener. You know what? That's fair. It's a fair point. Premise true. That did not have a meaning. Hank says, the Hebrews wrote in Hebrew? Brah. Could you imagine not knowing that? Well, to be fair, they might not call the language, so it's Ivrit is the name of the language, because that's the Hebrew word for for Hebrew is not actually Hebrew. But like, I wonder what they actually called it prior to like the Hebrew tradition, like when it was still like Proto-Sinaitic. When it was Proto-Sinaitic script, I wonder what they actually called it. Because I doubt they called it Ivrit, but maybe somebody with more degrees could tell me. Tim says, Jesus is an edger, of course. He's put off coming for 2,000 years. Listen, that's why Jesus never satisfies anybody. Is he just never fucking finishes. You never get to the finish line with Jesus. Hank says, can we have a prophecy bro timer, please? No, never. Listen, I built my fucking channel on the prophecies. That's my bread and butter. That's what people. That's like half of the people here are just want to see somebody get cooked on prophecies. Am I wrong? Put a 1 in the comments if you're just fucking tired of hearing me cook people on prophecies. Fear says, is there any actual biblical evidence of a distinction between civil law and ceremonial law, or is it just a code? So not in the Hebrew Bible, there's not. In the New Testament, you've got level. What's that?
I was going to say, yeah, in the Hebrew scripture, it's just the Torah, just the law.
Right. In the New Testament, you have this general idea of like the dietary laws could be distinct. So like when Peter received the vision of the sheet that was lowered down from heaven, it had clean and unclean animals on it. And he was told that these are clean to eat. And Mark in chapter 7, Matthew doesn't include it in 15 when he does a parallel, has a parenthetical comment that says Jesus declared all foods clean. So the New Testament seems to have an idea that the dietary laws are done. We don't care about that anymore. But it doesn't really say anything about any of the other divisions of the law. And in the Hebrew Bible, of course, there's no divisions in the law. It doesn't exist. Shishi says, you need merch that says, that's adorable. I used to have merch that said, that's adorable. And when I transferred my merch shop over, I didn't do it again because nobody bought it. I had like 10 people tell me if I get that's adorable gear, they would buy it, and then nobody bought it. So I was like, okay, I guess we don't need it. But listen, if y'all want some that's adorable merch, let me know. I'll add it to the gift shop again, and we can make it happen. Mar says, sorry about Israel. I've had a couple wines. No worries. Yeah, on your last super chat back here. Okay, you're saying atheists, but have a question, as I think theological texts shouldn't shape political decisions currently. First, could we actually argue from theology? Secondly, is that reasonable? Okay, so which word is Israel? You might be too many wines in to correct yourself. Don't worry about it, buddy. We love you anyways. And Sarah Wilhelm says, best Justin quote is, you're a lying liar. Oh, Justin fucking rock. You know what, Sarah? I forgot about that. I have said that quite a bit. Calling people a lying liar. I don't even know where I got that from. Shit, but I do like that a lot. That's one of my favorites. For me. We do need, you know what? I need to write something down. We do need, where's my notepad? Without lies, Christianity dies. Hold on. I'll write down some notes here. I'm going to have to
This is true.
One day I'm going to auction off all these drawings that we use during his live streams for a fundraiser, but we need some merch that says, and words don't mean words as well. So we do, without lies. Let's see. Christianity dies. And then also, definitely words don't mean words. We'll get that going for your friends. Any other suggestions, let me know. We'll make it happen. Slow TDI says, bet he wishes he could be Lot. Don't have kids, guest. Oh, yeah, that might have been projection, actually, on that prior conversation. Furtive Patach, good to see you, says, they go snipe hunting in the book of Hezekiah. Fucking double joke. Amazing joke. Cyber, were you in the Boy Scouts?
I was.
So you know about snipe hunting. Okay.
I do.
Fantastic. For those who don't know.
In fact, I was going to say, in Idaho, in our hunting books, they actually have snipes listed in them.
Those snipes actually are a real bird, but snipe hunting in like North America is not a thing. So snipe hunting in Boy Scouts is just this old tradition. When you get new scouts and you have like a camp out, you send them like out to the woods with like a trash bag and a flashlight, and you say, listen, we're going to go snipe hunting. The way to catch them is you hold a bag open and shine a light in it, and you have to be perfectly still as long as possible. Don't rustle anything. and then you just fucking leave them out there. Just show them where to go, and then just go back to the house and have a good time and leave them. See how long they'll stay out in the woods. It's called snipe hunting. It's really fun. And now that joke makes a lot more sense for those who didn't know the tradition when it says they go snipe hunting in the book of Hezekiah. Hezekiah doesn't have it in the book. A Sean DeRay. There we go. A Sean DeRay. This is the second time that you've had to correct me, and I apologize. I'm learning. I'm an old man, but I promise I'll get there. I know you mispronounce it, just so I need to send more super chats to correct you. I see right through you. Sean DeRay, I apologize. It takes a little bit of time. I need a little bit of repetition sometimes. And I am VJ Lopez. Thank you for the super chat. Says a fun Christian theology contradiction. Jesus directly spoke with people in the Old Testament. Verse Hebrews 1:1-2. Jesus didn't speak to Abraham in Genesis 18. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying here. Hebrews 1 does make a claim about Jesus, though. It says, long ago, God spoke to our ancestors in many various ways by the prophets, but in these last days he has spoken to us by a Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, through whom he also created the worlds. The worlds, plural, is actually another conversation. So I guess I don't know what you're saying here. Jesus spoke directly with people in the Old Testament. Verse Hebrews. Well, Hebrews, just says that God spoke to them, not Jesus, right? But that he spoke through his Son, meaning the Son was being spoken of now, but not then. But you're saying, according to Genesis 18, people who want to say that the angel of Yahweh is in fact Yahweh or Jesus, well, that couldn't have been Jesus because Hebrews 1 says that it wasn't Jesus. He spoke back then. He spoke not through Jesus, but through God. That's actually a pretty good. I don't dislike that at all. That's actually pretty good. It's not necessarily a Bible contradiction. It's more of a theological contradiction. Not all Christians would say that Jesus is the angel of the Lord, but if they do, that would be a good contradiction. And the Duncan Idaho Gula says, when you have smart callers, we all learn. Refreshing after the earlier parade of fools. Thank you for all you do. Pound all letters that say you rock. Beautiful hashtag. We might have to get like a collective hashtag at some point. I think that'd be fun to encompass all of them. And it takes a while to learn some of them. In fact, I have a family member who recently started watching who's deconstructing. And they were like, it took me a couple weeks to learn all the hashtags to figure out what the hell was going on and who Doug was. And I get it. If you don't know, it's a lot to take in. Slow TDI says, used to be like you. Nah. Yeah. When people say they used to be like me, meaning they were atheists, they were never a real atheist. I can guarantee that. They were just like nominally non-believing. Slow TDI says liberal church, liberal reading. Wait, liberal church? No. Liberal reading? Yes. Bro, a walking contradiction. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. To yeah. I get. Yeah. I see what you're saying, but it happens more than you might think. I think people are pretty comfortable being contradictory sometimes. River Track Runner, good to see you. Says, "For we are many." Fuck, we are legion, baby. There's a lot of us out here, by the way, and we're winning. So TDI says, "Can't get in the mind of the writer if you're reading the text liberally. Pat's dishonesty." Irks me. Yes. Yeah, it's weird that people will like they'll yell at you for not reading the context, but then every verse they read is completely out of context. No, ignore the context. It's double fulfillment. It's partial fulfillment. Context doesn't matter as long as it's talking about Jeebus. It's dishonesty at the highest level. And Ross Galbraith, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend, says Christians on the Bible deny the words that are written, insert words that are not written. Rule number 1. Like when you do Christianity 101, they say, you see the words in this book? They're fucking meaningless. You don't need them. None of these words mean anything. Just they give it a spiritual meaning. And Big Joseph says, Justin wearing a crown and using a huge crayon is the funniest visual of this entire week for me. No, it's funny. I literally got the crayon because I realized that when I was mocking a guest by using crayons to draw with, they couldn't see the crayon. Like it wasn't a good visual mock. So I was like, I gotta find some fucking jumbo crayons. So I went on the internet and I found these two fuckers. I think 2 is good enough. You just the blue and red is all you really need. You can like draw Jesus stick figure with the blue and then draw Jesus blow with the red. I think you'd be fine to go. I don't know if you need any more colors than that, but yeah, it was a good investment, I think.
And then whenever Muslims refuse to answer your questions, you can just tell them you're going to keep drawing the Prophet Muhammad until they answer your questions.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that'll also get me shot, but what are we going to do? Maybe one day that's how I'll go out. I'm not opposed to that. Somebody's asking, are they real crayons? Yeah, they're real fucking crayons. The drawings that I did today on this live stream, I did with these real jumbo crayons. This one that I just did, yeah, jumbo crayon, baby. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It writes big enough that you can all see it clearly, and you can all see that I've got giant crayons as well. So, giant crayons for giant children. Lyricus says, read him Mark 14:51 through 52 about Jesus and the naked young man, young boy, Neaniskos in Greek. But okay, Lyricus, this is a fun verse. I'm not going to deny you the funness of this verse, but this doesn't imply that Jesus was hanging out with a naked boy. The boy accidentally lost his clothing when he tried to run away, and the guard snatched him. So I as fun it is to be like, what's that classicist that made his rounds on all the podcasts? He's just an absolute like a weirdo who keeps bringing this passage up. I forget his name now, but
oh yeah, I can't.
He
think
thinks
of
the
his
Greek
name
text
either,
was
but...
written before the Hebrew. You remember the guy?
Yeah, I can't think of his name.
Anyways, that guy is trying to make this talking point popular. It's not a talking point. Like there's not a single scholar that thinks that anyone was just randomly hanging out with a naked boy, because he wasn't. Base Lord says, if I ever say I saw that the thing I believed was contradictory and that made me believe more, please get me some help. I know. Imagine saying that I saw the contradiction and then I looked into it and then it reinforced my faith, is what he said. That's crazy. Listen, why would God want you? Hey, Volta, hey, don't chew my cords, baby. Why would God punish you? If, say, for example, you read the book and you're like, well, this is illogical, it doesn't make any sense. And then he punishes you for doing a religion that doesn't make any sense, knowing that the only way to make good decisions is to do things that are sensible, which is like almost all of the Proverbs are talking about this. This is the whole point of being wise, is to make sensible decisions. Oh well. Joey Portland says, when are these copium tokers going to learn? If Justin says nope, take the fucking nope. Rock hard. Like, Joey, I'm baffled by the amount of people that will be on my live stream. They'll wait in my guest box for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. That last guy waited for an hour and a half just to come in and crash out. But then they'll hear me quote from memory all these Bible passages, and then they'll get on the live stream and I'll tell them that something's in the Bible. Ammon Hillman, thank you. Ammon Hillman's the guy. They'll be watching the live stream, and then I'll say something to them that says the Bible says one thing, and they're like, no, it doesn't. The fuck it doesn't. They never learn. They never learn. It's like if I was talking to Ems about what's in the Quran, and Ems told me something was in there, I'm like, yeah, that fucker's in there. I've seen him at work. If he says it's there, I know it's there. Furtive Patach says, know them by their fruits. Hell yeah, you know them by their fruits. That's some crazy shit. I'm not surprised though. Book Club Alex says, thank you so much for exposing these freaks. That is part of the reason why I keep some of these assholes on, because it wasn't just that this guy was a bigot of some nature. I knew that this crash out was a Christian nationalist crash out, and if I kept them up long enough, it would all come out, and certainly it did. This is not just about asshole Christians. This is about Christian nationalism being a fucking plague on humanity. It's one of the reasons why I started this goddamn live stream. Slow TDI says, words are hard, except that word apparently. Well, yeah. When you don't like what the word means and you change it, well, now it's no longer hard. It's just spiritual. When you can't change it to something spiritual, then it becomes hard. I would like to take a couple passages from Jesus and just completely spiritualize them. And then watch Christians react like, well, it's a dual meaning. It's spiritual. What's wrong with that? The New Testament does it. Space Lord says whiplash from guest's sudden onset
and Justin
meltdown.
wept.
Exactly. I gotta be honest, Space Lord. When I think Cyber was saying something, when he started to lose his mind, and at first I was like, is he crashing out? And then I thought, no. I thought he might be, maybe there's somebody in the room with him that he's talking to. Maybe like there's somebody back there. And then when Cyber stopped talking, I was like, oh no, the fucker's crashing out. This can be a wild ride. So Bacon and Bush says, for the advertising campaign, hell yeah, Bacon and Bush. Let me add more to it. Another 20 for the advertising campaign. I got you marked down, buddy. Appreciate it. And also, the Duncan Idaho Ghoul for the investigation, another $2. Thank you for that, my friend. We'll definitely be doing this. Another $2 from EB for promoting the crash out. Marked it. Got you written down there, buddy. And then also Slow TDI says, we're cooking if this motherfucker finished high school. I know. Could you imagine having to live in a world where that's what like the high school graduate is like? Head Tubin says Christian nationalism is dangerous. You're 100% right. And this is a perfect example of it. This guy, given if the legal system wouldn't deal with him, like if there were no legal ramifications, there's nothing that guy wouldn't do. Nothing. There's nothing he wouldn't do. Also, hey, cat, hey, bye, Volto. I swear this cat is determined. This cat, you know, Volto's not a demon cat. He's obviously sent by Yahweh to try to take my stream down. A demon cat wouldn't care what's happening over here. Era says he might be Nick Fuentes' cat boyfriend. Wait, are you telling me that Nick Fuentes
probably
has a cat boy boyfriend? He's a furry? Hold on, now I gotta look this up. I thought, excuse my French, but I thought Nick Fuentes. I won't even say it. Let's see. Nick. It's a cat. Okay, cat boy. Oh boy. Okay. Nick Fuentes, cat boy. Nick Fuentes, a far-right white nationalist, was associated with an internet troll known as Catboy Kami, who appeared in a 2019 video with him, making a high-profile connection in the online extremist circles. The term often surfaces in discussion regarding their past interaction, with online commentary referencing the pairing and the broader, often bizarre intersection of online subculture and far-right figures. Interesting. I don't know nothing about Catboy. I'm going to have to look that up. I appreciate the heads up. And Oren, good to see you, friend. This call-in advertising fund. Count me in. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and cucked for Cyber. Fucking A. Cucked for Cyber is great.
Nice.
I don't think I've heard that before, but I love it. Okay. And Furtive Patox says, money for the cause. I'm broke. No worries. I'm writing you down. $1.99 on the list. Thank you so much, my friend. We're going to make this, hopefully make this idiot famous. 2 hand dances promote the crash out. Rock hard for Doug and hard rock version Doug. HRV. 2 hand. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to write down the $20 donation to advertise this motherfucker. But I don't know what HRVD means. In sometime in the future, if you can get me on the inside of that one, I'd like to know. Reverend Nate says, this is an audio visual adventure for the ages. It really is. It really was. I wonder how long it's... do you guys ever wonder, like, once they leave the live stream, where they go next? Like, do you think that clown literally just left this live stream and it started to go crashing out in another live stream? Or do you think, like, he's, like, on his couch, like, eating, a fucking bowl of ice cream or something? What do you think is actually happening over there? Melatonin says, pronounced Ale for Alejandra. Okay. I appreciate the heads up on that. So your name is Alejandra, even though... Oh, Melatonin Alejandra? Is that why you have Ale in there? Okay. Name Alejandra says, a tithing for the clip of Colin trying to read the Bible verse and showing his ass in 0.666 seconds. Hell yeah. Thank you. I write you down, friend. I really appreciate that. And also from King Caesar says, please show the world this nonsense, and we will. I'll mark you down for another 5. Thank you, my friend. And Furtive Patak, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, I wasn't sure about Jesus until Colin screamed 89 slurs. You know what? I think it was the 77th slur that got me. I think when he hit 77, I was sure that God was real. And Felix later says, for the anti-Nazi fund. Thank you. I will write this down. I greatly appreciate that. We're going to make this fool famous. And also, Swanky Suede, thank you for the $20 super thanks. I'm not amazing. You're amazing. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Space Lord says, Colin needs to calm the fuck down or awake his mom. That is for sure. Listen, somebody like Colin definitely is still like living in his mom's basement. That guy is not able to cope in the real world. He's not out there doing anything. But he does get the fucking vote. So that's a problem. And Slow TDI says, for the cause. Also, he is the one with the energy and the God. He can pull up to us anyway. Let's get that name, little bro. I'm in Utah. Yeah, Slow TDI, he wasn't about to reveal any personal information because he's only tough shouting at people on the internet. I can guarantee in real life, he's not nearly as tough, and he doesn't talk like that to people that he meets in real life. That is for sure. And Skeptical Scotty says, promote this motherfucker. I will, and I'll write you down for a $10 promotion. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We're going to get this fucking guy famous. And Slow TDI says you might be able to grab that IP in your logs. Unfortunately, as far as I know, Video Ninja doesn't keep logs, which is why I would have to do a local instance of Video Ninja on a server that I personally am running. Let me see real quick though, if there are logs.
And one thing too, I know a lot of people were like messaging like drop him, but the reason why I think keeping individuals like this up are important is because I'm Jewish. And as you notice, he was calling out people of the LGBTQIA plus community, of the Black community. These are things that we deal with in real life. And it's important that we expose people like this so that other people can see how they view us, how they treat us. And if they're willing to do this like on a platform, imagine what they're going to do when they're around their friends at, say, a rally or something, and they come across one of us. Imagine what steps they will take to harm us.
Yeah, it really is. So like people, I don't know if people. Give me a second. I'm gonna log into with my phone into the Video Ninja. I'm just curious if it looks like it might provide me the MAC ID of the user, but not the IP address. But I want to find out because if you got a MAC ID, you actually can do some stuff with that. Let's see, DZ Live. All right, I'm gonna log into the room and see if I can pick up the MAC ID from my phone. For those that are not initiated into the internet subculture, MAC ID might be a foreign word for you. Okay, I joined the guest box on my phone. Let me see if I click on the network over here. Let's see if it will tell me anything. So it does show me a connection, but it doesn't look like a MAC ID. It has some sort of obfuscated connection data, but no real good connection data. It looks like it probably just encrypted. So not actually all that helpful. Okay, well, I'll work on that, friend. I'll get a local instance set up on my server, and we'll be able to start getting people's like actual like IP addresses. So we'll be able to track these assholes in the future. Len says his mic was so low, I missed half the slurs. Actually, I turned them down purposely so that you wouldn't be able to hear all of them, because I thought it was being that I was dragging it out, I thought it was kind of unfair to some of the people who would have been affected by those slurs. So I didn't want to make it too obvious and give them a platform to actually hurt people. But I wanted people to see the guy with his ass out, for sure. Billy says, well, that was definitely a thing to wake up to. Could you imagine? I was ready to go to bed until I got that call. Now I'm feeling a little bit crunk, actually. Lupador says, with a sound and valid syllogism, failed talking point, premise number 1. Premise number 2, insane crash out. Conclusion, God exists. Checkmate, atheist. Fucking got me. You got me. I have no way to defend myself against that sound and valid syllogism. And Optimus is lies and the lying liars who tell them. Al Franken's book, Lies and the Lying Liars Who Tell Them, is a good line. That might be actually be where I've heard it from, is maybe from Al Franken or somebody in his orbit. Michael Castro, thank you for the super chat, says the New Testament doesn't say that kosher laws were abolished. There's a difference between unclean animals and impure food. Kind of. It depends on what verse you're talking about, right? So in Mark 7, it says that he declared all foods clean. And my read of Mark 7 is specifically in context. My read, not a Christian's read. My read is that he's talking about cleanliness from contamination, which is why you have to not from the type of food, right? So that's what I would interpret Jesus's words as. I think Mark is interpreting Jesus's words as the same as Peter, meaning these foods that would typically be unclean are now clean. In Acts chapter 10, Peter sees the sheet of the unclean animals, and he's told to take and eat. And he says, no, I have never in my life eaten any of these unclean animals. In fact, let me give you the passage. So in Acts 10, around 13, when he has the vision, oops, sorry, I need to change, see, on the vertical stream you can't read, I need to change the layer. There we go. So what it says, in the sheet were all kinds of four-footed creatures and reptiles and birds of the air. Then he heard a voice saying, "Get up, Peter, kill and eat." But Peter said, "By no means, Lord, for I have never eaten anything that is profane or unclean." The voice said to him again a second time, "What God has made clean, you must not call profane." And so this was the vision that declared that actually the meat is clean to eat. And Paul famously himself says that the law has been abolished. That's Ephesians chapter 2, verses 14 and 15. And then we also go to Acts chapter 15, where they're debating the status of the law and circumcision. And they say, we actually don't want to trouble the Gentiles turning. It says, "Therefore, I've reached the decision that we should not trouble those Gentiles who are turning to God, but we should write to them to abstain only from things polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, and from whatever has been strangled, and from blood." And those are the stipulations that are placed upon them. So I don't know if you're like Seventh-day Adventist or something, and you think that maybe the law wasn't abolished after Jesus died, but according to the New Testament, after Jesus died, they definitely want to get rid of that fucking law. Jesus didn't want to get rid of it, but everybody else did. So Dexter, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. And for the promotion, says for the promotion fund, show the world of Christianity. Rock hard for Doug. Lots of red fucking flags. And I think we're actually, I'm looking at these donations so far, we're at about $200 worth of video promotion. That should buy quite a few views on the clip. And Astronova says, "Thank you for your donation." Thank you so much, Astronova, for your donation. Remember, we can't fight Christian nationalism all by ourselves. We need a community. All of us have to fight Christian nationalism because it's a fucking national problem. And the algorithm has summoned me. Friend, it's been a hot minute since I heard from you. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, clearly Colin is so deep in the closet, he's found Narnia. Put him on blast, Justin. We're absolutely going to put him on blast, my friend. Yeah, he's out of his goddamn mind. And Two Hands says, HRD. Oh, whores rule, verts drool. You know what? I apologize. I just never caught that yet. Now I know what that means. Okay. It's part of a remnant of the schism. The unrighteous remnant of the schism, I would say. Thank you for the clarification. And Slug Racer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, for Ballin Colin. Yes. Yeah, that is the case. Actually, Slug Racer, I'll put down 10 more to promote this asshat. Make sure people know who he is. I hope somebody will hear that video and recognize his name and his crash out and be like, I know who that motherfucker is. Because that'd be the most beautiful thing. I've been around long enough on the internet and in real life to know that it's actually not that hard to track somebody down by their voice if you've actually heard their voice. Like if y'all heard my voice somewhere on a recording, you'd probably recognize it. When you hear a voice a lot or you know the voice a lot, you can recognize it even out of context. And Reverend Nate says, fuck the fascist fund. Has a nice ring to it. Oh, fuck the fascist fund is a really good one. Like FF. I hate to do anything with 3 letters in a row, like FFF, although I understand the appeal. I don't know if we actually want to do that. Misha, thank you for the 20 Australian dollar super chat. Says more for the advertising the shameful crash out. Well, thank you, Misha. I'll add you down. I really appreciate that. And we're going to advertise the fuck out of this dude and see if we can get somebody to fix us up. And the simple programmer says, promote the fascist royalist, please. Rock hard for all yaws. Well, thank you, simple programmer. I really appreciate that. I'm going to mark it down for another 20. Big W. Super appreciate that. And last super chat for the night from Carnage. Thank you so much for the additional super chat. I heard the Nazi insist several times that you have a wife for the promo fund. You know what? The slander about me having a wife will not stand. I will say that obviously he was misinformed that I don't have a wife, but I would also say that according to proper propaganda, I'm also not single. So we'll say that as well. But there might be further questions on this. You can see Carnage for answers. Thank you, Carnage. I really appreciate that. And with that, guess who's live right now on YouTube, y'all? You want to know who's live on YouTube? I'll double check. I was told they're going to be live on YouTube. But the Inquiry couple, our friends Adele and Rock Hard for Doug. You know who Adele is. You know who Rock Hard for Doug is. And if you don't, you'll recognize when I put them on the screen. Give me a second. I was told earlier today that they would be live tonight. They're doing the late shift. They're not streaming yet on TikTok. They're only streaming on YouTube. So we're going to need to send everybody over to another live stream for TikTok. Who's live on TikTok that we can send people to, though? Let's see. They got the interwebs. I do love the hell animation behind them. Fantastic. Dr. Blitz used to do that for a minute. He had a hell animation. That was a good time. But the Inquiry couple, friends of ours, awesome couple. They've been supporting all of the live streamers for a long time. And great discussions they're having over here. The Inquiry couple, they literally just started their channel and they're at 200 subscribers. So what we need to do, one of the things we really need to do is we've got like 800 or 900 people watching right now. To be clear, there are like 800 people still watching my live stream. I need people in this live stream to go watch that live stream and get these guys at least up over 300 subscribers. Come on, let's do it. Let's get them up over 300 subscribers. Let's get some people into the conversation. They're great friends of ours, just starting out in this awesome like debate space journey. And so let's, as we do with everybody new in the community, let's go out and support them and make sure that they're getting eyeballs, make sure that they're getting likes and shares and supports. They're not monetized yet, so you can't super chat them, but they'll be monetized hopefully here in maybe another month or two, and we'll be able to get their journey started there. But Adele and Rock Hard for Doug, I use that name rather than his real name because I don't know if he wants you to know his real name. But amazing members of the community, been helping a lot of people for a while. So let's return the favor and head over to their channel. Let's give them a huge boost. Tell them that Cyber Deconstruction and Justin sent you. And if you're on TikTok, y'all, head over to Mezzo's live stream. He should be live right now. Mezzo and Thinker should both be live. Head over to Mezzo and Thinker's live stream and tell them that Justin and Cyber Deconstruction sent you. And friends, it's Friday, so I'll see you again on Monday. I don't know if I'm live Sunday anywhere. I'll double check. I might be live. I might be live on AXP. I actually just don't remember. But nevertheless, if not, I'll still see y'all on Monday. Thank you so much, friends, for all the likes, shares, supports, super chats, gifts on TikTok. I really do love and appreciate everybody in the community. Without the community, we can't do any of this. So y'all are making this possible, and I really appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also Cyber. Good to see you, buddy.
Later.